Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to yet another edition of DiaCareCon 2021. Namaste, and I am very fortunate to cordially inviting all our respected faculty, all our stalwarts, all our delegates, and all our seniors, colleagues, teachers, mentors, and guides onto our platform of DiaCareCon 2021. We've had a very happening 100 days. In the past 3 months, we've done our best job. We've all worked very hard to achieve a very ambitious, target of screening so many people for making them aware about diabetes, telling them and talking to them about testing, tracking, and treating themselves. We are all here because we are passionate and we believe in the same motto of giving people with diabetes a good quality of life. On this occasion of Gandhi Jayanti, 2nd of October, we gather today respecting our Mahatma Gandhi ji through our actions, through our ideas, through our work, and dedicating our hard work into doing something good, not just for the nation, but for the people of nation and making a difference. Our mentor, Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, always says that do something that can bring a change in the lives of the smallest people. And I have heard all his mentors also talk in the similar manner. We are here all beautifully decked up with the khadi silk, propagating the same idea that Mahatma Gandhi was talking yesterday. We were at Gandhi Ashram flagging off the Vijay Rath for the Defeat Diabetes campaign by the RSSDI. And there was a very beautiful quote. We should have the courage to sacrifice ourselves without dripping the blood of all the innocent people. So that was something that touched me. And here I am welcoming you all again to our inauguration ceremony. Not taking much time, I would like to invite our very own Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, who is the President RSSDI, the Research Society of Diabetes of India, which is doing such a lot of campaigning, education, mentoring, and teaching for the next generation of doctors. With that, can I request Dr. Banshi Sabu sir to say the welcome address for DiaCareCon 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Durvi. A very good afternoon and morning for our European friends. To the esteemed dignitaries, seniors, colleagues, and friends. Greetings to one and all. It's my great pleasure to have the honor of welcoming you for the annual meeting of DiaCareCon 2021. Before my formal welcome address, few words for DiaCareCon. I started meeting called DiaCon, a one-day event from 2010, a conference for local general practitioners of Ahmedabad. We shaped in a national conference of DiaCon from 2014. We used to have around 300 to 400 doctors, and we used to do the meetings for 2 days, physical meeting. As our number of delegates increased from 400 every year by 200, 300, and when we started having 1200 to 1500, we made it for 3 days. And then from 2017, 18, and 19, we have done 3 days of DiaCareCon at Ahmedabad at Hotel Hyatt. We used to have 5 to 10 international faculty, but now in virtual meeting, which we have done last year, 2020 and 2021, which we are doing now, we have around 30 international faculty. And our DiaCon is now attended by around 15,000 delegates. Last year, we were having more than 20,000 delegates who were registered. And this time we have more than 15,000 delegates who are registered for the meeting. This conference is a unique opportunity for diabetes-related healthcare professionals from all over the country and few international experts to share their latest scientific advances in the field of their expertise and experience and develop a strategy for developing and advancing all our efforts to treat and prevent diabetes. This conference will be a great chance for innovative and new ideas to be heard and discussed. It will provide delegates and students with perfect setting and exchange research and best practice in diabetes prevention, education, and treatment as a part of scientific program. This year, we received around 90 papers. We selected 27 papers for oral. Tomorrow, from 8:30 to 9:30 in all three halls. We are going to have 27 oral paper and 40 posters which we have. With these few words, now I take this opportunity for floral welcome for our chief guest of the function, Sri Tushar Gandhi, great grandson of Sri Mahatma Gandhi. It's really great pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Sri Tushar Gandhi, on this Gandhi Jayanti, 2nd January. Sri Tushar Gandhi, in 2005, he led the 75th anniversary of Dandi March, and he is currently the board member of Mahatma Gandhi Foundation.
I'll make it pop-up.
Can we have the floral welcome? I would kindly request audiovisual team for floral welcome of our guest of honor, President-elect of International Diabetic Federation, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, who is true global leader in field of diabetes. He is from Bangladesh, Indian subcontinent, working at Oslo, Norway, and now he's also connected with Brazil. So from 3 continents, he is belonging a true global leader, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, very close friend of us. He is a president-elect of International Diabetic Federation. I would kindly request audiovisual team for floral welcome of our guest of honor, my dear elder brother, Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is a chairman of Southeast Asia Region International Diabetic Federation, who is always with me and also chief advisor for DiaCareCon 2021. I request our AV team for floral welcome of our special invitee, Sri Dr. V. Mohan sir, whose blessings and guidance are always there for me and my team and for DiaCareCon. So I request AV team for floral welcome of our special invitee, Dr. V. Mohan sir. We welcome Professor Dr. Anup Mishra, who is very supportive and very helpful to me and every one of us. And I welcome him with bouquet of flowers. And I request AV team for a floral welcome of Dr. Anup Mishra. I request technical team to welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Das, who is a program director of DiaCon since last 5 years. I welcome Dr. Nitin Shah, who is a patron of our DiaCareCon, and my teacher, Professor Asha Shah, with flowers, and I welcome them on this virtual platform and on virtual inauguration. I welcome advisors of our meeting, Dr. S.R. Arvind, who is currently president of Diabetes India from Bangalore, Dr. B.M. Makkar, close friend of mine from New Delhi, and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, very close to me, who is RSSDA secretary from Pune. I welcome my friend, Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, who is currently ACP India chapter chairman, Dr. Sunil Gupta from Nagpur, who is currently the president of DIPSI, and very close friend of mine from Trivandrum, Dr. Jyoti Dev. It's my pleasure to welcome all our international faculties who are from all across the globe to share their expertise and knowledge. I also humble to welcome all our national faculties from all over the country, and they have agreed to spend their valuable time with us. I welcome our scientific committee member and advisory committee member of DiaCareCon, Dr. Sanjeev Phatak, Dr. Pratap Jethwani, Dr. Urman Dhuru, Dr. Navneet Shah, Dr. Shailesh Trivedi, Dr. N.K. Singh, and Dr. Rajiv Chawla from New Delhi. It's my great pleasure to welcome all national and regional coordinators, along with coordinators of scientific committee and organizing team of DiaCare.
For inviting me to be here. My greetings to Dr. A.K. Das, Dr. Anup Mishra, to the chief guest of today's function. We're very privileged to have with us the grandson of the father of the nation, and that too on Gandhi Jayanti Day, Mr. Tushar Gandhi. I would very much like to meet you, Mr. Tushar Gandhi, during my next visit to Ahmedabad. My very close friend, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, who is the president-elect of the IDF, will be soon taking over as the president of the IDF. my very, very close friend and younger brother, Dr. Shashank Joshi, IDF is Southeast Asia Region Chair. And of course, my colleagues and close friends, Dr. S.R. Arvind, Dr. Makkar, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, Dr. Sunil Gupta, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Dharmendra Panchal, of course, Dr. Dhruvi, who is organizing this whole thing and moderating it so well. And all the other colleagues who may not be listed here, but I saw so many of my friends in this list of participants. It'd be impossible for me to name all of you, but my warm greetings to you on Gandhi Jayanti Day and Shastri Jayanti Day, which also happens to be today. Only yesterday, I was just thinking, and this morning, actually, Professor Vinod Kumar was also there in this meeting. I saw him, had posted in one of our groups about Dr. Banshi's energy. And, I could not help. I was thinking the same thing when Dr. Vinod Kumar posted it. And, if you just think over the last few days, what all he has done, he organizes one conference, then he organizes the 1 day, 1 million thing, the 100 days thing goes on. And then he goes for the diabetes Rath Yatra. And then the next day organizes his own meeting. If I had a meeting to organize, 15 days before that, I'll be out, and 10 days after that, I'll be out. For him, while doing that, he can do 10 other things of the same nature. And so there is something, within him, which we all have to learn. Mr. Probably may do a lot of research on you, Banshi. We'll study your genes. If you give your blood, I'll run it through a genome sequencing and study all the transcriptomics, metabolomics, and all other things. Find out what is that which is unique in this person, which gives him so much of energy. Of course, I don't want to cast eyes and, make you sick or something like that. So these are my blessings. Only on basis of my blessings, I'm telling you all this. So the first thing that I want to tell you is to congratulate you on yet another edition of DiaCare Con. We organize one meeting in a year, and for that, we break our head and we think it's a very big thing. For you, it's effortless. The day after tomorrow, we ask to organize another one, you'll do that also. So it's a gift. It's a unique gift. Some people have this gift, and you definitely have that. Of course, it's a blessing of the Almighty. Without a spiritual person, I know that we all think we do it, but it's somebody else from above. So keep that up and keep up that energy. You've got so many friends to support you is one of the big secrets of your success. At no inauguration, we can get the galaxy of people that you have got today on this, representing not just the national, but also international. The who is who of, of every organization you managed to get on one platform. And then, of course, the scientific content also, keeps going higher and higher every year. And you're able to attract the best of talent to speak at your meetings. And on top of all that, even have free papers and posters and everything. I know each one of this needs so much of time. You can't just have a poster presentation without collecting the posters, making them read it, grade it, give prizes for it. I mean, it's a whole process by itself. And all that you're able to do. So I don't need to tell you more about how proud we are of the work that you're doing. I don't think we've had a more dynamic president of the RSSDI that I ever know of, ever since the inception of RSSDI. We have a lot of presidents, a lot of very talented people, a lot of brilliant people have been there, but nobody with the dynamism, the energy, and the contribution that you have had. The scale at which you think is something unimaginable. You never do anything which is small. Whatever you do only big things. And so that's the way to go. I mean, unless you dare to dream, you will not, think, you will not be able to achieve it. First thing, you have to dream it, and then you have to achieve it. And you're not just dreaming, you're also achieving it and then showing it. So I think DiaCare Con is just one example of the multiple talents that you have. I also see that you're now contributing a lot of research and original research and other things also coming in. So congratulations not only to you. I know that there is your family is supporting you, your wife and the whole team with you. So my heartiest congratulations to all of you, and may you grow from strength to strength, and may the Almighty bless you with enough of courage to continue these big things that you're planning, and also to the strength to execute all your plans. and may you continue to help the society of diabetes in general and your own passion of type 1 diabetes in particular. My own personal blessings, and only in awe I stand before you with folded hands and say, keep up the great work. Thank you very much for inviting me and always making me part of your great journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your blessings and thank you for your nice words for DiaCareCon as well as for me. It's really great pleasure to have you, sir. Yes, Dhruvi.
Thank you, Mohan sir. It is inspiring to hear you talk about our mentors, and all of us present here are inspired by two great stalwart in the same screen. We tried to take some pictures and I hope we'll send it to you. And it means a lot to us, the next generation doctors, to be able to listen to all the faculties that are present at DiaCareCon. And all the stalwarts have always given us so much to ponder about, to think about, learn about, to dream and to achieve and make it all possible. Thank you, Mohan sir, once again. Our next special invitee, Dr. Anup Mishra sir, is the Vice President for Diabetes India. And he is one of the leading clinicians, researchers, and academicians who are making a difference again in the field of diabetes. Anup sir, can we request that, okay, we have his floral bouquet on the AV visual.
Dr. Anup Mishra is also, Dhruvi, today traveling. Just now I got the message. He has just sent his blessings and best wishes. And he's traveling somewhere out. He's again at the airport, so he will not able to join us physically, virtually also.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Dr. Anup Mishra and Dr. V. Mohan guidance and blessings are always there with us. So we are blessed to have Dr. Mohan sir and Dr. Anup Mishra. I just forgot to tell that last year we were having Dr. O.P. Gupta also with us and we are missing him. He was physically present in Ahmedabad. I called him also and he came to my clinic also at the DiaCareCon during those 2 days also. And this year, first time in DiaCareCon, we are having his oration and we have Dr. V. Mohan, who is going to have audition on name of Dr. O.P. Gupta. So we are really blessed. His blessings were always there with me in last 15 years. When we used to travel rather together also. So I used to take him to all RSSJ meetings and even IDF meeting also. So we are missing him, Dr. O.P. Gupta sir. Yes, Dhruvi.
Thank you, sir. With that, we move on and we have a small tribute video for our Mahatma Gandhi. On the 2nd October 2021, let us move from campaign to a movement, and we had a small discussion about what next after in every campaign, and that is a movement. We need to bring all of those changes into our own lives and then propagate the same message. Can I request the AV team for the video?
Mahatma Gandhi was the leader of the Indian independence movement against British rule. Employing non-violent civil disobedience, Gandhi led India to independence and inspired movements for civil rights and freedom across the world. The honorific Mahatma applied to him first in 1914 in South Africa is now used worldwide. In India, he is also called Bapuji and Gandhiji. He is unofficially called the father of the nation. Born and raised in a Hindu merchant caste family in coastal Gujarat, Western India, and trained in law at the Inner Temple, London, Gandhi first employed non-violent civil disobedience as an expatriate lawyer in South Africa. After his return to India in 1915, he set about organizing peasants, farmers, and urban laborers to protest against excessive land tax and discrimination. Assuming leadership of the Indian National Congress in 1921, Gandhi led nationwide campaigns for various social causes and for achieving Swaraj or self-rule. Gandhi famously led Indians in challenging the British-imposed salt tax with the 250 miles Dandi Salt March in 1930. Later in calling for the British to quit India in 1942. He was imprisoned for many years, Upon many occasions, in both South Africa and India, he lived modestly in a self-sufficient residential community and wore traditional Indian dhoti and shawl. He ate simple vegetarian food, and undertook long fasts as a means of self-purification and protest. Gandhi's vision of an independent India based on religious pluralism, however, was challenged in the early 1940s by a new Muslim nationalism which was demanding a separate Muslim homeland carved out of India. Eventually, in August 1947, Britain granted independence, but the British Indian Empire was partitioned into two dominions, a Hindu-majority India and Muslim-majority Pakistan. As many displaced Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs made their way to their new lands, religious violence broke out, especially in the Punjab and Bengal. Eschewing the official celebration of independence in Delhi, Gandhi visited the affected areas, attempting to provide solace. In the months following, he undertook several fasts unto death to stop religious violence. The last of these, undertaken on January 12, 1948 when he was 78, also had the indirect goal of pressuring India to pay out some cash assets owed to Pakistan. Some Indians thought Gandhi was too accommodating. Among them was Nathuram Godse, a Hindu nationalist, who assassinated Gandhi on January 30, 1948 by firing 3 bullets into his chest. Gandhi's birthday, 2nd of October, is commemorated in India as Gandhi Jayanti, a national holiday, and worldwide as the International Day of Non-Violence. Thank you for watching. Share, subscribe, like and comment if you loved the video. Visit shareclue.com for videos.
Well, on this day of International Day of Non-Violence, on Gandhi Jayanti, on the birthday of our Father of the Nation, we are all here together to pass on the same message, to keep working, to spread the values that have been learned from our elders, to spread the culture that we have learned from our families, from our elders, and to propagate something for the betterment of the lives of all the people. Prevention is better than cure is what we are trying to propagate today. With that, we move on, and we have a small virtual lamp lighting ceremony. And I would request all the faculties again to join us, in a virtual sense for the lamp lighting. Indeed, a very melodious and peaceful, soothing tune of the flute. Thank you. Thank you to the EV team. We move on to our chief guest speech, and our chief guest, the President-elect of International Diabetes Federation, Dr. Akhtar Hussain sir, doctor of Asian origin, making changes all across the globe. He's from Norway and Oslo. He is the president of the DASD group as well. He's the vice president of IDF currently, and we would request sir to say a few words.
And before that, actually, we were having Tushar. So after Akhtar, you can involve.
But I think it's okay that Mr. Tushar can speak. I will wait.
Okay. So first you invite Dr. Tushar, Mr. Tushar.
Mr. Tushar Gandhi, the great grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, is the managing trustee of the Mahatma Gandhi Foundation. We are so very privileged to have sir on this platform today, to have his blessings and his support for propagating our idea. Mr. Tushar Gandhi, can we request you to say a few words, please?
Thank you very much. It is an honor to speak at the DiaCareCon conference, and thank you for this privilege to do that. For me, it's also something that I'm doing out of admiration and necessity, because being a chronic diabetic, and someone who was a careless diabetic all his life, who didn't bother about the effect of diabetes, I'm obligated to your community, due to whom I am there in your midst today. Actually, Dr. Shashank Joshi was taking care of me as my diabetician, and now, since my heart bypass operations, Dr. Manjeet Kaur, who is my dietitian, is taking care of me. So thank you very much to all of you. It is a personal obligation for me to be over here, because of the care given by you, I'm there. Otherwise, I don't think I would have been there to receive this honor. So thank you so very much. And as Bapu said, and I have realized much late in life, diabetes is something that you have to learn to live with, and be prepared to make those changes in life if you want to live with it. And I have seen the diabetic care going from mere treatment to becoming the management of that, and becoming a counseling to encourage patients to make lifestyle changes and all that. So it is not just that your community is a community of doctors, but it is a community of mentors who are mentoring the patients through their ailment, and training them to live with it. And I think that is the most important part of the function that you are so admirably performing. And so it gives me immense pleasure to be over here and participate in this important meeting of diabetic carers and caregivers and life givers. Because to a diabetic patient like me, you are my lifeline. You have allowed me to be alive today and in your midst. And so that is a debt that I can never, ever fulfill. And so this is also a kind of a Thanksgiving earlier than the Thanksgiving that they celebrate in the US on my behalf, my part to be over here. Bapu believed that most of the ailments caused in modern life was because of the lifestyle that we were adopting. And so in his own lifetime, he modified his own life to become an example of how healthy life could be lived with physical activity and diet control and a disciplined lifestyle and all that. And one of the major causes of diabetes is the absence of those three qualities of discipline, healthy lifestyle, and the necessity of a healthy diet. And so combined with your medical experiences and things, you are training people to walk on the Gandhian path in the true sense for personal reasons, but that also is not any less important than what working for a societal cause would be. And the way diabetes is, the epidemic of diabetes is in our country, I believe that you are also functioning in a social cause of a social reformation, and especially an urban social reform movement. And so that is also something that is very admirable. Bapu laid a lot of stress on physical activity, what he called bread labor. He believed that he did not qualify to eat a meal without performing physical labor on that particular given day. And so he used to lay a lot of stress in his ashram jivan on physical labor being done by everybody on a compulsory basis and a daily basis. And he himself would do it. Even in his frail age, only when he was fasting, he would not perform the physical labor. Otherwise, as soon as he started taking nourishment, he used to do commensurate physical labor. And his physical labor was spinning 1,000 strands of khadi of 1 yard length every day and being productive about it. So his physical labor also was a productive exercise that he carried out. And so these are the kind of things that we have to realize, where the Gandhi legacy is really practical and of importance to us. And I think by counseling patients like me to take up physical activity, just today I am part of a movement where they are promoting a challenge called the 500,000 step challenge, where they are encouraging people to pledge to reach a target of 500,000 steps in the next 6 months to 12, from today till 30th January. Because they have calculated that in 1930, Bapu walked the distance of 241 miles would come to about 500,000 steps. And so that is the challenge that they are posing. And it's not just a ritual, but if you start doing that and make physical activity a habit and walking a habit, then it also has effect on health and well-being. So these are the kind of innovative steps that we need to take in our worship. If we really worship Bapu and believe that 2nd October is something we are worth commemorating, and especially for your community, the doctors and the patients, this is a lifesaver. So thank you once again very much for making me part of this, allowing me to honor the obligation of life that you have gifted to me, all of you, in your wisdom and expertise. And thank you very much. Please continue this good work. And my best wishes to all of you. I'm sorry I will not be able to participate longer. Being Gandhi Jayanti, there is a lot of demand on my time throughout this day. And so I have to rush out of here and go into another virtual meeting room to commemorate another occasion of Gandhi Jayanti. But my best wishes to you and my gratitude to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for your blessings.
Thank you, Mr. Tushar Gandhi. It was indeed a pleasure listening to some stories of Bapu. We have our IDF President-elect speech next, Dr. Akhtar Hussain sir, who is from Norway. And we have the pleasure of listening to a few words from Akhtar sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And as you know that Dr. Dhulvi, that I consider myself as an Indian. Because I do not see the India, Bangladesh, and it's a separate land. So this is very much my country, and I have a long-term relationship with lots of people, including Bansi is a trusted friend, and our chair for the South Asian region, the Dr. Shashank. We have talked with Dr. Mohan. I have number of friends. I do not feel that I'm a stranger in India. This is my friend, and honestly speaking, that I wouldn't be the president-elect without the support of my friends from India. And I know that all our friends have supported me to achieve this position. So I'm very much part of it, and I feel very proud to be part of any Indian conferences. And as Dr. Mohan said, that is true that I also wonder that the energy of Dr. Bansi, and he organizes so many conferences, and he has, you see that Mohan was asking that what is his special gift in order to be able to attract so many people, and because of his trustness, that I have seen that over the years, he has always been a trusted friend. And you know that in this kind of situation that we live in, we see people have different motives, but Bansi is a trusted friend, and no matter what. And so therefore he will always stand by you, and therefore people also stand by you, Bansi. So that's the kind of thing that, therefore I said to Bansi that anytime that you make any conference, you don't have to ask me, I'm always there. Because I have seen that when I was not the president-elect, he always included me in all his meetings. It's not that this is the first time that he's organizing this meeting. But having coming to this great occasion, the DIACOM, that I really congratulate the kind of the screening program that you have taken. As you know that today, after 100 years of the so-called of the therapy of insulin, not the discovery of insulin, that we know that 50% of the people remain undiagnosed. It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge for all organizations that we are working with. And we know that it is also a moment to think that this is, I will not take away the spirit of enjoying this. I mean, we are here to enjoy because this is a great opportunity, this kind of conferences, to build up our friendship, to build up our professional network, to build up our research network, to build up our international. It's an immense opportunity. It is there. It is definitely there, but we need to look back at what we have achieved. That, as we said, that 50% of the people remain undiagnosed. Of those people who are diagnosed, only 50% of those people, they receive care. Of those receive care, only 50% of them achieve the target. So what we are coming down to when you say that it is about 15 to 16% of the people of diabetes, we are really healthy. As professionals, as scientists, it is time for us to feedback, to look back that what we have achieved and why we are failing to do it, why we are still struggling. The numbers are increasing. Every time that we present the data, that this year, that by the end of December, that we will see that we are coming up with a new atlas, the IDF atlas. You see that it is rising again. So where are we, despite all our scientific publications and all our conferences, and we are attending? And I think that this is a day I would like to emphasize that the non-violence that we have just talked about. I think that we should think that a person that who is sick, we could provide care, and we fail to provide care is a violence. Is a violence. The 50% of the people who are diagnosed but not receiving care is a violence. 50% people with diabetes are not diagnosed is a violence. And we must raise our voice against this violence. Because we have promised that we'll provide service, because we are the professionals, we are the scientists, we are the organizers, independent organizers. So we have to look back, and then we have to say that what is our responsibility despite of all the things, the glories that we are receiving, and that whether we have done our job. And I ask myself every time that when people pay respect to you, have you done your job? And I must honestly say that the challenge is so enormous. I feel that I probably do not deserve this respect. And the other aspect that I would like to say that we know that this conference is important, and we know that our sponsors are important. Our industrial partners are important to not only to sponsoring this organization, but also coming up with the pharmaceutical products that the science is asking them to produce. Having said it, we must say that we never, ever acknowledge the people with diabetes in our conferences. This is something for us to think, that the money that the companies, the industry are receiving and supporting us with all our activities is actually coming from the people of diabetes. We acknowledge this company, that company, but we do not acknowledge the people with diabetes. And we should be able, I personally urge to all the organizers in our next conferences, along with the sponsors, we should make a slogan that is sponsored by the people with diabetes. And so these are my appeal to you, and as the way I'm making this appeal to everyone, because my strength to serve, that I come from a poor country. I have seen the poverty. I have worked extensively also in Africa, not only in South America, in addition to being in a rich country like Norway. So I have seen the rich and the poor. And that is my strength to see that, for example, and we should always think that we are here not for our organization, not only for our people that who are the community that we are serving. We are here for the global community of people with diabetes. The diabetes do not have any boundaries. We are the worker. We are the worker for the people with diabetes, no matter wherever they are. So we must think broadly. And having said it, as I do not have to go again, that the immense work the scientific committee, the organizing committee has done, I have seen the scientific program is really good. In order to organize such a big conference with so many speakers in places, I know how it is, and I still don't understand how you make it, Bansi. We'll have one conference in the IDF virtual congress that will be in December, and we have so many people in the office, and we are jumping up and down all the time, and we never have any time for anything else. And you make, as Mohan said, that you make one conference, and I asked Mohan, Bansi, that can you make this conference in next week? And he said, yes, sir, I will do that. This is a unique quality that you possess, Bansi, in addition to your trustworthiness. And this we all are very proud, and I myself is very proud to be your friend, to be your colleague, and I call you as my younger brother. And with these words, I wish you all the success for this conference, and to all our colleagues that is participating, and all those contributors. Maybe I'm not mentioning the names, but I think that IDF is in debt to all those people who are committed to serve the people with diabetes. And in that sense, I'm also committed and in debt to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your kind words. Thank you. Obliged.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar Hussain. It is very well known amongst all the groups that a work done by a team is defined by how the leader is. And we have so many leaders, you leading the IDF, sir, Banshu sir leading us all through RSSDI, Dr. V. Mohan sir, all the leaders who are present here today on this platform. We, as a part of your team, would like to thank all you leaders for leading us and paving the path for the future ahead, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Shashank Joshi sir, who is the IDF Southeast Asia's chair. And Shashank Joshi sir is a Padma Shri awardee, another very, very, out of paramount speaker. And we've learned so much from Shashank sir. He's like an elder brother to our mentor, Dr. Banshi Sabu sir. And we are waiting for Shashank sir to be saying a few words.
Thank you, Dhruvi. At the onset, I wish everybody Gandhi Jayanti. I'm grateful to Tusharji for saying his pearls of wisdom, and wish him good health. And I'm really thankful to our elder brother, Dr. Akhtar Hussain from IDF, for his pearls of wisdom, Dr. Mohan, Om Sai Ram sir, and everybody who's joined us. Bansi, you are simply incredible. You continuously keep churning, as Dr. Mohan said, event after event, and you are indefatigable. And I think you have some energy. I think you thrive on this. A lot of people have different addictions. Some people smoke, some people have alcohol, some people eat too much. I think Bansi thrives on academic excellence, and he loves to share knowledge and wisdom so that people living with diabetes can have better and healthy lives. I think, Bansi, this is a tribute to your entire DiaCare team. And I remember the DiaCon started as a very small meeting now, and now it has become a global meeting. I think we are all here for a single goal and a common enemy, which is diabetes. We want to have a diabetes-free world. We want to have a world which is free of complications of diabetes. And Bansi and his team is very ably leading this movement from Ahmedabad and whole of Gujarat. We are very proud of you, Bansi, for the academic extravaganza which you have put out. And my only message to one and all is that our commitment is that we should be the diabetes care capital of the world. We should ensure that we prevent diabetes. If we can't prevent diabetes, we detect diabetes early. If we detect diabetes early, we prevent complications. And we all live a healthy and happy life. And that's very, very crucial. So eat less, walk more, and enjoy the academic feast, which unfolds virtually. And hopefully next year will be physically, which Team Bansi Sabu through DiaCare is unveiling. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shashank. Yes, Dhruvi.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashank sir. It is always motivating to hear you. And next on, we have a very, very exciting session for the inauguration. Every year at DiaCareCon, we have awards recognition for exemplary work done by the doctors and by all the healthcare professionals. Can I request the AV team to start with some of the awards? And Banshi sir, would you like to say a few words before we start with the awards and the recognition program?
Thank you, Dhruvi, once again, because every year in DiaCareCon, we try to recognize our colleagues, friends who are really working very hard in field of diabetes. This year, we recognized few. So can I have the first slide? So we know that I will request Dr. V. Mohan sir to give this award to our close friend, Dr. Amit Gupta, who really worked very hard for leading one of the most successful diabetes awareness campaign of this year, Defeat Diabetes. And in Defeat Diabetes task force team is led by all 6 persons, but particularly Amit had really worked very hard. And we would like to give this award from DiaCare at a personal level, DiaCareCon, to Dr. Amit Gupta, a close friend of mine based at Noida, Delhi.
You richly deserve it, Dr. Amit Gupta. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Next one. So Dr. Purvi Chawla, she worked really very hard in last 1.5 years. As in my presidency, we started a social media campaign from RSSDA Social Media Bytes on Facebook, and she is continuously working very hard for this. So we would like to give social media awareness in field of diabetes. DiaCareCon would like to recognize Dr. Purvi Chawla for the same. I will request Dr. Anup Mishra. He is not there, but we will request again all the dignitaries to give this award to Dr. Purvi Chawla.
Congratulations, Purvi. Richly deserved. Keep up the great work.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bansi, for this unique opportunity that you gave us and the constant inspiration and motivation. I'm very, very honored and humbled simultaneously. And thank you, V. Mohan sir, for also acknowledging that. Thank you so much.
Thanks. We have one upcoming health technology man of our country, Dr. Rakesh Parikh. We all know the technology man of our country is Dr. Jyoti Dev. So I request Dr. Akhtar Hussain, IDF Southeast Asia chairman, and will also request Dr. Jyoti Dev to give this upcoming health technology man from India to Dr. Rakesh Parikh from Jaipur, a diabetologist based at Jaipur, very close friend of mine to Dr. Rakesh.
It's an immense pleasure to hand over this certificate, and I know that you deserve it. And I know that I have heard many times that about in referring to any technological developments, that the contribution that you have made, it's a great pleasure.
Thank you. He also task force member of our Defeat Diabetes campaign, and he has done all technology part of this Defeat Diabetes campaign. So, Dr. Rakesh, really thanking you for this. Next.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mohan sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, a close friend of mine from city of Guwahati. He established Academy of Clinical Endocrinology. And Mithun is an endocrinologist, clinician, expert in the field of sexual dysfunction. He passed he has done his endocrinology from UK. So I request Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is the senior most endocrinologist from our country, from Mumbai, for recognizing Dr. Mithun Bhartiya for establishing Academy of Clinical Endocrinology from city of Guwahati. And more than 100 doctors have become the part of his Academy of Clinical Endocrinology. Over to Dr. Mithun Bhartiya. Mithun is there. Next one. A upcoming researcher coming in field of diabetes. I can see Dr. Bharat in every meeting. He is having his posters, his papers, his oral presentation. So Dr. Bharat, even not only in field of diabetes, even in endocrinology meeting also. Recently, I have seen his papers in European Society of Endocrinology. So to recognize Dr. Bharat from Indore, an upcoming researcher in field of diabetes, I will request Professor A.K. Das, and as he is busy, we will request other dignitaries to recognize Dr. Bharat Sabu for his contribution in field of research. From DIACON, we would like to recognize Dr. Bharat Sabu. Thank you.
Thank you, Bansi sir, and thank you all. Thanks all the seniors for being the lighthouse, especially Bansi sir, Mohan sir, and all the people present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. We have this year, 5 students have completed the course in field of diabetes from DIACARE. It's an RSSDI recognized center where we have every year 4 students can join us because every 6 months we have 2 students. Dr. Vipul Chawda, a established diabetologist who joined us for this course for 1 year. He is already MD medicine and he's working in field of diabetes. He was there with us for 1 year. Now he opened his center and he has completed his certificate course in field of diabetes by DIACARE and RSSDI, which is recognized by National Health Institute Jaipur. So we recognize Dr. Vipul Chawda, and I will request my friend Dr. S.R. Arvind, who is the president of Diabetes India and past president of RSSDI, to give this medallion to Dr. Vipul Chawda. Next one.
Thank you so much, Bansi.
We have with us Dr. Malay Parikh, who is also completed DIACARE course, RSS, which is recognized by RSSDA course from National Health Institute Jaipur. Dr. B.M. Makkar, a senior diabetologist from Delhi, who is a executive member of RSSDI, giving certificate to Dr. Malay Parikh, who is practicing now at Rajkot at very big center, which is opened by Rotary Club of Diabetes Center at Rajkot, to Dr. Malay Parikh. Next one.
Congratulations, Malay. All the best.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, who is the secretary of RSSDI, to recognize Dr. Akash Prajapati, who just passed out from our center doing RSSDI. He has done RSSDI course and now he has opened his clinic. So we will request Dr. Sanjay Agarwal to give this certificate to Dr. Akash Prajapati.
Congratulations, Akash. Well deserved.
Requesting Sunil Gupta, who is a treasurer of RSSDI, to give certificate to Dr. Vidisha Sheth. She had also completed certificate course in diabetes from our DIACARE center, which is recognized by RSSDI National Health Institute Jaipur. Over to Dr. Vidisha from Dr. Sunil Gupta.
Congratulations, Vidisha. You did very well business. And all the best for your future.
Dr. Anuj Meshri, who is a vice president of RSSDI, giving certificate to Dr. Meet Shah. Meet had done 1 year course. He is MD medicine. He has completed his course from DIACARE, which is recognized by RSSDI and National Health Institute. So over to Dr. Meet from Dr. Anuj Meshri, a certificate from Dr. Anuj.
Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure to award you this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bansi sir.
Thank you. Now it's Dr. Deepak Chudasma, who was my student, and now he is working at Junagadh. It's a place in a, I will not say now it's a rural Gujarat, because Junagadh had also become a bigger city, but still at national level, it will look a smaller city. It's a district place. He's a district coordinator from RSSDI, very upcoming diabetologist from rural Gujarat. So I will request Professor Akhtar Hussain to recognize him as an upcoming diabetologist from rural Gujarat to Dr. Deepak Chudasma. Next one. Dr. Viral Raj, one of the fastest growing diabetologists from Gujarat. Again, a student from our center, Dr. Viral from Bharuch and Ankleshwar, doing very well. And since last 1 year here, you can say that every day he's seeing more than 60-70 patients, and his waiting is now for more than 2 months to see him. So even now the fastest growing diabetologist from Gujarat, Dr. Viral Raj, and I will request Dr. Shashank Joshi to recognize and to give the certificate to Dr. Viral Raj from that. Over to Dhruvi. Oh yes, sorry. So we have also want to recognize Dr. Rutul Goklani, who is a leading young diabetologist from city of Ahmedabad. Before 4 years, we asked him to make a D-Genius platform, young diabetologists across the country, who is really working very hard to create this platform D-Genius under the banner of Diabetes India. From DiaCare, we would like to recognize Dr. Rutul Goklani work in field of diabetes, as well as to create this D-Genius platform, and working very hard. More than 200 doctors are now member of this D-Genius group. So we recognize Dr. Rutul Goklani work in field of diabetes, as well as for creating this platform of D-Genius. Congratulations, Rutul.
Thank you very much, sir, and SR Arvind sir and everyone for recognizing this work. I wasn't aware of this thing, but I'm very happy to receive it. Thank you.
Over to Dhruvi.
One more very huge speech we have to present during the award on controversies in diabetes. Can I request the AD team to please, present the first phase of the controversies in diabetes?
Yes.
Please.
Your voice is cracking, but I'm just requesting AV team to. We are launching the book 21 Controversies in Field of Diabetes, Controversies in Diabetes, which is in 2021, 21 controversies. So controversies in diabetes, which we will be releasing next month. So I am requesting our President-elect, Dr. Vasant Kumar, who is here with us as a President-elect of RSSDI, and Patron of RSSDI, Dr. Vinod Kumar, is here with us. And we are digitally inaugurating this book, Controversies in Diabetes. So we had captured 21 controversies, which is written by, in both the sides, by one chapter is written by one expert, other chapter opposite side by other chapter, and then consensus by again by one expert also. So whether each topic is been covered by the 3 persons, and there are 21 controversies which we have written in this book, and it will be available physically by next month, and then we will be distributing to all of you. So I request Dr. Vasant Kumar for a few words, and then we can have the next session. Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bansi. It's been very enlightening to me to listen to all the wonderful speakers, whether it is Tusharji, Dr. Mohan, Dr. Akhtar, Dr. Shashank, and all of you. And of course, everybody said what they have to say about you. And there was no exaggeration in whatever anybody said about you. And there's nothing that I can actually add about you, but it's really amazing with the things that have been done by you and your organization. And this Controversies in Diabetes is one really a book that is needed, because it will stimulate our brain to think about it, to go beyond what we know, and it improves our capabilities to work in this field in the future. So it's wonderful. I'm sure all of us will have this book in hand and get benefited with it. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations.
Now I request, yes, Dhruvi, you are there. I thought your connection. Please.
Thank you so much, Vasant sir, for your kind words. Thank you, Bansi sir. We had indeed a very exciting awards and recognition ceremony. We are very, very privileged to be commemorating our Diabetes India President, Dr. S.R. Arvind sir. And we have a small visual with a bouquet of flowers and the Gandhi Charkha for Dr. S.R. Arvind sir.
I think Dr. S.R. Arvind could not join. He just messaged me.
Yes, sir. So now I invite Dr. B.M. Makkar sir, who is the secretary for the Indian Obesity Network. Makkar sir is one of the leading diabetologists from the city of Delhi. He has been taking up this, networking for obesity, trying to change and prevent diabetes before it happens by spreading awareness that obesity is indeed something that we all need to concentrate and work upon. Can I request B.M. Makkar sir to please say a few words?
Thank you, Dhruvi. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Mr. Tushar Gandhi, Professor Akhtar Hussain, Professor Dr. Mohan sir, Dr. Das sir, Dr. Vinod Kumar sir, and of course, dear Shashank, dear Bansi, and all the dignitaries on this platform. Dr. Vasant Kumar sir. So it is indeed a privilege and honor to be part of this inaugural function on this virtual platform, because I think, I have been associated with the Bansi, and I am still trying to find out what I know about Bansi. There are a lot of things which I still don't know about Bansi. And I think the most appropriate remarks, or the most, the best remarks about Bansi were given by Dr. Mohan sir in the morning. And if I try to put anything together, I couldn't have done that justice as Dr. Mohan sir did. And I am totally on the same page with Dr. Mohan sir and the additional remarks with everybody else. And I'm sure still, despite all those remarks, we are still missing some of the qualities of Bansi. So Bansi is just like a younger brother, a very good friend, a very trustworthy friend, and a great human being. And as Professor Akhtar Hussain said, that he is a guy who has so many friends whom he can trust, because he is like that. And he takes all the people together to do whatever he wants to do. Second thing, as Dr. Mohan sir said, that he is always, onto something. So he is doing a meeting. He was in Rath Yatra yesterday. He is doing a meeting today. And just to tell you, sir, that this Satyagraha Yatra is going on for 8 days. The meeting is happening in the middle of that. And he is also working on the national conference of RSSDI. And he is also planning simultaneously the national conference of obesity also. So these are some of the things that I know. There must be many more that we don't know. So hats off to Bansi, and always great pleasure to be part of DiaCare Con. My best wishes and my congratulations to all the awardees, all the recipients of certificates. My best wishes and congratulations to Dr. Bansi, Team DiaCare Con, and everybody associated with the DiaCare Con. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makar sir. Thank you. It is always exciting to hear you. Next on, we have the RSSDI Secretary's address. Dr. Sanjay Agrawal sir is the director of the Angle Clinic, Diabetes Care Clinic in Pune. He has been a mentor for the postgraduate program by the RSSDI. He has been the author to so many guidelines, so many consensus group, and I've been very privileged to be, a part of quite some few programs along with him. With that, can I request our RSSDI Secretary, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal sir, a very dynamic person, to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Dhruvi. My greetings to all the dignitaries who are present today at the inaugural function. And I would like to thank Dr. Bansi for inviting me today to speak here. Today we honor two great people. One, of course, the father of the nation, Bapu, and two, my dear friend Bansi, who's been instrumental in so many things. And his qualities have been brought out by so many people across who've been speaking since morning. My journey with him starts, of course, as a friend earlier, but last 2 years as a president and me as a secretary, that together we have sort of, shaped a lot of new challenges that we sort of did for RSSDI. And it's his vision for RSSDI that has taken the RSSDI to the next level. We have instituted so many new initiatives, and I would be sort of, I wouldn't have enough time to count all of them on this platform today. But all I would like to say in a nutshell is that this man is full of ideas. He's full of energy, and there isn't a single moment where I don't have respite and rest, because I know the next idea is just around the corner that is going to make me work with. And all his ideas, really, he sees to it that it completes, and we have something great initiative that comes out of it all. I wish him all the luck, and I'm sure that we'll continue to work with him in future in some capacity or the other. Although he sort of moves on from president to president-elect this year, but I'm sure the RSSJ will never be able to do away with him now or in future. And I'm sure we'll look forward to work with him on many other initiatives. The meeting has gained immense interest and respect, not only in India, but all across the world. And we now have, of course, world-class speakers which speak at this platform. And this platform has become a great scientific meeting where, thought leaders come, discuss, interact. And I'm sure a lot of healthcare professionals across the country gain by this knowledge. So wish you all the best, Bansi, and look forward to working with you always in future. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay Agrawal, sir. Thank you for your words. We have the American College of Physicians India chapter's governor address next, and our very own Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, sir, has been elected as the ACP India chapter's governor. Anuj, sir, can we request you to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Dhruvi, for the kind acknowledgement and kind invitation. Thanks, Dr. Bansi, for inviting me for this meeting as well as for this inauguration event. Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Tushar Gandhi, Guest of Honor, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, Dr. Shashank Joshi, my dear friends, Dr. Makkar, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal, Dr. Vasant Kumar, and all other dignitaries, Dr. V. Mohan, those who are there on the screen. On this auspicious day of Gandhi Jayanti and Shastri Jayanti, I am really pleased to join hands with Dr. Bansi Sabu, who has been very close to heart friends of mine in person also. And actually, this was his non-violent satyagraha against the diabetes to defeat the diabetes, which has really been very strong and forceful fight against the diabetes. The DiaCareCon, which has been a very important event in the last 10 years, for diabetes education as well as for awareness against the diabetes. And it is really working very hard to give a new light to the Indian people so that they can make their life better, those who are suffering with diabetes, and especially those who are sitting at the gate of diabetes, being pre-diabetes, to make their life better. Dr. Bansi Sabu has been a leader not only of DiaCareCon but many other organizations in this country as well as in the world. The most well organization, the most attended organization, what I know is the RSSTI, which is having a bigger number of the members, is the biggest organization of the diabetes professionals, about more than 8,000 to 10,000 people, those who are working here. And apart from that, he is working with me also in American College of Physicians as an advisory board member. So he is the energy behind most of the organization, and in his leadership, RSSDI has actually worked as a torch bearer in Defeat Diabetes campaign in last 100 days, as well as in last 2 years when all of us were facing the crisis of the COVID. RSSDI always remained close to the patients, close to the doctors. It helped in treating their diabetes better. We all know that diabetes has become a bigger killer during the COVID times, and especially in the COVID patient. So we are really grateful of Dr. Bansi Sabu that he led the RSSDI in the tough time of the COVID and brought us to this level when we are saying it proudly that we are really working really good for the diabetes defeat in our country. Thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu. Wish you all the best for the successful DiaCareCon.
Thank you, Anuj, sir. It was indeed a wonderful quote, a non-violent movement for defeating diabetes. Our next speaker here is the President, Dr. Sunil Gupta, sir, President of the Diabetes and Pregnancy Study Group of India. Sunil, sir, has been very, very dynamic with his Hello Academia as well. Can I request Sunil, sir, to please say a few words for us?
Thank you, Dhruvi. My pranam to our chief guest, Dr. Mr. Tushar Gandhi, Professor Akhtar Hussain, President-elect of IDF, Dr. Shashank Joshi, Dr. Mohan, and all the dignitaries, Professor A.K. Das, Dr. Makkar, Dr. Anuj Mishra, everyone, Dr. Vinod Kumar. It's always a pleasure to be there on the podium and the dais with Bansi Bhai, a person who has shown us the path that your all dreams can really become reality if you dream high. And that has been shown. I don't think every speaker has already praised him, but then despite all these so many meetings in last hardly 2 or 3 weeks, still on the very next day he's coming out with Diacon. I was surprised. Yesterday it was Rath Yatra. Day before yesterday it was diabetes, defeat India, that one day, one test, 1 million tests. So all these things is unimaginable for us. Possibly God has gifted him something which no one of us have. And he should be preparing to go for his producing his clone now. If we really want to become the diabetes care capital of the world, we should have Bansi Bhai's clone across available in North, East, Southwest, as well as Central. Central India should also be counted. So we should be keeping him around, and then all these dreams can be made come true, and we can become really diabetes care capital of the world. And of course, with 30 international faculties, 15,000 delegates, 90 research papers, 3 halls, and oral papers, posters, and with the book also Controversy in Diabetes. So whether it is patient education, whether it is research, whether it is academics, whether it is human human resources to be utilized in a proper way, the management part, and becoming a global leader, I foresee a wonderful person coming up from our group to be there at a national, international platform. Maybe it is a government, maybe a para-government, maybe the international IDF. Somewhere he has to be there, and very soon maybe Dhruvi will be the master of ceremony of one of the installation ceremony of this particular gentleman in maybe at an international platform, or maybe somewhere in the ministry, or maybe a Rajya Sabha member. I don't know what, but something is there in his plate, and maybe we are all waiting for it, Bansi Bhai. Heartiest congratulations to all. Amit, Rakesh, Purvi has recognized them. See, what is important, Dhruvi, is also recognizing people. Not only getting the work from them, also recognizing them, and everyone. He has not forgotten any person. So that's a beauty of this human being. And all salute to Bansi Bhai, and all the best for Diacare once again. Congratulations once again to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for kind words. This year, the 3 hall which we have designed at Mahatma Gandhi Mandir is an ashram, where Sabarmati Hall, Dandi, and Porbandar Hall.
Yes, I have seen that
it
also.
Is completely designed.
There's thought process going on those lines.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sunil sir. We do look forward to commemorating him politically also one day, making a difference in the lives of people all across the world with diabetes. Next on, I would like to invite Dr. Jyotidev Kesav sir. He is the chairman of Jyotidev's Professional Education Forum, and he is also one of the stalwarts leading the way, paving the path towards technology and improvising the implementation of technology into diabetes care.
Thank you, Dhruvi. So I will be very brief. First of all, dear Bansi Bhai, I need to congratulate you. And I am congratulating my dear friend and brother for all your endeavors for the defeat diabetes, for the 1 million tests, for the Rath Yatra. And I would like to repeat what Dr. Mohan sir said in the beginning. You will be known forever as the most dynamic president RSSDA ever had. And why am I here? I feel very much privileged that I am invited for this inaugural ceremony. I am not holding any positions, but probably the only reason is I am a very good friend and a brother of Bansi Bhai. And one unique feature that I have always noticed with Dr. Bansi Bhai is that he is supporting the young doctors all across the country. Immensely supporting not only in learning and education, but also in many, many other ways. And if you go back to 2020, when COVID started, Dr. Bansi Bhai started experimenting with the new virtual platforms, and he could attract more than 20,000 audience. And that was a record that time in India. And he could implement his experiments in real practice. And he would prove that the virtual learning platforms are probably much more powerful and effective. So behind every successful human being, so behind our Benshify, there is a girl, and I can see her coming and peeping in between and going back. She is very busy, and that is his wife, our sister, our sister Anu Benshi, and that is his strength. So I pray to Almighty God to continue to shower His blessings upon the family and the team. And I once again wish Diacare an astounding success. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jyoti sir. Thank you for all your kind words. Thank you so much. With that, we come almost to the closure of our inauguration ceremony for Diacare Con, and I would request Dr. Dharmendra Panchal sir to please give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dhruvi. Respected dignitaries, dear doctors and friends, I feel really honored to pronounce a vote of thanks on behalf of Diacare Con 2021. First and foremost, would like to thank Almighty God for all the blessings and bringing all of us virtually together on this auspicious day of Gandhi Jayanti and Shastri Jayanti. I humbly thank our chief guest, Mr. Tushar Gandhi, Managing Trustee of Mahatma Gandhi Foundation, along with our guest of honor, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, President-elect, the International Diabetic Federation, and Dr. Shashank Joshi, Chair IDF Southeast Asia, for accepting our invitation and gracing us with their presence. I would extend my special thanks to our special invitee, Dr. V. Mohan, Patron, RSSDI, and Dr. Anup Mishra, Vice President, Diabetes India, for blessing us with their presence. I must thank our advisor, Dr. S.R. Arvind, President, Diabetes India, Dr. B.M. Makkar, Secretary, Indian Diabetes Network, Indian Obesity Network, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal, Secretary, RSSDI, along with Dr. Maheshwari, Governor, ACP India Chapter, Dr. Sunil Gupta, President, DIPSI, and Dr. Jyoti Dev sir. The source of inspiration which always pushes us to move forward is our patron, Dr. Nisin Suman Shah, and mentor, Dr. Asa Ensa. I welcome you from bottom of my heart. It's our fortune to welcome our guide, our program director, who has put his extraordinary effort to serve us this scientific feast, is Dr. A.K. Das sir. Thank you, sir. I must thank our all international and national faculty for sparing their valuable time and grace us with their presence and knowledge. To say thanks, it's really a small word for the person who is behind everything we see here, and is none other than the legendary, the great visionary, and our mentor, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, the organizing chairman and source of energy for all of us. Thank you, sir. And also big thanks to Mrs. Anuradha Sabu for making him free for all of this. My special thanks to all our committee members, including scientific committee, national coordinators, advisory committee, regional coordinators, scientific coordinators, who gave their skills and efforts to make this successful. Success of any events is known by the delegates, and I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to all the delegates for joining and making this event successful. I must thank all the pharma partner supporters for their contribution, and even when we are physically far, making us here on this virtual platform together. I convey my heartfelt thanks to RX event and the team under the leadership of Hardik Chandarana and Nilam Chandarana. Many thanks to RX event. Before I end, I would like to thank my family, my friends for their constant support. If I have forgotten to give my thanks to any person, any organization, then please forgive me, because it's absolutely unintentional. Once again, thank you all from bottom of my heart. Thank you. Jai Hind. I would request now all of you to stand for the national anthem.
Congratulations to Anu also.
Yes, he is here only with me.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. And
thank you.
So, can we have the national anthem?
Yes.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय जनगण मङ्गलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. There's been a very, very special comment in the chat box, Banshi sir, and somebody was saying that we have Batman, we have Superman, and then we have the diabetes man called Dr. Banshi Sabu sir. So that is one of the very striking things. I forgot who wrote it, but it was something that I would like to bring to your notice. Thank you to all the faculties, to all the stalwarts, to all our mentors who have attended our inauguration session for DiaCareCon. Thank you for all your blessings. And with that, I think, Banshi sir, we'll start our...
So we can close the session. We have already 1,200 delegates who logged in for whole A. We are waiting for Dr. A.K. Das. His recorded lecture will be starting in a second time in this hall only. So those who are here, they can stay. And we have now Dr. A.K. Das who will be talking as a keynote speaker for this hall, and for other, Dr. Kamlesh Kunti will be the keynote speaker. So now we can close this session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now we'll start.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think I should congratulate. She's the lady behind the man.
She is here only. Thank you. Now over to Vidisha. She is the reporter for this keynote address. Over to Dr. Vidisha.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu sir for giving me an opportunity to be the part of the DiaCareCon 2021. And it is my great pleasure to be a part of it. And for that, with no much delay, I would like to invite our two chairpersons, Dr. Jawahar Agarwal sir and Dr. Sandeep Desai sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vidisha. Should we introduce Dr. A.K. Das? He's already in.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So we all know Dr. Das. He has been our senior professor, and he's currently a consultant in endocrinology and medicine at Pondicherry. And he was former senior professor of medicine and endocrinology, head of department endocrinology, and dean and superintendent of Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education. And he has taught the medical undergraduates and postgraduates in medicine and diabetes since 33 years. We all know he's a very good teacher, he's a very good orator, and a topic very dear to everyone. After 100 years of insulin, we are still underutilizing this molecule, and we want to know and we want to learn from him 100 lessons from his practical experience in the real world. Over to you, Dr. A.K. Das.
My dear esteemed chairpersons and esteemed colleagues, and the thousands of audience who have joined for this phenomenal DiaCon meeting. Dear friends, I'm extremely grateful for being asked to deliver this inaugural keynote address, the beginning keynote address, and I have chosen a topic, 100 lessons from 100 years of insulin discovery. Dear friends, I will just describe the lessons, and I'm sure you will like it. It's a presentation with a difference. I will not be able to describe the entire 100 today. I have asked time to Vansibhai for tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Today I'll go up to about 25 minutes, by which time I have to stop. The lesson one was the Paul Langerhans and the pancreas. The photograph is here. Dear friends, a very pivotal event occurred in 1869 when a young German medical student by the name Paul Langerhans discovered the clusters of cells in the pancreas. These cells would go on later to be named after him as the islets of Langerhans. And dear friends, can you imagine what was his age by the time he discovered this keynote address, the beginning keynote address. Like carbohydrate, protein, fat that can be given each individual case customized while keeping the urine clear, because that time there's no blood sugar estimation. It was only urine, and the clear urine indicated that diet is effective. So the effort was to keep the person of diabetics with diet to keep the urine clear, not reflecting the sugar, keep the urine clear. But it was one of very important scientists who said, and no less a person, my dear friends, Elliot Joslin, he said in the lesson 4, diet was not all. Despite such strict diet approach, therapeutic success was measured only in months of life. The patient cannot live long only by starvation and diet restriction. We need something else. We need medication. This was noted from a quote by Elliot Jocelyn. Jocelyn says, quote, I quote, since diabetes is always found why to prolong the agony? Why not let the poor child eat as much as he wants? Be happy while he lasts for few days. Because Elliot Jocelyn later on again went on to stay, we have to prolong life by the starvation diet, strict dieting, because the cure may be in the hand, at hand within 1 year. See the prophetic expression of Elliot Jocelyn. Let the child fast, let the child be in agony, but let the life be prolonged. We do not know. The discovery of insulin is round the corner. It might come tomorrow. That was the expression of Elliot Jocelyn from the Jocelyn Diabetes Center fame. Lesson number 5 was the role of pancreatic extract. Dear friends, it was very, very prophetic. Just listen to this. In 1915, insulin discovered in 1921-22. In 1915, an American researcher called Israel Kleiner showed that pancreatic extracts load glucose in a pancreatectomy animal, that is pancreatectomized dog. So he showed for the first time that Kleiner showed that if you take out the pancreas, then they showed that and you give this pancreatic extract to the person who does not have the dog who doesn't have pancreas, you can lower the blood glucose. But he could not pursue his work because there was transfer. He moved to another university in 1999. And in that university, Kleiner, see the fate, did not have the appropriate animal facility. So dear friends, it's very important to work in a place where you have research facility. The role of pancreatic extras dawned upon Kleiner, but he had no way, no animal facility to pursue his research interest. Similarly, not only Kleiner, there was Romanian physiologist whose name is very famous. He's called Nicolae Polescu. He showed that pancreatic extracts load the glucose in the pancreatectomized animal. The pancreatic extract does work and lowers it. Therefore, lesson number 6, even though Israel Kleiner and Nicolae Polescu showed that pancreatic extracts load glucose in pancreatectomized animals, as early as 1916, the discovery had to wait for a few more years. You know why? There was no connectivity between the institutes that time. They could not approach anybody. How to purify this extract? What Colib did for the discovery? So days of no connectivity, no appropriate approach to talk to others, connect to others, did not allow them to reach the end of the research. Lesson number 7, my dear friends, I have called it Eureka moment. Dear friends, every day, my younger friends, every day keep aside some time for thinking. It is an idea which can change the world. Early in the morning of October, Banting was preparing for a lesson on carbohydrate metabolism for the physiology students. He was teaching in the Toronto University. He has prepared a lecture for the undergraduate students, physiology students, regarding the carbohydrate metabolism. Banting awoke from the sleep after he had prepared for the class and wrote down the following. And this idea, I again repeat, this idea in lesson number 7 changed the world scenario. He wrote in that piece of paper, I have his handwriting in photograph. It is not coming out clear. I'm showing what he wrote. He wrote, I quote, ligate pancreatic ducts of a dog. Keep dog alive till acini in the pancreas degenerate, leaving behind the islet. Try to isolate the internal secretion of these to relieve glycosuria. So you extract that secretion from the islets and then see whether this secretion of the islet can relieve glycosuria. That was the idea dawned upon Banting, which produced Sinayo, and that happened in October, and the discovery came in January. Dear friends, this is a very important lesson in science. Lesson number 8 in science: when you can, you share. When you can, you share. The science develops by sharing. I must tell you, I mean, I'm just talking to my audience. I have found these qualities there with our president of the DIACON and RSSDI. Bansi Bhai shares everything with his fellow colleagues. Now, what happened? Banting this time met a professor, J.J.R. MacLeod. He was from the Aberdeen. You know, Aberdeen is in England, Aberdeen University. He was the head of physiology, and he was holding a chair, a named chair, named after a very famous physiologist. From the Aberdeen, MacLeod moved to Toronto and was a very highly respected expert on the carbohydrate metabolism. Banting offered to implement his ideas regarding the ligation of pancreatic duct in the MacLeod's lab. You have to share your thought with the worthy people. If you keep it to yourself thinking that somebody will steal it away, you will not. But appropriate person, you share the idea. Although skeptical, you know, MacLeod, oh, what this surgeon, Banting was an orthopedic surgeon. He said, what this surgeon is telling, he was a bit skeptical. But what he did, he accepted this offer and willing to give him a chance. Okay, I'll give some space to this orthopedic surgeon Banting in my lab. And it was called a dingy lab, just very small dingy lab, not very lighted, because he knew that Banting has expertise as a surgeon. So he will be able to do the pancreatic duct ligation. He will be able to see that the acini degenerate. He will be able to see the islet secretion is isolated. In May 21, Banting and MacLeod began these experimentations. Lesson number 9, the role of teamwork is crucial. But Banting and MacLeod, a surgeon with a brilliant idea, a person with a lot of lab space, was not enough. They needed the help to measure glucose level, and hence they recruited this young boy whose photograph you're seeing here, Charles Best. He was a recent graduate of the 4th year physiology, and he was chosen to work. Dear friends, I have not put it here, but you know how he was chosen? 2 students of physiology applied for this position in the Banting and MacLeod's lab to measure the blood glucose. They were biochemistry physiology student. They knew how to, but it was by toss, and the toss Charles Best won, and he was given the place, and lo and behold, he got the Nobel Prize. Dear friends, whatever you do, you must scientifically communicate. The blood sugar as the 5th vital sign, many people thought it was Bansi Bhai and his colleagues who took it to 1 million plus people. So you must communicate. Scientific research, scientific ideas, scientific papers, scientific news must be communicated. This dog experiments continued throughout the summer of 1921. You know, May month started, so entire summer it continued. And in November, apparently still ignorant of similar work done elsewhere, a case series of dogs successfully treated with the pancreatic extract. You know, previously Nicholas had treated, previously Kleiner had treated, but it was the MacLeod and Banting who first presented few dogs who were treated with the pancreatic extract, and he submitted this to the Journal of Laboratory and Clinical Medicine in November 1921. So the person who communicates first, who writes first, who gives the news to the world first, is the one who gets recognized. Dear friend, animal research played an important role. Please remember, I mean, I'm not casting aspersion on any politician. Please excuse me. But I must tell you, it is hard to imagine what would have happened if research on dogs had been prohibited that time. Insulin might not have been developed at all, or at least it would have taken 1 decade longer. How many people have died in 1 decade? I think we can safely say that animal research saved many, many lives. Lesson number 11, I want to say it loud and clear from the top of my voice. Banting hypothesized that it may be easier to prepare the extract from a fetal calf pancreas before its development of exocrine pancreatic cells. Banting and Best retrieved and processed several fetal fat pancreata from a slaughterhouse and successfully tested their extract on a diabetic dog. After finding that their extract was soluble in alcohol and could be isolated from readily available adult bovine pancreas, they began a longevity study on a dog. You know what was the dog's name? Dog was called Great Marjorie. And with this extract, she ultimately survived 17 days. See the photograph of Marjorie with Banting and Best. Lesson number 12. They found, nevertheless, crude extract have less efficacy and prone to immune reaction. You know, many people who are given that extract subsequently, not that time, they developed skin infection. They developed autoimmune reactions. They developed ulcerations. On January 11, 1922, Leonard Thompson, a 13-year-old boy with a 2-year history of type 1 diabetes, was injected with Banting and Best pancreatic extract. You know what it was called? From the pages of history, it was called MacLeod's serum. He was injected while an inpatient while the Leonard Thompson was an inpatient at the Toronto General Hospital. Unfortunately, it caused local abscess. You know why I told you? It was not pure. It was impure at the injection site of Leonard Thompson and did not clearly lower the blood glucose. The condition of Leonard Thompson, he became infected. They could not see the lowering of the blood glucose. Then started the process of purification, lesson 13. So, dear friends, the important lesson in insulin is the step of purification. Many people have tried to produce insulin. The rate limiting step, the most important step in the insulin discovery is the purification. James Cullip, a biochemist, went on to purify the extract, and Leonard Thompson experienced complete resolution of glucosuria and ketonuria for 2 days. Dear friends, the basic scientists hold the key. James Cullip, a biochemist, went on to purify the extracts, and Leonard Thompson experienced complete resolution of glycosuria and ketonuria for 2 days. And you see James Cullip photograph. Lesson 14, the extract was named insulin. A paper describing the first 7 patients successfully treated with the extract was published in the Canadian Medical Association, like our IMA journal, in the Canadian Medical Association journal in the March 1922. On the 3rd May 1922, exactly after 2 months, this extract was referred to as insulin for the first time on the 3rd May 1922. Vansibai, we must also celebrate this day. It was called insulin that day for the first time by MacLeod. While speaking at a major conference in Washington, D.C., it was MacLeod for the first time who spoke about this serum, MacLeod's serum, and referred to this substance as insulin on this fateful day, 3rd May 1922. And the insulin was first prescribed, first manufactured by the Lilly lab. And no, this is presented here. But dear friend, the lesson is that scientists must have the act of kindness. You know what Banting, Best, and Cullip and MacLeod said? Insulin belongs to the whole world, not to me, Banting, not to me, Best, not to me, Cullip, not to me, MacLeod. He said insulin belongs to humanity. So the entire patent right of the insulin, they gave to Toronto General Hospital and University for $3 Canadian, not American, half of that, $3 Canadian. That is why insulin became affordable. Lesson 16, you know, whatever you do, the Toronto General Hospital had that Connaughton's lab, but Connaughton's lab capacity to produce insulin was limited. The rapidly growing demand for therapy and the clinical testing it could not meet. George Klaus, the first director of research at Eli Lilly, signed a 1-year agreement with the University of Toronto that allowed Connaughton and Eli Lilly together to collaborate on developing methods of large-scale insulin production. This facilitated Connaughton's lab's ability to supply all of the insulin required for Canadian needs and allowed Eli Lilly to become the first company to manufacture insulin for the US. Dear friends, I will stop after the 17 and I will request to come back for the other part of the talk, 2 other parts, whenever Bansibhai gives time. The roadmap to Nobel Prize. You know, Nobel Prize, it is a fateful Nobel Prize that it was discovered in 2122 and Nobel Prize was announced in 1923. No other molecule in the world has been awarded Nobel Prize, no other discovery within such a short time. It was August Krogh. He was a Danish physician. He was himself a recipient Nobel Prize. He visited US in 1922 and Canada. He was accompanied by his wife, and his wife had been diagnosed as diabetes by the Hans Hagedorn, that famous Hagedorn laboratory. He was by Hans Hagedorn. His wife was diagnosed to be diabetic. Upon hearing the discovery of insulin for diabetes earlier that year, Mary, the wife of August Krogh, convinced her husband to contact MacLeod and offer to add Toronto to his tour. He was on a lecture to America. So his wife said, my dear husband, please write to MacLeod that you must go to Toronto to give a talk. He's a Nobel laureate. August Krogh was a Nobel laureate. And you give this talk in the Toronto and meet MacLeod because this will save my life. I think we do not listen to our wives, but August Krogh listened to his wife. During this visit, Dr. Krogh went to Toronto, met Banting and the rest of the insulin team, including MacLeod, and secured the rights to produce insulin in Denmark for Scandinavian countries. This initiative led to the founding of the Nordisk laboratories. Following that, Novo and Nordisk merged together as one single company. This also led Professor Krogh to spearhead the campaign to nominate the work of Banting and MacLeod pertaining to the discovery of insulin for the Nobel Prize in Physiology in Medicine. Dear friends, you need good friends in good place. You need good advocates to talk about your work. And August Krogh did that for the work of the Banting and MacLeod. Of course, subsequently of the MacLeod, of the Best and Colip, and said that this discovery of insulin is a path-breaking discovery and Nobel Prize in Medicine must be given to them. And lo and behold, on October 25th, 1923, the Nobel Prize was awarded in the beginning to Banting and MacLeod, but ultimately it was shared to this fabulous 4. Banting shared his prize with the Best, and he was given Nobel Prize also. And MacLeod shared his prize with Colip, who discovered the purified form of the insulin which was used. So dear friends, this fabulous 4 are responsible for the discovery of insulin. Dear friends, thank you very much for your patient hearing. I must stop here because I have taken the time allotted to me. I don't want to exceed. I invite you to come back and Dr. Bansi Shabu will intimate when will the next part of the talk. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed speaking to you this afternoon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Sandeep sir.
Dr. Jawar, you want to...
Thank you, Professor Das. I have heard him several times. He was my professor also, friend, my senior. And to name him means just to show a lamp before the sun also. He has produced thousands and thousands of medical graduates, postgraduates, working in India, abroad also. He's a teacher, he's a professor of my son also. And I must respect, but I must respect to Bansi Sabu also. I doubt he's a superman in diabetic in India. I doubt whether he sleeps, he takes his food or not. 2 days back, he made us awake for 7 days. We collected more than 10,000 people in diabetics in his defeat diabetics also, in Rath Yatra also. Every month we are having some program. I was suffering from some ill health. I have recovered completely. I want to join the channel fully. Since it is a keynote address, we cannot ask any question or answer. We love to hear his other journey of, from 1922 to till today, we want to hear from Professor Das in later on. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Bansi Bhai, for giving us this opportunity to be as chairperson in this keynote lecture. I guess we can move ahead.
Good afternoon, all. Wonderful talk by respected Dr. A.K. Das, sir. And now we are entering our third part of the conference, Diacon. I would like to congratulate Bansi Sabu, sir, for a wonderful, wonderful event. And many congratulations for successfully running a Defeat Diabetes program and sending a Vijay Rath to Delhi from Ahmedabad yesterday. We all know that diabetic patients are mainly suffering from cardiac problem. Capture study data says that 1 out of 3 is having established ASCVD, and most common cause of death in diabetic patient is also a cardiac problem. So to discuss heart and diabetes, we are planning a new symposium, and for that we have a chairperson, Dr. V.V. Ramkumar from Gantur, and my friend, when we study our MD together, Dr. Pradeep Dalwadi from Surat. So over to chairperson for the Heart and Diabetic Symposium. Dr. Pradeep.
Yeah. So shall we start the session? Yeah.
You are audible.
Am I audible?
Audible, but voice is a little crackling.
Okay.
Now you are audible.
So, okay. So we'll start the session. This session is dedicated to diabetes and cardiovascular disease. And we have 3 lectures in this eminent speaker. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Antonio Cerello for his talk. He'll be talking to us about new evidence of glucose variability and cardiovascular complication of diabetes mellitus. We know that glycemic variability is related with increased risk of cardiovascular complication. Now, how glycemic variability is related to cardiovascular complication, this will be highlighted to us by Dr. Antonio Cerello. Shall we have a resume of Dr. Antonio? Yes. So, Dr. Antonio Cerello is the head of research diabetes department at Italy. So, Professor Cerello has published widely in area of diabetes over 500 original paper with H index of 104. He chaired the International Diabetes Federation Committee for the development in 2008 and in 2011 update of guidelines for managed milk glucose. Currently, he is the president of European Society for Study of Diabetes Study Group, Diabetes and Cardiovascular Disease. He also served as a board member of 2019 European Society of Cardiology Guidelines on Diabetes, Pre-Diabetes, Cardiovascular Disease Development in collaboration with EASD. He also served as associate editor of Diabetes Care from 2003 to 2011 and associate editor of Diabetes Medicine.
I think Dr. Pradeep has some network issue. Dr. Antonio, sir, you can start with your talk, I think.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the kind invitation, and it's a really pity that I cannot join personally such a meeting. I was so happy 2 years ago to be personally also with my wife visiting the wonderful country of India for the past meeting. I hope to have the chance again very soon to be live in your country. Anyhow, today I will share with you the new evidence about glucose variability and cardiovascular complications of diabetes. These are my conflicts of interest. You know very well from the DCCT edict that in this study, the role of hyperglycemia in conditioning the development of a cardiovascular complication was clarified. In type 1 diabetes, intensive blood glucose control is able to reduce the risk for cardiovascular disease, so showing that if you control glycemia, you can also get some benefit in reducing cardiovascular risk. And similarly, in type 2 diabetes, the UKPDS, and particularly the long-term follow-up, was also able to show the benefit of controlling hyperglycemia, in this case in type 2 diabetes. And after this, you know, several trials were planned to confirm that intensive glucose control can protect people with diabetes from cardiovascular disease. The results were somehow disappointing. You know the problem of the Accord, where an increase in total mortality was shown in the intensive arm treatment. But if you look at the several meta-analyses, I'm just showing one of the most famous, you see that when all the studies are combined, and it's clear that a good glycemic control can have some benefit even when or a previous cardiovascular event is already present. You see here in this meta-analysis the impact of intensive control, the glycemic control on non-fatal myocardial infarction, and there is and the total mortality is not affected. So in other words, it seems that optimizing glucose control can help to prevent cardiovascular disease in diabetes. Over here, we learned that A1C is considered the gold standard to assess the glycemic control in diabetes. You see here is a study who tried to find a correlation between A1C and the level of a fasting glycemia in order to somehow predict what means A1C in terms of glycemic control, in particular in terms of glycemia. So the question is, if A1C is the gold standard of glycemic control and represents really the overall glycemic control of people with diabetes, if somebody with the type 1 diabetes, meaning without any other concomitant comorbidities, you know, type 1 diabetes, they are often young, without insulin resistance, without high blood pressure, dyslipidemia, so on. So if in people with type 1 diabetes, A1C is always in good range, meaning under control, you do not expect any impact on complication. In other words, if A1C is represented the gold standard of overall glycemic control in the life of a type 1 diabetes, you have always a good control in terms of A1C in the range, you do not expect the appearance of complications. But this is not the case. The Swedish Diabetes Registry, which is a very important long-term study of including overall almost all the Swedish population, was able to show that even in people having type 1 diabetes, having always almost all the life a good A1C, the incidence of cardiovascular events was anyhow higher than a control, meaning that probably A1C is not enough to catch all the aspects of a glycemic control. And clearly, this is the logical conclusion of this data. So you know that in normal people, after the meal, glycemia does not go higher than 140, is always under control. But in diabetes, the situation is different. After the meal, you can have a huge increase of glycemia. And IDF, several years ago, published specific guidelines looking at the effect of postprandial hyperglycemia, not only on cardiovascular events, but also in terms of impact on overall glycemic control. And the recommendation of a level, which was a level 1+, meaning very high level of recommendation, was that targeting both postprandial plasma glucose and fasting plasma glucose is an important strategy for achieving optimal glycemic control. And usually, we measure glycemia after the meal after 2 hours, but recently it has been proposed that the glycemia after 1 hour could be even more dangerous than the glycemia after 2 hours. A huge amount of literature is already or today supporting this evidence, and the explanation seems to be very simple, and it is because after 1 hour, usually glycemia is higher than after 2 hours. So having high glucose level after 1 hour, you can expect that it is more dangerous than what you see after 2 hours. But it's surprising that what we do in the clinical practice is just measure glycemia after the meal after 2 hours. Why? Because if you have already existing guidelines from ADA, AACE, IDF, you see that the recommendation is to measure glycemia at 1 hour, an hour and a half, never at 2 hours. So what we do usually in clinical practice is not fitted, it does not fit with what is reported in the guidelines. And probably this should be considered for the future. Anyhow, so we have a first proof that A1C is not enough. You must also consider postprandial hyperglycemia if you want to catch other aspects of glycemia. These are real data from real life in type 1 diabetes. You see this population, the median A1C is very good, it's 6.7%. So you could be happy, but this is not the case. Using continuous glucose monitoring, you see how glycemia goes up and down, showing a huge variability over the day, and even having a good A1C. This does not mean that the glycemia is under a good control. And the first study reporting that this variability of blood glucose can be an independent risk factor for cardiovascular mortality was published more than 20 years ago from an Italian group from Verona. They were able to show that the variability of fasting glucose in years, let's say 10 years, was predicting a high risk of cardiovascular mortality in type 2 diabetes. After this, we had several epidemiological studies, but all this evidence has been confirmed in the post-hoc analysis of several well-known clinical trials. You find the confirmation that the glucose variability is a risk factor, particularly for cardiovascular disease in type 2 diabetes, in the ADVANCE, in the DIVO, the VADT, the EMPA-REG, all HAT, and the ACCORD. So the evidence is very, very strong. And this is why a couple of years ago, we published this review just showing all the aspects, just justifying why glucose variability must be considered an independent risk factor for cardiovascular and microvascular complications in diabetes. However, the story is, I'm sorry, not ending with the glucose variability, because today we have other markers of glucose control, particularly is emerging the value of the so-called glucose timing range, meaning how much time somebody spent in normal range of glycemia over the day. And this is very important to understand to the meaning. Why? Because you see here 3 situations in which with the same A1C, the timing range is very different. And according to the percent spent in this range of good glycemic control, you see that somebody could be considered in poor or excellent glycemic control, not just. So meaning that A1C is really not enough to understand the situation of somebody. Another information is that when you use SMBG to check the glucose control, this again is not enough. While if you use continuous glucose monitoring, you can get information that otherwise you can lose using simply SMBG. So today we have evidence that time in range, particularly using CGM, could be very, very helpful in understanding the overall glycemic control of people with diabetes. And why this is important is immediate to understand that if somebody is in normal control, this is good. But we have already evidence linking that the level of time in range with the risk of complications, including cardiovascular complications. More time is spent in the range of glycemia, better is the situation in terms of complications. And this is not true only for diabetes. You see here that in this study performed in a critical care setting, people without diabetes who spent in the range of glucose between 70 and 140 milligram deciliter, more than 80% over the stay in the hospital, had a better prognosis than the others not having this condition. However, when we speak about glucose variability, we usually think about the peaks, but the glucose variability also means valley in terms of risk of hypoglycemia. And evidence shows that high variability of glycemia is linked to high risk of hypoglycemic episodes. And we know very well that hypoglycemia by itself is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. This emerged by several studies. I'm just showing one of the most known study, the ADVANCE. We see here that higher was the percent of hypoglycemia, higher was the risk for cardiovascular complications. But what probably is less known is that hypoglycemia is also an independent risk factor for progression of atherosclerosis. So any episode of hypoglycemia also accelerates the risk of atherosclerosis. And this must be also taken into account when you plan the therapy, because avoiding hypoglycemia is a very important strategy in order to also avoid the risk for not only for cardiovascular event, but also for the progression of atherosclerosis. However, I'm sorry, it's a never-ending story. Why? Because, okay, if you are very good, careful, and anyhow you have an episode of hypoglycemia, it's very important how you recover from hypoglycemia. In this study performed in cells and in rats, you see that inducing hypoglycemia and recovering with hyperglycemia was accompanied by a worsening situation, particularly by a huge increase of oxidative stress. But this is true not only for cells and animals, but also for humans, unfortunately. In this study published some years ago, we were able to show that if you induce hypoglycemia, there is a worsening of endothelial function, an increase of oxidative stress and inflammation. And if you recover inducing hyperglycemia, the situation is worsens, is not improving. So this means that also today is very important how you recover from hypoglycemia and must be avoided the increase producing hypoglycemia post-hypoglycemia. I don't know if I've convinced you that when we speak about the glycemic control today, something is very different, just only considering A1C. But I believe that the story of glucose variability, time in range, is strongly supported by this evidence. In this study, healthy normal people were wearing a continuous glucose monitoring continuously for 1 month. And the evidence is that in normal people, glycemia never goes up 140 or down 70 milligram deciliter. And my explanation is that this is not happening because otherwise any spike is very dangerous. The nature spends a lot of energy to keep glucose in a strict narrow range, always in the life of human beings. And the meaning, my opinion, is that otherwise any swing could be very dangerous. So, dear colleague, today the approach of the perfect management of hyperglycemia is a little bit more complex than we believed only a few years ago. A1C alone is not enough. Fasting glucose is not enough, but you need to be as much as possible in the range of a normal glucose to avoid short-term and long-term glucose variability, to control postprandial hyperglycemia, either at 1 hour, and 2 hours, and to avoid hypoglycemia. And if this happens, to be careful in how you recover from hypoglycemia, avoiding the production of hyperglycemia. So this is the situation today. Clinically complicated, I understand. It's so complicated to almost normalize the glycemia of people with diabetes in order to get the best. But the evidence is there. This is a science, and so is why we able to confirm this. Thank you very much for the.
Thank you, Antonio. It was real great. If you have any question.
Yes, Pradeep. Hello.
Pradeep, you start the next session.
Yeah.
Can I introduce the next speaker?
Yes.
Bansi, can I introduce the next
Yes,
speaker?
Dr. Ram Kumar, you can introduce, please.
Yeah. Can you put the slide?
Please.
Yeah.
Slide is there, sir.
First of all, congratulations, Bansi ji, for everything. And it gives me great pleasure in introducing Dr. Inash Shalaut. She did MSc Internal Medicine from Cairo University and MD Internal Medicine from Cairo University, President of Arabic Association for the Study of Diabetes and Metabolism. It is AASD. And she is the Professor of Internal Medicine and Diabetes, Faculty of Medicine, Cairo University from 2004 until now. Presently, she is working as the Professor of Internal Medicine and Diabetes, Cairo University. She is consultant, New Qasar Al Aini Teaching Hospital, worked as a chairman of Internal Medicine Department, Faculty of Medicine, Cairo University, and worked as honorary lecturer diabetes. She did diabetes diploma from Cardiff University, United Kingdom, for 5 years. I invite her, and she's going to talk what diabetologists are giving my message to cardiologists. It's a very interesting talk because about diabetes control and other new concepts. We are working on not only on diabetes control, but we are thinking of other factors more than glycemic control. I request Dr. Inas, please go ahead, madam.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this important and elegant conference. And I'm going to talk about diabetes and cardiovascular disease, a message from diabetologists to cardiologists. And let me start with the association between diabetes and the heart. Patients with diabetes are at increased risk for myocardial infarction, and diabetes is considered a coronary risk equivalent by the National Cholesterol Educational Program. And type 2 diabetic patients with prior myocardial infarction has the same risk of developing myocardial infarction as non-diabetics who have already a myocardial infarction. And let me start with this figure. The relation between type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease is complex, involving multiple possibility and interactions. There is inflammation in the form of high C-reactive protein, interleukin 6, interleukin 1, tumor necrosis factor alpha, and dyslipidemia, small dense LDL cholesterol, hypertriglyceridemia, and oxidative stresses, advanced glycation and products, and endothelial dysfunction by different increase in cytokines and inflammatory markers, and gross hormone system in like and hypercoagulability. A message to diabetologists: cardiovascular disease and risk management in asymptomatic patients. The routine screening for coronary artery disease is not recommended because it does not improve outcomes, but atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease risk factors should be targeted. To consider investigation for coronary artery disease in the presence of any of the following atypical cardiac symptoms, for example, unexplained dyspnea, chest discomfort, signs or symptoms of increased vascular disease, including carotid bereavement, transient ischemic attack, or stroke, and evidence in electrocardiography or in ECG like Q waves. And according to the UKPGS, there was modifiable risk factors for coronary artery disease existing in patients with type 2 diabetes. These are 5 modifiable risk factors, which are increased LDL cholesterol, decreased HDL cholesterol, raised blood pressure, hypoglycemia, and smoking. And for management, improve survival in patients with type 2 diabetes and myocardial infarction. Also, introduction of evidence-based pharmacological treatment, including renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system inhibitors, beta blockers, statins, oral antiplatelet therapy, and early revascularization is associated with a lower 1-year mortality in coronary patients with type 2 diabetes. According to the UKPGS, there's a reduction of any diabetes-related endpoints 12%, and microvascular complication 25%, myocardial infarction 16% in those patients who had intensive glycemic control. And in STENO2 trial, there was very beneficial impact of intensified multifactorial interventions in patients with type 2 diabetes with microalbuminuria. And in a Swedish diabetes registry, type 2 diabetes with all the 5 risk factors, the modifiable 5 risk factors reaching the recommended target, they had little or no excess risk of death or myocardial infarction or stroke compared with general population. We now can associate standard care 2021, and in this glycemic treatment AGA 2021 consensus, metformin is preferred initial pharmacological agent for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. And patients with type 2 diabetes with stable heart failure, metformin can be continued for glucose lowering if the GFR is above 30 milli per minute, but should be avoided in unstable or hospitalized patients with heart failure. And once initiated, metformin should consume metformin and, of course, including insulin. These are some considerations when treating or using pharmacotherapy for type 2 diabetes. As a first-line therapy, comprehensive lifestyle management and metformin, and the question, high risk or established atherosclerotic heart failure or chronic kidney disease, if yes, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease predominate or heart failure predominate or CKD predominate, we are going to see now how we will proceed, and if not, patient can use whatever medication according to the need to minimize hypoglycemia, the need to minimize weight gain, or to promote weight loss. Early combination therapy can be considered for some patients to reach the target, and a patient-centered approach should be used to guide the choice of therapy according on weight, cost, risk for side effects, and of course the patient preference. This is the AGA 2021. When we see in the first line, we can usually start with metformin together with lifestyle modification, and then to check if the patient is having an evidence or risk for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, or having heart failure, or having CKD. And let me enlarge this area of the guideline. Atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or indicators of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, like age more than 55 years with coronary or carotid or lower extremity disease, then we should start with G1 receptor benefit or SGLT2 inhibitor with proven cardiovascular benefit. If the patient is having heart failure, particularly HFrEF, reduced ejection fraction, then SGLT2 inhibitor with proven benefit on this population is used. And if the patient is having CKD, if CKD with albuminuria, then there is SGLT2 inhibits primary progression. This is the most preferable medication in this case. Then, according to AGA 2021, among patients with type 2 diabetes who have established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or indicators of high risk for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or established chronic kidney disease or heart failure, we should use SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 receptor agonist with demonstrated cardiovascular disease benefit. And it is used as a part of the glucose lowering regime independent of hemoglobin A1C level to reduce the risk of major adverse cardiovascular events. And this concept was based on the very important trial, the EMPIRIC trial, when empagliflozin significantly lowers the 3-point MACEs, and it reduced significantly hospitalization for heart failure, 35%. And these are the proposed mechanism of benefit of SGLT2 inhibitors, either through glycosuria or natriuresis. For glycosuria, a negative caloric balance reduced total body fat mass, decreased epicardial fat content, decreasing inflammation and decreasing fibrosis, improving cardiac contractility. All these parameters will lead to cardiac and renal protection, together with natriuresis, reducing the blood pressure, reducing the arterial stiffness, reducing the myocardial stretch, decreasing ventricular arrhythmia. Really, these are very important mechanisms of benefit of SGLT2 inhibitors, which need to be confirmed. And again, according to the AGA 2021, we can find that metformin has a possible benefit on atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and it is neutral on heart failure. SGLT2 inhibitors like empagliflozin and canagliflozin have benefits on atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and all the three SGLT2 inhibitors have benefits on heart failure. GLP-1 receptor agonists, some of them are having benefit on the atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease like liraglutide and semaglutide, and they are neutral on heart failure. GPP4 inhibitors neutral on both, except for saxagliptin, which may be having a potential risk on heart failure. Thiazolidine diones, we all know that piclitazone may have a potential benefit on atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, but there is increased risk for heart failure. And both sulfonylurea and insulin are neutral as regards heart failure or atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Now I come to an important topic, insulin and the heart, and these are the effects of insulin on endothelium. Some are unfavorable effects. There is increased endothelin, reduced fibrinolysis, increased intraplaque angiogenesis, and the favorable include increased nitric oxide, decreased inflammatory mediators, decreased oxidative stress, and decreased thrombogenesis. So these are some benefits and some side effects of the use of insulin. The intensive glycemic control is achievable with insulin therapy, and intensified insulin regime increase the side effects like weight gain and hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is associated with an increased risk of cardiovascular events in insulin-treated patients. And there is speculation about pro and anti-atherogenic effect of insulin. This is still debated. The side effects and benefits of increasing insulin doses should be weighed carefully. A bimodal effect of insulin is anti-atherogenic effect at low doses of insulin and the pro-atherogenic effect at higher doses of insulin. These are the consequences and complications of hypoglycemia on the heart and on the cardiovascular disease. We can find increased inflammation, manifesting by increased C-reactive protein, increased interleukin-6. There is about the mechanism, there is increased platelet activation, increased factor 7, and sympathoadrenal responses, rhythm abnormality, heart rate variability, hemodynamic changes, increased adrenaline, increased contractility, oxygen consumption, and heart workload, and there is endothelial dysfunction and reduced vasodilatation. ECG abnormality. There is abnormality in atrioventricular conduction, ventricular depolarization and repolarization. There is prolongation of QT interval, R wave amplification, and T wave flattening. And this study is a retrospective observation study done on more than 800,000 patients, assessing the relation between hypoglycemic event and acute cardiovascular disease. 3.1% of these patients had a hypoglycemic event during the evaluation period, and of this 3%, hypoglycemic events had 79% higher odds for acute cardiovascular event in patients without, compared to patients without hypoglycemic events. Also, sleep blunts the response to hypoglycemia was shown in this trial. Baseline was defined as mean blood glucose value and at 0 and 20 minutes. When a cardiologist see a diabetes case with an acute worsening of glucose control, or a diabetologist or a cardiologist see a case of acute worsening of glucose control, we can think of many causes of this, but one of these causes is myocardial infarction. The diabetic cardiologist and vice versa. Maintenance of strict glycemic control improve long-term microvascular outcome in patients with type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and intensive glycemic control in type 1 diabetes has a beneficial effect, which is 58% reduction in major cardiovascular events on macrovascular outcomes. In type 2 diabetes with several risk factors for cardiovascular disease, any beneficial effect of intensive glycemic control on macrovascular disease is likely to be less than control of blood pressure and lipid level. In the acute setting, the evidence of benefit from strict glycemic control with insulin therapy with myocardial infarction is limited. And according to the nice guidelines to manage hypoglycemia in acute cardiovascular event, don't routinely offer intensive insulin therapy, and to manage hyperglycemia by keeping the blood glucose below 11 millimole or 200 per deciliter hypoglycemia. And let me finish with this slide. The poor glycemic control in diabetic patient and stress hyperglycemia in non-diabetic patient is associated with worse outcomes after acute myocardial infarction, and there is diminished benefit from thrombolysis in type 2 diabetes subjects with elevated ST segment myocardial infarction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, madam, for your nice lecture. And you gave a very comprehensive view what about the diabetes control and the benefit of diabetes control and the problems with hypoglycemia and other things. I think we gave a message to the cardiologist that better the diabetes control, it is better to will have outcomes. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions. Any questions?
There is no question in chat box, sir. We can move for the next talk.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So for the last talk of this session, I would like to invite Dr.
Ram sir, Dr. Pradeep has a poor network. You can introduce the third speaker.
It's great pleasure in inviting Dr. Amelia Gastardelli. And Amelia Gastardelli is the Research Director of Cardiometabolic Risk Laboratory at the Institute of Clinical Physiology of CNR of Pisa. Pisa, we know it's a tourist spot. All of us visited. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is famous, and Italy, and adjunct associate professor at the Division of Diabetes of University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. She received in 2014 National Habilitation for full professor in endocrinology and for associate professor in bioengineering. She has more than 20 years experience. She has more than 20 years experience in leading national and international scientific projects investigating metabolic diseases, including obesity, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and type 2 diabetes. These include alterations in glucose and lipid metabolism, insulin resistance, and ectopic fat accumulation. She is also collaborating with many institutions in Europe and United States, recently recognized among the top Italian women scientists for biomedical sciences. In 2011, she initiated and is currently the chair of EASD-NAFLD study group, which provides a joint forum for diabetologists and hepatologists to explore the diagnosis, pathogenesis, and treatment of NAFLD and NASH. She was a member of EASD-ESO committee for the clinical practice guidelines for the management of NAFLD. Since 2010, she is the director of European chapter of the American College of Nutrition, member of board of directors of American College of Nutrition, member of the publications committee of the Journal of the American College of Nutrition, and member of the board of European Group for the Study of Insulin Resistance. She has published more than 200 articles in international journals and book chapters with the global H index of 75 and more than 14,000 citations. It's very great. She is also associated editor of the Journal of American College of Nutrition and reviewer for more than 25 international peer-reviewed journals. She is going to talk about the adipose tissue and liver and the complications. Madam, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you to all the organizer for inviting me today. And as you said, I will talk about the link between adipose tissue, liver, and the heart in the development of heart disease. See if I can. I have no conflict of interest for this presentation. As you all know, NAFLD is the accumulation of fat in the liver, and it's important because it can progress to a more severe state that is non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, and with fibrosis that can also lead to cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma, and is becoming the major cause for liver transplantation. Right now, it is estimated that the global prevalence of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is about 25%. That means 1 in 4 person has NAFLD. And this prevalence is much higher in the diabetic population because it is estimated that about half of the patients with diabetes might have NAFLD. Might have because most of these are still undiagnosed. And if obesity and type 2 diabetes are together, they also can significantly increase the prevalence of steatohepatitis, that is the most severe form of NAFLD. And as you can see here, in obese, that can be up to 15 to 55%, and the NASH. And in diabetic, it could be up to 80% of subjects with NAFLD that have also NASH. So this is very important also for the understanding the pathophysiology of this disease. In regard to this presentation, what is important is that there is an increased prevalence of comorbidities in NAFLD NASH. That is not only obesity, metabolic syndrome, but also type 2 diabetes, hyperlipidemia, hypertriglyceridemia, but also cardiovascular disease like hypertension, coronary artery disease, and chronic kidney disease. So NAFLD patients have a higher risk of fatal and non-fatal cardiovascular events. And as you can see in this meta-analysis that was published by the one of Italian colleague, Giovanni Targer, you can see here that the odds ratio for fatal cardiovascular events is 3.28 in the NAFLD. That is quite high. Actually, is higher than in the general population. And because this one are NAFLD that could have or not have diabetes. So this is very important to follow people with liver fat because their risk for comorbidities, especially cardiovascular disease and type 2 diabetes, is much higher than in the general population. So it has been also shown that NAFLD is associated with atherosclerosis. And here is one of the studies from our colleague Giovanni Target that look in the population. These are mixed diabetic and non-diabetic. Those with NASH has a much higher carotid IMT, the intima media thickness, but also they had a higher percentage of metabolic syndrome. And but of course, so it's important to understand if it is a metabolic syndrome that is causing the increase in intima media thickness, or it is the NASH. And as you can see on the left, you can see that there are several factors that can promote the atherothrombosis that are related to the liver. So this is why it's very important. And among the mechanisms with the metabolic syndrome that are associated not with the liver are dysglycemia or insulin resistance, because it could be peripheral insulin resistance, but also arterial hypertension, heterogenic dyslipidemia, and abdominal obesity. So is this increase in intima media thickness really related to the liver, or related to the metabolic syndrome factor that are outside the liver? Because, for example, the visceral fat, the arterial hypertension, endothelial function, and so on. So we look in a population without diabetes and hypertension, that was the risk study, if there was any association between the fatty liver and the risk of coronary heart disease measured by the Framingham score. And we found that although this subject had not a very high risk, but the subject with fatty liver, you can see it here. Let me see if I can have like a laser pointer so you can see better. There was a much higher coronary heart disease risk. Also, about 20% of the subjects had a high risk. And these were the one with the high fatty liver. See, can I go ahead? Something is wrong. Yes. And this one, also in the same study, we look at the presence of early carotid plaque, and we found that it was the fatty liver index that was the best independent predictor of the presence of early carotid plaque. So also, and this is a study from the Mayo Clinic that look at a prospective study of 11 years that look at the development of coronary heart disease in a population of 300 subjects with NAFLD. And you see here that was the Framingham risk score was the high Framingham risk score at baseline was the one that was remained statistically significant with a odd ratio of 1.24 with the development of a coronary artery disease 11 years later. Also, subjects with hepatic steatosis have an increased risk of mortality and heart failure. Also, here you can see the heart failure event-free survival, and the blue are the subject with the low liver fat, the green are the one with the higher liver fat, and of course those with higher liver fat had the the worst prognosis for future liver, for future heart failure. And also, if in the group with NAFLD, there was the use of a FIB-4, that is a score to identify those with liver fibrosis, they found that those with a high risk of liver fibrosis, that is the group in black, were also the one that have a lower probability of event-free in among the subjects that were admitted for acute heart failure. And this was related to the increased risk of 1-year all-cause and cardiac hospital readmission. So the association with NAFLD with clinical myocardial remodeling was studied by Van Wagner and published in Hepatology 6 years ago. And they found that the NAFLD is independently associated with subclinical myocardial remodeling and dysfunction, and provides further insight into possible link with clinical heart failure, because they had increased cardiac output, increased left ventricular filling pressure, and also myocardial lipotoxicity and systemic inflammation. And here, instead, a study that looked at non-cirrhotic patients with NASH, and they found that hepatic steatosis and fibrosis are in significant association with diastolic heart dysfunction. And this association is linked with myocardial glucose uptake that was evaluated using FDG PET study. So while NAFLD increases the risk of cardiovascular disease, we know that usually hepatic fat doesn't come alone. These people, not only they are obese, but they have increased visceral fat. And these are major risk factors, because we know that people with this phenotype, not only they have high triglycerides, they also have low HDL cholesterol, increased liver enzyme, metabolic syndrome, and hypertension. And these are major risk factors for both type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So fatty liver is associated with increased VLDL secretion. And of course, VLDL are the large, very low density lipoprotein, but then they are become a low density lipoprotein. And you see here, as NAFLD has almost double the secretion rate of the normal subject without a fatty liver, and that how the increased production is proportional to the liver fat. And but not only liver fat, also among the traditional risk factor, the visceral obesity together with liver fat, it's important to for the global cardiometabolic risk. This is an old slide by Jean-Pierre Desprez, but it's still valid. And also the visceral fat and NASH are very much interconnected. Visceral fat is an independent predictor of advanced NASH with the odd ratio of 2.1 and of fibrosis with the odd ratio of 2.9, even when controlled for insulin-resistant and hepatic steatosis. And this group in Australia, this is a group of Jacob George, found that for each 1% increase in visceral fat, the odd ratio for increase in liver inflammation was 2.4, and for fibrosis 3.5. And this is a very recent study that was published and using the data from the Dallas Heart Study, UK Biobank. And here again, you see like the red one, that are the high visceral fat and the low liver fat, are the one with the higher cumulative cardiovascular events. And this was found both at the Dallas Heart Study and independently in the UK Biobank imaging study. So subjects that are metabolically unhealthy, that are normal weight or obese, they all have a fatty liver and visceral obesity. Of course, if you are obese, you have much higher fatty liver, fat in the liver and in the visceral compartment, but they also have insulin resistance, decreased cardiorespiratory fitness, and increase the carotid enema media thickness. And if there are genetic determinants, this profile is even worse. So looking also at the genes, it is important to mention that there are some genes that are highly related to development of NAFLD. And among these, there are the glucokinase receptor, the PNPLI3, and TM6SF2. But what was interesting is that all genes were related with the odd ratio to the coronary artery disease, development of coronary artery disease. But what is interesting is that only the GCKR is positively, has a odd ratio greater than 1, while the PNPLI3 and TM6S2, you see here, versus LDL cholesterol type 2 diabetes, they are protective because these are related to the secretion of the VLDL, LDL. And so since these are blocking the VLDL secretion, actually they keep the triglycerides into the liver. So they are actually increasing the risk of progression of NAFLD, but they are protecting the subject that have the mutation from instead the cardiovascular disease. So genes are also making an important impact relating NAFLD and cardiovascular. And so when we look at the entire population, we should take this into account. So NAFLD is related to all cardiac complications, not only coronary artery disease, but also heart failure, cardiac dysfunction, aortic valve sclerosis, atrial fibrillation. That this is a nice review, always also from the group of Giovanni Targer. And the mechanism, as I said, are linking the adipose tissue and the liver and the heart are this one. The adipose tissue, when it's insulin resistant, has a high lipolysis and releases FFA. And these FFA are first, especially the visceral fat, all the visceral fat FFA are taken up by the liver, that uses it to make triglycerides. So the triglycerides should be exported as VLDL, and then they are becoming LDL and are going back also to, in part to the liver, and in part they are used by the cells for triglyceride and cholesterol. So if there is a decreased uptake of the LDL or an increase, of course, increased VLDL secretion and decrease back of LDL into the liver or into the back into the organs, then we have an increased LDL that is contributing to make the plaque, not only in the periphery, but mainly in the coronary vessels, and this is causing the coronary artery disease. And so what is linking the liver, the heart, and the adipose tissue is actually that this excessive FFA, of course, not only is going to the liver, is going also to the muscle, but there are studies, independent studies that show that excessive FFA alone can induce insulin resistance. And insulin resistance, as we know, is related to hyperlipidemia, hyperglycemia, lipotoxicity, glucotoxicity, and so to the cardiovascular disease. But what I wanted to highlight for you is this new part. We know a lot about glucotoxicity and vascular-glycated end products, oxidative stress due to glucotoxicity and diabetes. Less is known about de novo lipogenesis, the ceramides, the diacylglycerol, related mainly to the lipotoxicity, but also the circulating ceramides that are the one that we find in the serum. They come mostly from the liver. So they're really related to the metabolism of the liver. The serohepatic ceramides can predict cardiovascular disease, in particular coronary artery disease, stroke, heart failure, and atrial fibrillation. And here I just wanted to show you a nice study that was published by the group of in Finland, Havolina is the first name, and they found using the Kaplan-Meier that these ceramides is able to estimate the incidence of major adverse cardiac events with a probability. It's able to distinguish much better the groups, the quartile, than the LDL alone. And this one, as I said, these ceramides are made from palmitate and serine, and then there is another fatty acid. In this case is stearate. So this ceramides that is containing very highly saturated fat, not only is a lipotoxic pro-inflammatory compound, but is also linking and could be a nice biomarker that is now used also in some score, like the CERT score that is used already in the clinic, for example, in the Mayo Clinic, to look at the probability of cardiovascular events. Just to conclude, a few words about the hepatokines. Fatwin A has been studied a lot by the group in Tübingen, and because it is mainly an hepatokine, and this is associated with downregulation of adipogenic marker, upregulation of pro-inflammatory cytokines and insulin-resistant adipocytes, but is also related to, when it's taken up by the heart, is also related to calcification and coronary artery disease and heart failure. Another interesting hepatokine is FGF21. There are now also some drugs that are FGF21 analogs, because FGF21 it's really acting on several tissues. The circulating one is mainly coming from the liver, but then it has effects also on immunity and on the cardiac myocytes, because it reduces apoptosis and hypertrophy, and in the kidney and in the adipose tissue. And so just to conclude, I think it's important to recognize the central role of the liver. So far, all the organs, especially in type 2 diabetes, has been recognized, but the liver is not in the picture. Usually we talk about the pancreas, the liver, the heart, the coronary vessels, nephropathy, neuropathy, the brain, but the liver has been neglected. Instead, it's very important because not only is the center for the first metabolites of nutrients, is also the one that is making the VLDL, that we know that then are the precursor of LDL, so important for, especially for cardiovascular disease, but also it's secreting inflammatory some hepatokines like a C-reactive protein. I didn't talk about this today: fibrinogen, PI1, fatwin A, FGF21, triglycerides, and of course the glucose that is produced mainly by the liver. So just to conclude, NAFLD is a systematic disease and is associated with a broad spectrum of cardiovascular diseases that often affect the prognosis of NAFLD. The 5 mechanisms underlying the association between NAFLD and cardiovascular disease are still not completely defined, although alteration in lipid metabolism and the hepatokines might play a role. And cardiovascular screening should be mandatory in all NAFLD patients. I will add, especially in those with type 2 diabetes. And with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, madam. It was very interesting. You explained us the importance of adipose tissue, liver, and heart, and we should not neglect any FLD, and we have to take it seriously, and we have to investigate them for cardiovascular risk. It's very informative, and you explained the central role of liver. And I would like to ask you one question, madam. What is the role of SGLT2 inhibitors in fatty liver?
Well, there are several studies that have shown that a positive effect of several GLP-1 receptor agonists. I will cite the latest one with semaglutide that was actually very positive for NASH, but actually it didn't have a major effect on liver fibrosis. I don't know if it was because of the selection of the patient or just because it's maybe everything is not direct but indirect. We know that the GLP-1 receptor agonists, they do decrease body weight, and so some of the improvement could be related to the weight loss. And so by decreasing weight and fat, and we know also the GLP-1 receptor agonists that they for what an unknown mechanism, but the weight loss is related mainly to fat loss that rather than and that's like preserving the muscle mass. So I believe that there is for sure an indirect effect. With this, I would like to add that we did studies with the GLP-1, and we found a positive effect on hepatic glucose production. So the reduction of glucose production by the liver, it's very important, and is an effect, a primary effect, because we found it by infusing GLP-1, even if no receptor has been found in the liver. So also this one is not clear. It could be also an indirect effect because we know that AGP is also controlled by the brain, and there are GLP-1 receptor in the brain. But for sure, it's a positive effect. Very promising.
Madam, I want to ask you empagliflozin and empagliflozin and role in fatty liver, SGLT2 inhibitors.
Okay, SGLT2 inhibitor, same things, it decreases glucotoxicity, and this decreasing has a positive effect on weight loss. We have just published an acute effect of dapagliflozin by reducing gluconeogenesis. So an effect on the liver is for sure. Another effect that it's well known is the production, increase fatty acid oxidation in the liver, because there is an increase in beta hydroxybutyrate. So it's also possible that it has an effect on the liver by switching the fat to fatty acid oxidation rather than triglyceride reesterification. We also found some positive effect also on indirect indices of fibrosis, especially when they were combined, the dapagliflozin was combined with the GLP-1 receptor agonist. So the combination could be even more interesting. If this is an effect only diabetics and rather than in non-diabetics for fatty liver, I don't know. What I can tell you is that since there is this high risk of cardiovascular disease, I think that both GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT2 inhibitors are very important for these patients, because they will for sure reduce their probability to develop cardiovascular disease, or they can prevent the events associated with an increased risk of cardiovascular disease that these patients have.
Thank you, ma'am. And
I have a question.
There is a question: role of adipose tissue in neuropathy. Can you explain that?
Role of adipose tissue in neuropathy. Well, the adipose tissue is secreting a lot of pro-inflammatory cytokines. So it's possible that the neuropathy could be the role, the association. We don't know if there is a direct or indirect effect, but the association could be due to the fact of the increased inflammation due to the pro-inflammatory adipokines.
May I ask a question, Dr. Ramakumar?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Malia, it's always great to listen to you, and after such a long time especially, so welcome. Yes. And glad to have you on our opening day, of course. So my question was, since we have a lot of clinicians listening in on this conference, is since you discussed this whole cardiohepatic axis, just when would we, if the patient has fatty liver, is that now a reverse indication for us to screen for CV disease? Is there going to be some role? At what grade would you think we need to start thinking that fatty liver grade 2 is causing, he may be asymptomatic? So I'm just sort of asking you to speculate, I guess, or if there is data that somebody has looked at to correlate fatty liver and CVD.
Well, of course, there are, the clinical, you should look first at the clinical profile because, even when they have like high triglycerides, high LDL cholesterol, they're already a risk. And of course, if you make the score, even if you don't diagnose the patient with ultrasounds or imaging, just with the score, you can identify patients that they have the increase of cardiovascular risk if they have also the NAFLD. I think at that moment you really should follow those patients because the combination of increased risk due to the clinical profile together with the score, and with the score fatty liver index is just waist circumference, gamma GT, triglycerides, and BMI. So it's very easy to measure it in the clinic. I think that those are the patients that should be followed more carefully because even if they especially, sometimes they do not have an increased BMI, but especially the gamma GT for some reason, mainly related to the inflammation of the liver, that the liver requires more glutathione. The gamma GT is a surface enzyme that is also transaminase the glutathione, releasing back the glutamate. So I think that is very important because a high gamma GT, when you, of course, you are sure that is not due to alcohol intake and excess alcohol intake. That is very important. Also, the increased gamma GT is related to unstable plaque. So it's also an enzyme that should be taken carefully because I think ALT, for example, is going up only when you really have liver damage. So you probably have a lot of diabetic patients or patients that are symptomatic for NAFLD with normal ALT and AST, but the gamma GT usually is going high, especially in absence of alcohol intake.
Thank you.
Any more questions are there?
Yeah, Dr. Bharat, you can ask questions, sir.
Amalia ma'am, thanks for a wonderful talk. And I just have two questions for you. First, my question is, what is the role of vitamin C as far as NAFLD is concerned? And is there any consensus for the recommended dosing for the same?
Well, I don't have any information of the doses. For sure, vitamin C as all the antioxidant vitamins is it's very important because it has since it's not important for steatosis, it's important for the liver inflammation because as given the anti-inflammatory action, it can reduce the progression to NASH. And I'm not thinking it's really curative, like also vitamin E has been proposed for the cure of NAFLD, but also that one has been controversial. And we know also that the excess of these vitamins could become toxic because so it's always, I will not go too high on these doses, but for sure they are important at the regular intake because of their antioxidant properties.
So should we monitor for these levels because they become toxic at certain level? 96 weeks has been used in some studies, but I don't know, apart from that, is there any study?
I think it's yes. Well, I think vitamin C is less toxic, for example, than vitamin E. And but I think it's always if you do a very high dose, much higher than is the recommended daily intake. I think it's always safer to look at the profile because it could become toxic, and you don't want it to have a negative effect of something that is beneficial.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And Dr. Antonia is there. Dr. Antonio. Dr. Antonio, you left. Okay. Any more questions?
Dr. Ram, we can have discussion for another 5-7 minutes because the next session is, I think, 3:40.
Okay, right. No problem.
And Ram Kumar sir, I have one more question to ma'am. Ma'am, there is a role of vitamin D with futin levels. It has been shown that the vitamin D supplementation increases the futin level. So should we recommend giving vitamin D compulsorily to all our patients with NASH and NAFLD?
Well, vitamin D has been really related. Well, let's say this: low vitamin D has a lot of a negative effect. So I think we should distinguish from the high level of vitamin D that could be becoming toxic again. And so it's possible that it is also promoting the release of hepatokines that have a toxic level with the doses that should replenish the gap between the normal levels and the below threshold levels. So I think right now, most of the vitamin D, the great majority of people that are taking vitamin D, they have a depletion of vitamin D. And I'm sure that it's possible that all the vitamin A was related again to the release to some hepatotoxic effect of vitamin D.
I would like to ask Dr. Inas, just a comment. Madam, I think diabetologists are giving a gift of SGLT2 inhibitors to cardiologists. What do you say? Because we SGLT2 inhibitors are used for diabetes, but now cardiologists and nephrologists are using. Your comment by Dr. Inas, are you online? Dr. Inas?
She's not there, sir.
The next session we can start now.
Yeah. Anyway, I thank Dr. Bansiji. I like your coat and I'm wearing throughout the day. And I enjoyed wearing it. And we had a very good session about glycemic variability. From glycemic variability, we went from a gift from diabetologists to cardiologists, maybe SGLT2 inhibitors. And we came at the end, liver is very important. And we should not neglect NAFLD because it leads to cardiovascular diseases. Thank you very much. And it was an interesting session. Thank you, Bansiji and other organizers. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It was indeed wonderful and insightful session. Now moving to the next session, Dr. Malay, you can proceed now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vipul sir, for giving me this nice introduction. And hello, Bharat sir. Hello, sir. And Rucha ma'am. Hello, all. So, good afternoon to all. And I am Dr. Malay Parekh, consultant diabetologist from Rajkot. First of all, a special thanks to my mentor, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, for giving me this opportunity in wonderful DiaFest DiaCareCon 2021. And I would firstly like to congratulate all the faculties members to make this event great success. So now I am introducing our chairpersons for this session. First is Dr. Y. Sadasiva Rao. He is a diabetologist from Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh and Managing Director of Yelamanchi Hospital and Research Center Private Limited. And our second chairperson is Dr. Asutosh Chaturvedi. He is a physician and diabetologist from Jaipur and is an assistant professor and Department of Medicine in Jaipur. So further, I would request to my co-chairperson, Dr. Asutosh Chaturvedi, to introduce our speakers. Over to you, Dr. Asutosh, sir. And our second chairperson is Dr. Yes, over to you, Dr. Sadasiva Rao, to introduce our first speaker.
Good afternoon, and at the outset, I would like to thank Bansi for giving me this opportunity. And luckily I was at the inaugural function, and really it is wonderful to see speakers from national, international speakers of repute talking about the conference and about Bansi. So wish you all the best. And here we are going to have a talk by none other than Dr. Michael Herman, who has done his MD, PhD, UCL Oxford, and is also Diploma in Natural Sciences from the Open University, Milton, and also Diploma in Earth Sciences and Diploma in Human Geography, and also Diploma in Environment. So you can see here how many diplomas he has and how learned a man he is. And also he has got a PG certificate in Social Sciences. Over to Michael Hermits. So he would be talking on the basic sciences, the factorial impact of hepatic steatosis and atherogenic dyslipidemia on macrovascular disease and microangiopathic complications in type 2 diabetes. Dr. Michael Hermits, please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and welcome, Dr. Hermits.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank also Bansi Sabu for the kind invitation. So I hope you are seeing my screen, which is normally uploading the slides. Is it okay on your side? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
So the topic of my talk will be a personal analysis that we did on the factorial impact of fatty liver and atherogenic dyslipidemia on macro and microangiopathic complications. So the whole story started with a chance finding that fatty liver was linked to a reduced frequency of retinopathy in type 2 diabetes, which was counterintuitive. And we wanted to go a bit further into that odd finding that having fatty liver is associated with a lot of detrimental effects, but maybe not on retinopathy. So here are my disclosures. And so about my introduction, I will try to get rid of this. Here we are. So as the previous speaker mentioned, fatty liver is comorbid with a lot of various cardiometabolic features which are deemed unfavorable. And as you all know, atherogenic dyslipidemia is very common in fatty liver, but it's also well known to increase the risk not only of macrovascular complications, but also of microvascular complications, at least retinopathy and certainly nephropathy. So that the paradoxical ocular protection that we found, and in the meantime, some other teams have also reported this unexpected epidemiological reduction in retinopathy linked to fatty liver. We wanted to check whether it was maintained or not in the presence of atherogenic dyslipidemia as a comorbidity. So that the whole picture being that if you start from right to left, you have the 5 major risk factors for macrovascular disease. Then you have the cardiometabolic risk factors, which not only accelerate atherosclerotic disease, but also accelerate the decline in beta cell function. And hence, they are usually associated with poor glycemic control, which is in itself may also raise microvascular complications. So what we wanted to do is to try to distinguish between both. So what we did was to make a cross-sectional analysis of patients with mostly type 2 diabetes, about 95% had type 2 diabetes, for whom a fatty liver had been diagnosed very basically using ultrasonography, and it was found in almost 70% of those 744 patients. Then we divided them as well based on atherogenic dyslipidemia, which was highly prevalent at 45%. And it was defined prior to any treatment with fibrates or GLP-1 receptor agonists. So simple definition, low HDL cholesterol plus hypertriglyceridemia. And we checked their cardiometabolic characteristic, their frequency of micro and macroangiopathies, but we wanted also to check whether other frequent ocular conditions such as cataract or ocular hypertonia were also modulated or not by having fatty liver. So we ended up with 4 groups. One group without fatty liver and no atherogenic dyslipidemia, which was of reasonable size. A second group was those very odd patients without fatty liver, but with atherogenic dyslipidemia. Then a third group with fatty liver, but no atherogenic dyslipidemia. And then the group with the worst phenotype, which was actually the largest group, not surprisingly, with both conditions, fatty liver and atherogenic dyslipidemia. And first, we checked the general epidemiology of the cohort is basically a type 2 dominated cohort. About 20% of patients were receiving fenofibrate, but as I mentioned, atherogenic dyslipidemia was defined prior any dyslipidemic treatment. So the general phenotype is as follows. Their age was not dissimilar. The duration of diabetes was slightly different, but having fatty liver or atherogenic dyslipidemia or both tended to raise, especially atherogenic dyslipidemia, the HbA1c. So we use an adjusted factor to correct for the duration of diabetes and the level of HbA1c for the prevalence of microangiopathy. We call that the hyperglycemia index, which is very simple. The percentage of HbA1c above 6% multiplied by the duration of diabetes in years. Nothing remarkable about that. Not surprisingly, patients with AD were frequently treated with fenofibrate, up to 1/3 of them. Next, we move to their cardiometabolic features. By definition, patients with diabetes and atherogenic dyslipidemia have a metabolic syndrome, so they score 100%. Their anthropometry was almost linear with the way we divided the cohort, especially for typical comorbidities such as sleep apnea syndrome, which was multiplied by 4 across the groups. Same for insulin sensitivity. There was a downward gradient from almost normal 82% in patients without fatty liver and without atherogenic dyslipidemia to a very low 37% of insulin sensitivity, and same for the remaining beta cell function. So that was expected, but it's important to check that for putting into context the prevalence of their complications. Their lipids levels are, by definition, ruled by the way we divided them. Just to convince you that they have dysfunctional HDLs on top of a low HDL cholesterol value, we use the ratio of HDL cholesterol to ApoA1, which is a very simple way to analyze this functionality in HDLs. And you can see that the HDLs were more dysfunctional, especially in those patients with AD, than in those without AD, irrespective of fatty liver. And then we look at the liver enzymes, CRP and APRI, which was as we expected based on that division. Then we looked at those prevalence of microangiopathies first, and the solid bars represent overall microangiopathy. The blue-gray bar are the one I want you to concentrate on, are retinopathy. Then the hatched bar is neuropathy, and then the last histogram is microalbuminuria. If we look first at retinopathy in gray, you can easily see that if you have fatty liver with or without atherogenic dyslipidemia, the prevalence of retinopathy is markedly decreased. Whereas if we look at that later, whereas if you have atherogenic dyslipidemia, you tend to raise some complications compared to not having atherogenic dyslipidemia. So there is a disconnect, which is confirming that the fatty liver, the presence of a fatty liver is somehow, nobody knows the precise linking mechanism to a protection of developing retinopathy. There is no reason to believe that a retinopathy could itself induce fatty liver. That would be irrational. So it's likely that there is something that both promotes a fatty liver that somehow helps reducing the development of retinopathy. And I remind you that that prevalence of microvascular complications was adjusted to the total glycemic exposure of those patients. We also look at ocular hypertonia and cataract. And what we found is that for retinopathy, the prevalence of ocular hypertonia was significantly reduced by a relative 31% in patients with fatty liver, and that reduction was independent of having atherogenic dyslipidemia. And also for cataract, which is an avascular complications, it was also less prevalent in the group with fatty liver, and again, that reduction of prevalence was independent of atherogenic dyslipidemia. Then we move to macrovascular disease. The solid bars represent overall macroangiopathy. The blue bars represent CAD, and the other bars represent cerebrovascular disease and peripheral artery disease. What is obvious is that if you have atherogenic dyslipidemia, the second and the fourth groups of histograms, irrespective of fatty liver, you raise considerably your prevalence of macrovascular disease and especially coronary artery disease. Whereas if you do not have atherogenic dyslipidemia, even in the presence of fatty liver, the prevalence of macrovascular disease, mostly CAD, is markedly reduced. There is less variation across cerebrovascular disease and peripheral artery disease. And this tends to suggest that most of the relationship between fatty liver and macroangiopathy is likely, even though this is a transversal study, it's likely to be mediated by atherogenic dyslipidemia and the associated abnormalities. So the conclusions of this transversal study separating fatty liver from AD shows that there is a multi-site ocular protection which is associated through unknown mechanism with fatty liver in mostly type 2 diabetes. This ophthalmic protection is absolutely independent of the presence of atherogenic dyslipidemia, which itself is markedly linked to retinopathy. On the other hand, macrovascular disease is mostly comorbid to atherogenic dyslipidemia, and it doesn't seem to be related cross-sectionally to fatty liver when it is adjusted to the co-presence of atherogenic dyslipidemia. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, and it was really nice to hear your lecture about the hepatic steatosis. And I think we'll wait. Please stand by for the questions at the end of the session.
But we can have one or two questions here also, because at the end of session, otherwise he will have to wait.
Okay, sir. As you permit.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes, Dr. Madhav,
yes,
please.
So if you treat fatty liver, is the retinopathy worsens?
Sorry?
If you treat fatty liver, does the retinopathy worsen?
I didn't catch the question well. I have a very poor soundtrack.
Sorry.
If you treat
asking if fatty liver persists, will it worsen the retinopathy?
No, what we tend to believe is that somehow the prevalence is very low. And when we look at the severity of retinopathy, it's just that somehow having fatty liver. But if you markedly reduced fatty liver, that may be an additional explanation to the fact that with GLP-1 receptor agonist, there was a big increase in retinopathy in those patients who rapidly decreased their HbA1c. And having seen my results, I may be worried that those drugs are very effective against fatty liver. And it would be interesting to see if removing a big amount of fat from the liver may not be detrimental for the retina. That's a question that I cannot not raise. For example, semaglutide and the other GLP-1 receptor agonists, there was also always a slight or a marked increase in retinopathy. And I would be very interested to see if there is a link in those patients who developed retinopathy after GLP-1 receptor agonist and the way their fatty liver was reduced by those treatments.
Thank you, sir. And any more questions to Dr. Herman?
Yeah. Sir, do you find a positive correlationship between the increase in transaminases and the ultrasonographic severity of fatty liver?
The way we defined fatty liver was very crude because we use ultrasonography. Probably the link to the liver enzyme is more related to fatty liver disease that we haven't subdivided because our groups would have been too small. So what we had was mostly fatty liver on ultrasound, and we did not subdivide by fatty liver disease or simple, uncomplicated fatty liver. So once we get larger groups, we will certainly embark into another analysis of also the different severities of retinopathy. But the difficulty is to find a subgroup of patients with fatty liver but no AD, or no fatty liver and AD. So what we may do later is to include a larger cohort of type 1 diabetics, but we need first to check their fatty liver status. It's likely to be very less prevalent in type 1 diabetes because the way we administer insulin.
Thank you.
The good news is that...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, the good news is that that protection between fatty liver and retinopathy, we found it in 3 different ethnicities: Caucasians, North Africans, and Sub-Saharan Africans. So my guess estimate is that it's found across ethnicities, but it would be definitely interesting to see that in Indian patients, if it is confirmed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Herman Smaker. And
thank you.
We'll take up a few more questions at the end of the session. And so, Dr. Malay, should we move on to our next topic?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Yes. Next.
So over to Dr. Asutosh, sir, to introduce the next speaker. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So our next speaker is none other than Dr. Rakesh Sahai, sir. He's a renowned name in the field of endocrinology across the country. He is MD, DA. As professor and head Department of Endocrinology at Osmania Medical College and Hospital. He has been the president-elect at the Endocrine Society of India. He has been the vice president at the South Asian Federation of Endocrine Societies. He has been former secretary at and AP chapter SDI. He has numerous awards to his cap, including the Fellowship of American College of Endocrinology, Fellowship of RSSDI. He has numerous publications, over 150 in various national and international journals, and he is a reputed author in various textbooks and monograms on diabetology. I welcome you, sir. And the topic will be the biology of longevity and aging in relation to metabolic diseases. Welcome, Dr. Rakesh Sahai, sir. Sir, are you there?
I think sir is not.
I think he's not online. He's not visible to me.
Okay, I will call. Just.
Yes. Sir, can we, Dr. Vinod Mittal?
Yes.
Yeah.
So please, Asutosh, sir, introduce our next speaker, Dr. Vinod Mittal.
Yeah, definitely. We can move on to our next speaker. That is Dr. Vinod Mittal, sir. He is a renowned name in the field of diabetology across the country. He's a senior consultant diabetologist at Center for Diabetes and Metabolic Diseases, Delhi Heart and Lung Institute. He's director at Delhi Diabetes Care Center. He has been the past chairman of Delhi RSSDI, and he's MD, FSCP. He had many honors and awards to his feather, and he has been regularly invited speaker in key national and international conferences. He is also principal investigator in several international research projects and trials. He has numerous publications in peer-reviewed journals, chapters, and he will be speaking today on a very excellent topic of metabolism, insulin sensitivity, and physical fitness of human skeletal muscle in aging. So I welcome you, Dr. Vinod Mittal, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ashutosh, for those kind words. And I convey my thanks to Dr. Vanshi Sabu and the entire team at Diacare Con for inviting me to share my knowledge on this very important topic. Let me just share my screen. I just finished. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Vinod, I just want to make one request to you.
Yeah.
If possible for you, because slightly this hall is getting early, and what we can do is Rakesh could not join just because it was
okay.
Right we are. So you take your time and also take the question till Rakesh join, and then the last talk of Dr. Rajiv will be there. So I mean, just 15 minutes, but you can finish in 20 minutes. There's no problem.
So I can take 20, 25 minutes?
No, not 25, 20 minutes you can take.
20 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a vast topic, and I think, thank
20
you.
minutes will be good enough. Thank you.
Dr. Banshi. Yeah. So I welcome all my esteemed, friends and delegates, it's my proud privilege to share my knowledge on this very important topic, which is metabolism, insulin sensitivity, and physical fitness of human skeletal muscle with aging. Like it is really very important, and the talk of the day that we are growing old, and there are changes happening in our body because of the age itself. Like organs are growing also old, one, and secondly, because of the age, there are certain metabolic changes also occurring. Say loss of lean body mass, as well as accumulation of fat, and mitochondrial dysfunction, etc. So there are numerous changes which are happening in our body because of aging. So this is an important thing, and let's see how things are changing. So overall, if we see the world population, it's growing. The aging population, older population is growing at an enormous rate, and it is not only our organs are dysfunctioning. Even our physical limitations are there. Like changes in the bones and say movement and like osteoporosis, risk of falls, overall poor quality of life, and hospitalization and expenses because of hospitalization and other conditions. Overall, in Western countries, more than 55 years, almost 30% of the population, they're still facing physical limitation. And one of this physical limitation is our loss of muscle mass as well as skeletal. So can we do something for this? Let's see, So first, let's see what is the etiology and pathophysiology behind this. So there are multiple, multifactorial, changes, determinants of elderly skeletal performance, like lifestyle factors are there. We are slowly, we become less active. Then biological factors are also there, and psychological factors are also, like, there is a feeling of loneliness and, less social life. And these changes ultimately they lead to changes in the muscular system, nervous system, and skeletal system. And ultimately we see this is a young adult, this is the muscle mass. So there is a decrease in the number of fibers, as well as there is a decrease in the mass, the area of fibers. And this is not because of the aging itself, it is because of even anabolic resistance. Like the growth of muscle, like even if we take the same amount of protein, it may not get converted into the same amount of muscle mass as it is in the adult population or young people. Now, there are a number of other things, which are very important as we grow old. Like muscle mass decrease with aging, one. But as I told you, obesity also is an important thing. We all develop, I've seen many people, as we grow old, even we are thin, even otherwise the Indian phenotype is like that. But with aging, it gets precipitated, and there's more of central obesity and maybe overall. So fat mass increases, and Physical activity, like if they improve, then definitely muscle mass will improve. But because of the age and obesity, muscle mass will go down. Muscle strength also similarly with age and obesity will go down. So physical activity we see is helpful in tackling all these muscle mass, strength, insulin sensitivity, mitochondrial capacity, which generally go down as we grow old. One is because of aging and then other metabolic changes. So basically, we have only say physical activity as a tool to combat for this problem and maybe, increase quality, say class 1 proteins. So these two things are very important. Now, if we see the muscle metabolism, like muscles also secrete like adipocytes secrete adipocytokines. So muscles also secrete myokines, and these myokines have autocrine, paracrine, and endocrine effects. And these effects are on the neighboring tissues, on the skeletal muscles and other organs. So that's how the muscles also interact. Like adipocytes interact with the rest of the body. Similarly, muscles also interact with the rest of the body. And these, slowly, muscles are very important in our glucose homeostasis. If we have a good muscle mass, there is an increased glucose uptake and there is a control of blood glucose. But definitely, if muscle mass goes down, there would be alteration in glucose homeostasis. And at the same time, there's insulin resistance. There would be precipitation of dysglycemia and diabetes. Now, aging of skeletal muscle we see is central in the pathogenesis of immune senescence and sarcopenia. Sarcopenia is again the talk of the day, and like as we grow old, there is a less muscle mass and muscular strength. So aging, slowly there are changes in the immune cells, in the body compositions, and more of inflammatory cytokines also get released, IL-6 and TNF alpha, IL beta, etc. So resilience is basically, it's the capacity of the body to come back, to regenerate from a physiological or a pathological stress or injury. So whenever there's an injury, the body takes over and there is an improvement and a regeneration. But same is there in our body. So metabolic regeneration is one. If there's a metabolic stress with intake of food, can we combat with this, or ultimately there's insulin resistance and hyperglycemia? Similarly, muscles also, if there's a physiological stress, can they regenerate? So slowly over time with aging, there's a denervation and renervation also going on in our body. So it depends, whether denervation is faster or nervation is more, which will decide the fate of the muscles. So overall, muscle mass is regulated with muscle protein synthesis and muscle protein breakdown. Okay. So there has to be a balance between these two. If muscle protein synthesis is less and breakdown is more, then definitely there is going to be decreased muscle mass, which is there as we grow old. And also, food intake and physical activity definitely goes down. So overall, basically, all these anabolic effects of even amino acids, dietary proteins will be dependent on the resistance. So like we have insulin resistance, there is some kind of an anabolic resistance. Means whatever protein we take, it may not get converted into muscles and other, say good tissues which are important for the body. So metabolic resilience is one part, and then muscle resilience is a second part. So metabolic, basically, as we grow old, like it has been seen that quadriceps muscle, there's a loss in the muscle cross-sectional area, and this is associated with decreased muscle mitochondrial production, the function in terms of ATP production. So basically, there is a muscle mitochondrial dysfunction as we grow old. And this mitochondrial dysfunction, ultimately leads to a metabolic, say, resistance, and resilience goes down. So, the power to come back or to make this metabolic resistance normal decreases. So overall, there is development of insulin resistance and there is possibility of future diabetes. That is why whenever we say, as we grow old, there's increased chances of diabetes. So anabolic resistance is very important, like insulin resistance. And it has been seen in many studies that there is an inability to stimulate muscle protein synthesis and inhibit muscle protein breakdown. So basically, as we grow old, there is a less of stimulation of MPS and more of a breakdown. So that leads to decrease in muscle fibers and muscle mass. So this is an important thing. So ultimately, what is required is we have to improve the quality of proteins we take, essential amino acids and plant-based proteins, as well as muscular exercises. So, these are important things, like here we can see, so overall, ultimately, there is ultimately insulin resistance, endothelium reticulum, stress, and anabolic resistance. Now we can see here that anabolic resistance with aging, we can see here very clearly that adults, there is loss of, if there is a loss of in myofibrillar muscles by 0.7, on the similar conditions, anabolic resistance will lead to a loss of 1.2 gram per kg. This is a muscular mass loss. So this is what is, the anabolic resistance in an adult and in an older person. So there's more muscle loss with the same anabolic resistance in older people than young people. Now, anabolic resistance, we can see here there's a decrease in muscle protein, synthesis, and there's more of breakdown. And the studies was done with heavy water D2O, and it was seen that there was a decreased hypertrophic response, decreased rate of chronic muscle protein synthesis. So overall, multiple factors are there: decreased ribosomal biosynthesis, transitional efficiency, and decreased anabolic hormones. So there's so many things, are happening simultaneously. Now, aging. So that was metabolism, one part. Now the second part is insulin sensitivity with aging. Now with increase, like as we grow old, the many things come up, as we have already told you: mitochondrial dysfunction, increased inflammatory cytokines, inflammation leading to insulin resistance, and similarly, RAS system, renin-angiotensin system, also that stimulated autophagy, sarcopenia. Ultimately, all this leads to insulin resistance, and this leads to some kind of a muscle deconditioning, and we are less active, and it leads to increased insulin resistance and other features of decreased muscular strength and mass. There are other changes also happening in the body composition which affect this insulin sensitivity. And this is basically, there's an altered body composition. And like you would all agree with me, there's an increased abdominal and ectopic fat, which increases as we grow old. And there's a decrease in muscle mass. So that's one point. But there is also, it has been seen again in studies that intramyofibril or myocellular, fibers fat. So increased intramyocellular lipid levels. This is another important thing. Inside the muscles also, there's an increase in triglycerides and other harmful lipids. So it is not only the central body, it is even inside the muscles. So basically this aging and intramyocellular lipid accumulation, ectopic lipid accumulation, all this lead to insulin resistance. And this ultimately, there's a lipotoxicity, inflammation, insulin resistance, dysglycemia, and ultimately patient lands up with insulin resistance syndrome. Then mitochondrial dysfunction, we have already discussed. The only thing is, it appears to be lipid-induced insulin resistance, and that also leads to mitochondrial. So basically, this lipid toxicity leads to mitochondrial dysfunction, and vice versa. This mitochondrial dysfunction leads to insulin resistance. And it has been seen that gastric bypass surgery, we have seen that there's a decrease in cellular lipids, as well as there's improvement in mitochondrial dynamics, as well as improvement in insulin sensitivity. That is why we say there's a reversal or there's a remission of diabetes with gastric bypass surgery. Now, coming to skeletal muscles and aging and insulin resistance, again, so basically there's increased insulin resistance, mitochondrial dysfunction, inflammation, endoreticulum stress, leading to sarcopenia and overactivated renin-angiotensin system. Everything is going parallel. Now, there's another aspect to it, that muscle GLUT4. We know blood glucose is taken up by muscles and through, GLUT4 receptors. So it has been seen that, there is decrease in insulin stimulated muscle GLUT4 content in patients who are old. So that means there's decrease in a short term, that decrease in GLUT4 receptors. And it has been seen by Cox et al. That exercise program increases these muscle GLUT4 receptors. So exercise remains the most important component of, to combat all these changes which are happening with aging. Now, there is also reduced muscle mass, decreased lower limb cross-sectional area, and also, basically overall there is increase in non-contractile structures. I mean, muscle is decreasing, but fats and other components are increasing. And it has been seen that there is, an older patient, there's increased intramyocellular quadriceps muscle, adipose tissue. So inside the, quadriceps, there's accumulation of fat by almost 1.7 times. And these people are unable to walk. Then, there is almost after the age of 40, 8% loss of muscle mass every year, which is very significant. It starts at 40. See, try to understand. So at age of 40, I think we all should become conscious. And, slowly, you can see this graph. There is a decrease in muscle mass over the years. And we can see, this is young 25 and this is at 63. See, there's a sparsity and there's a decrease. So this leads to, muscle strength as well as decreased glucose uptake. Also, there's a decrease in muscle fiber size. So there are fast switch type of fibers and there are slow, twitch type of fibers. So fast are type 2A and 2B, and there's more decrease in fast twitch muscle fibers than type 1. So basically type 2A and type 2B are more decreased than type 1. And type 2, since they're fast twitch, means there's inability to walk faster and run and, involved in other activities. We can see here, this is type 1 and 2A and 2B. So running and all this, they are very, very limited. Only, one can walk, but definitely if we continue to have endurance and have the muscle mass preservation, like beta cell preservation, I think this would be the ultimately talk of the tomorrow. So this we have already discussed, and now overview of molecular and cellular changes. If we see that with old age, as I mentioned in in my previous in my introductory remarks, that there is a continuous denervation and reinnervation of the muscles going on as we grow old. But with the age, what happens? The reinnervation becomes less and there's more of denervation. So denervation becomes more than reinnervation, and that leads to decrease in the size of muscle fibers. And it has been seen that at the age of 60 years, studies have shown this, there is almost 25 to 50% less motor neurons versus 20 years of age. And there's loss of, distal fast twitch motor neurons like muscle fibers, as we have already discussed, and so which is more than the small fibers. And there is also changes in the contractile pattern of the muscles and metabolism, like it has been seen in lateral vastus lateralis muscle, that these changes are happening. So that not only there's a decrease in the mass, there's even the functioning of the muscles also goes down. So this is a very clear, again, a depiction of, as we grow old, that how, there's a young adult, healthy adult, and we can see that there's a decrease in the fiber size as well as the, the number also goes down. And, almost type 2, as I told you, are affected more than the type 1. Exercise is a potent counter, a measure. So, that we all have to, because as we grow old, we are not in a mood to be active and to exercises, but on the contrary, it is the need of the hour today. So endurance exercises as well as resistance exercises, both are important to enhance the muscle insulin sensitivity, to improve mitochondrial respiratory capacity, as well as for the strength and power, it is resistance exercises. So both are equally important, and I think we should combine endurance with resistance exercises when we grow old. And I think it should start after 40 years and should be continued till you live. So, takeaway messages are very clear. I think, I have not taken much time. I've tried to be short. So, because I could see Dr. Rakesh Sahai also on the screen. So world population is aging rapidly world over. So is true for India. India, we already have capital of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, hypertension, all insulin resistant states. So overall, when we grow old, there's more of insulin resistance. So like 30% of population already world over is getting affected. More so in India, being a developing country, more chances of development of diabetes and CVD. So we have to be more cautious. And not only CVD and diabetes, even history of falls, comorbid conditions, hospitalization, and premature deaths. Muscle, also secrete myokines. We know mitochondrial dysfunction occurs, but all these can be improved with the help of exercise, like adipocytokines, inflammatory, and mitochondrial dysfunction improve after muscular, resistance as well as endurance exercises. So, and there is a decrease in lean mass, more of accumulation of fat, intramyocellular lipids, GLUT4 reduction, and ultimately decrease insulin sensitivity, more chances of development of all insulin-resistant states, metabolism, decreased mitochondrial capacity, negative impact on resilience, like even muscle as well as metabolic resilience, both go down. And there's definitely a decrease in the muscle mass and more so of the fast twitch muscles than the slow type of muscles. So all these have an impact on our mobility, balance. There can be, a history of falls and fractures. So with this, I conclude and I convey my thanks to all of you. And I would be too happy if there are one or two questions, I can.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Virod Mittal, sir, for this very enlightening talk on a very appropriate topic. Because these days, geriatric population demands individualized attention for the management of chronic diseases. And any questions are there, we can take up.
There is no any question in the chat box, so you can proceed, Dr. Asutosh.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again for joining this evening. And now we proceed to our next talk, that is by Dr. Rakesh Sahai, sir. He is a renowned figure in the field of endocrinology, and he is a consultant endocrinologist and professor and head at Osmania Medical College and Hospital and at Sahai's Endocrine and Diabetes Center at Amirpet, Hyderabad. He is currently President-elect Endocrine Society of India and Vice President, South Asian Society Federation of Endocrine Societies. He has been previously former Secretary, Endocrine Society of India. He has numerous awards to his name, Fellowship of ACE, Fellowship of RSCP, IACM, and Senior Lecturership Position of API. He has numerous publications in various international and journals of repute. He has authored chapters in various textbooks and monograms on diabetology and endocrinology. And today he will be speaking on the biology of longevity and aging in relation to metabolic diseases. So, Rakesh Sahai, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to the chairpersons for the very kind words of introduction. And also a big thanks to Dr. Bansi Sabu and the entire DiaCare team for inviting me to be here at this important meeting. So I'll be speaking about the biology of aging. The biology of longevity and aging with relationship to the metabolic disorders. So that's what I'll be doing. Speaking in the next 20 minutes or so. What I will do is I'll first define. I'll go through these broad areas like defining aging. What are the various theories about aging? What is chronological versus biological age? And then speak about the different types of aging and assessment of aging. And then finally end with the therapeutic strategies that can be used to retard aging. So aging, as we know, is a normal phenomena or a developmental event which begins with conception, right at the time a child is born. Aging starts and continues throughout life until we die. So aging is progressive and inevitable. In fact, Golda Meir said that old age is like flying in a plane through the storm. Once you're aboard, there's nothing you can do about it. So you just go on and you age gracefully. That's what we are discussing about. So if you look at aging, and it's not always the same. There are people who age with a lot of frailty, and there are others who age without much of frailty, and that is what we are trying to discuss today, as to what are the various theories related to aging, what happens with age. What we see is that there are all the systems of the body are affected because of aging. That is, name it, whether you look at the respiratory system, cardiovascular, renal, and in each of these systems, we say that there's a 5 to 10% change every decade. After the age of 30, you could see this change which is happening, and these changes are listed here. You could see that there is, when you look at the respiratory system, there's loss of strength and coordination in the respiratory muscles. The cough reflexes, gag reflexes are reduced. Cardiovascular system, there's change in the heart rate, rhythm and efficiency, loss of elasticity and hardening of the arteries. So this is a very significant effect, which has a lot of implications, like leading to hypertension, and similarly in the neurological tissue, you have shrinkage of the neurons, and similarly, even if you look at the endocrine system, you find that there is a lowered production of estrogens, particularly in women. You see that there's a sharp decline in the estrogen production after menopause. In men also, there's a decline in testosterone production, which happens very gradually. There's decline in insulin sensitivity and increase in insulin resistance. So similarly, there are changes which happen in every system. And what we see is that all this leads to significant increase in the risk of mortality. Biochemical composition of tissue changes, the physiological capacity decreases, ability to maintain homeostasis diminishes, and the susceptibility and vulnerability to diseases increases. But all these are influenced by environmental and genetic influences, which alter the rates of aging. So there are different theories which are proposed: psychological theories, the environmental theories, developmental theories, and biological theories, which decide how soon you age, how fast, how rapidly you age, is all decided by several different theories have been proposed to explain this differential rates of aging. The psychological theory says that the more you're satisfied, more you're involved in physical and social event activities, you're more likely to age very gradually. Whereas somebody who's isolated tends to have, or socially deprived, tends to have a very rapid aging. Similarly, there are environmental theories speaking about the role of sun exposure, exposure to radiation, exposure to various other environmental factors which could have an impact on the aging. Then the developmental theory speaks about the different stages in the life cycle of the individual, which have different conflicts, which will decide on the rapidity of aging. Then you have the biological theories, which are basically discussing about, over the years these have changed over. Different theories have been proposed: the wear and tear theory, the accumulation of mutations, the pleiotropic theories, and then the free radical hypothesis. All these have been proposed. But basically, broadly, the biological theories, you can divide it into two categories. You could say that they are the programmed theories and those with the damage or error theories. So there are two sets of theories, you could say. Each one of them have different postulations that are there. In the programmed longevity theory, what we are saying is that we are speaking of aging as a sequential switching on and off of certain genes, with senescence being defined as a time when age-associated deficits are manifested. So there are different processes which are predestined, and these could be manifested in the form of telomere shortening at the chromosomal level, or different manifestations, which I will be speaking further in the next few slides. Then you have the endocrine theories, which speak about the biological clock, which decides the secretion of hormones, and this ultimately decides the pace of aging. And as we said, that there's a decline in the sex hormones, a decline in the insulin secretion, decline in growth hormone secretion. So all these are an increase in cortisol production. So all these are factors which decide, which lead to sarcopenia, and which also influence the rate of aging. Then you have the programmed aging theories. You have the immunological, in the same programmed aging theories, we also have the immune programming, which declines over time, and which also again leads to vulnerability to infectious diseases, and ultimately leads to aging. The other set of theories are the damage or error theories, which speak of the wear and tear of various tissues, that decides the rate of aging. And there are other aspects here, that like the cross-linking theory, which was proposed in 1942, which spoke about the cross-linking proteins damage cells and tissues, which slow down the body processes and result in aging. So this could be one of the mechanisms that are contributing to aging. Apart from that, the accumulation of free radicals and the free radical injury is also another factor. The DNA damage which happens with various factors also leads to increase in the rates of aging. Now, what we have to understand is basically that there are two broad areas. We have the chronological age versus the biological age. While the chronological age is decided by the number of, decides the number of candles that you have on your birthday cake, but the biological age is decided by various other factors. So if you look at the relationship between chronological age versus the biological age, you can see here that that those individuals with cardiovascular disease, those with metabolic disorders like type 2 diabetes, chronic kidney disease, autoimmune diseases, they tend to have a more rapid aging, as you can see here. And you could see even more premature vascular aging in people who have genetic disorders, familial dyslipidemias, progerias, and inherited arterial calcification syndromes. All these conditions, you see that there is a much faster aging in this scenario. While you could have other scenarios where you have delayed vascular aging, and that is what we are looking at. And those are the centenarians and super centenarians who tend to have a more gradual aging, and they have a delayed aging. So if you broadly look at the factors which influence aging, you could say that you have factors like like the presence of various metabolic disorders which you spoke of just now. Then sleep deprivation is another factor, another important factor, which can lead to a senescent accumulation of senescent and and associated secretory phenotypic cells. And then you have other situations like gut dysbiosis also can influence the biological aging. So there are different factors which are playing an important role. Thymic involution is another factor, and ultimately what we see is that there is impaired immune responses, low-grade inflammation present in patients who start, in individuals who start aging early. So if you look at it at another perspective of aging, you could say that that aging is nothing but garbage which one collects as when they are young, and that manifests as old age. And staying healthy isn't just how old you get, it's about how you get old. So that's what we are looking at. So if you look at individuals, we have seen that aging is not the biological aging may not be parallel to the chronological aging. So there are different phenotypes, distinct agiotypes, you can call them as different agiotypes, and how the body changes over time. There are individuals with different agiotypes. They are the metabolic agers, the immune agers, and the nephrotic agers, and the hepatic agers. So there are different sets of individuals. A classic immune ager may be chronologically 40 years old with the immune system of 42-year-old and a metabolism that is biologically 30. This person would likely remain more slender in old age, but would also be increasingly prone to immunocompromised and related conditions over the course of their life. Versus a metabolic ager, on the other hand, might retain a healthy immune system while increasingly struggling with diabetic risk factors and weight as he grows older. So this is how we can have different agiotypes. These are based on combination of genetic and environmental factors. Behavior can accelerate aging, so it can also help to slow down the aging also. And what we require is a personalized and proactive approach to health. A better measure of health and aging would be the biological age rather than looking at the chronological age. Now, how do we measure this biological age? There are different biomarkers which are being used to measure the biological age. They could be molecular and cellular markers like the telomere length, the DNA, the somatic mutations, the inflammatory markers, the IGF-1 levels. All these could be one set of molecular and cellular markers. We have the functional and structural markers like the arterial stiffness, blood pressure, endothelial dysfunction, intimal thickness, then the atherosclerosis, all these could decide. The calcification of the arteries also is very important in terms of deciding the vascular aging. So there are different factors which are playing a role here in terms of in deciding the or serving as markers of aging. So you have different biological markers, markers in the cardiovascular system, markers in the metabolic process, markers of organ dysfunction, markers of CNS aging. So you have different markers present. And to show a few of these markers, we could say that the blood glucose levels, the HbA1c level, the body mass index, all these are indicators of aging. As you can see, all these decide on the risk for accelerated vascular aging and the development of cardiovascular disease in individuals with metabolic disorders. And then you have the hormonal factors, you have the reactive oxygen species, you have the superoxide dismutase levels. All these are the ones which play a role in deciding the arterial aging. Now you have other factors like the histone modification or epigenetic factors like histone modification, the loss of histones, and also the accumulation of certain non-coding mRNAs, which are at the cellular level, showing our markers of aging. Having looked at all this, the major question that comes to our mind is, can we retard aging? This is the major million-dollar question that is in everybody's mind. So I think what we have understood is that aging is highly individualized, depends on various biological factors, and this has been shown even in the recent multi-ethnic study of atherosclerosis, has shown that vascular aging does not progress equally in all individuals. It progresses differentially in different individuals, and therefore there is a potential for different agents to retard aging. And if you look at the therapeutic options that we have today, we have three major therapeutic options that we have: hypocaloric diets being one of them, exercise being another one, and the drugs. So let me just quickly discuss about each of these factors. If you look at this cartoon, you can see that there is a depiction of how a hypocaloric diet can have a significant impact on influencing the primary aging factors. It can lead to reduction in the oxygen consumption, leads to reduce the DNA damage, reduction in oxidative stress, and ultimately leads to reduction in the factors that promote aging, and also alters the secondary factors which promote aging, and ultimately all this leads to a slowing of aging. The calorie restriction diet, as you can see, has been shown in various studies to have anti-aging effects, and the calorie restriction's most reasonable anti-aging intervention is shown in this meta-analysis of several different studies, and they have all shown that calorie restriction has a significant impact. And this produces a consistent result and has been shown to reduce aging in various trials. And what is important is to strike a balance, restrict the calories, but don't cause undernutrition. The calorie restriction is to be to the tune of about 200 to 750 calories restriction every day, so as to target a weight loss of about 10% in 6 months, and then the weight loss, then what is required is weight maintenance. And one important thing is, here we are looking at protein supplementation of 1 to 1.2 grams per kg per day of protein supplementation, and along with that we are also looking at good vitamin D and calcium supplementation, so as to maintain the muscle strength and muscle function. This is what we have also spoken in our review recently, which we published in the Diabetes, Metabolic Syndrome and Obesity Targets and Therapy, where we spoke about the protein content being about 1 to 1.2 grams per day. Then the other important aspect that we are looking at is, are there any mimetics to this calorie restriction? Any drugs which can mimic calorie restriction? So to that end, we have metformin, we have SGLT2 inhibitors, which serve as calorie mimetic agents, calorie restriction mimetic agents, and we also have the GLP-1 RAs, which are all these three different classes of agents work as calorie restriction mimetics. They produce the same effects as calorie restriction, and probably they are drugs which we are all looking ahead to providing us a protection from aging. Then let us look at the role of exercise. If you look at the role of exercise has different influences One is through the mitochondrial biogenesis, improving the mitochondrial biogenesis, having influence on the cerebral angiogenesis, and also having effects on the various inflammatory pathways. And through all these mechanisms, what happens is that exercise provides several different benefits, which reduce oxidative stress, reduces inflammation, and improves endothelial function, and leads to decrease in the markers of aging. And if you look at the types of exercise that can produce this effect, you have the acute anaerobic exercise, which can produce a small effect, but a chronic aerobic exercise is the one which provides a major positive effect which is a long-lasting effect and has a significant effect on anti-aging. And if you look at various studies, we have got different studies which have looked at that, which has shown the beneficial effects of exercise in various organ systems. And if you look at the gradation of hierarchy of exercise, which produces the benefit, you have the flexibility enhancement followed by balance training. So the picture here shows how the exercises can be used for improving the for its anti-aging effect. Then the exercise mimetics, again, metformin and SGLT2 inhibitors provide exercise mimetic effects also, because they produce some of the effects of exercise, which are benefits which are produced by exercise, but through activation of the AMP kinase activity, and through other pathways, the SIRT1 pathway and the PPAR gamma pathways. So the drugs. Then finally coming to the drugs, there's been a lot of talk about use HRT as an anti-aging therapy and OCPs as anti-aging in the 1930s and 1960s, but we have moved a long way from there. And we also know about the role of testosterone in late onset hypogonadism in terms of providing the benefit. Now, looking at metformin quickly. Metformin has many of its effects through activation of the AMP kinase pathway, and through the mTOR activation, it leads to the improvement in it has anti-aging effects. And there are studies which have shown in animal models to improve the lifespan, while in human studies it has been shown to have a beneficial effects on reducing the risk of cancer and providing a longevity also. But however, the studies have shown that these effects are not similarly seen in all subjects, and therefore there is a role for personalized metformin therapy, identifying those individuals who are likely to benefit from metformin and using this therapy in those individuals. Resveratrol is another agent which has been found to have these beneficial effects, working through the SIRT1 pathway, modulation of the interleukin pathways, and also modulating the mitochondrial biogenesis. And through all these mechanisms, what it does is that it has benefits on the cardiovascular system. It has influence on the infertility, influence on sarcopenia, influence on the osteoporosis and various cancers. There are several novel therapies which are also being studied. Novel drugs like the SARMs, that is the androgen receptor modulators, the anti-obesity medications, and then mesenchymal stem cells. All these are the ones which are being studied for their effects on aging. So in summary, what I would say is that there are several factors which influence aging, right from various biological factors, environmental influences which have in fact effect on aging. And if you are trying to modulate aging and reduce have anti-aging effect, then we're looking at dietary modifications, calorie restriction, drugs, some of the drugs like metformin, and some of the other newer drugs which are being studied. Exercise is a proven therapy which can have an anti-aging effect. And finally, so I think these are the ones which we have. And finally, I would say that on a different perspective, I would say I would like to end by saying that anyone who stops learning is the one who is going to grow old, whether at 20 or 80. Anybody who keeps learning is the one who stays young. And the greatest thing in life is to keep your mind young, and that's what you can do by continuing to learn. And that's what we are doing today, being in this meeting. Important meeting here. We are thanks for all of you for being very attentive, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Very informative talk, really. And it's a very important topic, aging these days, and everybody is running behind to longevity, doing every sort of exercises and taking nutraceutical products and drugs. And as you pointed out correctly, some of the important drugs like vitamin D, calcium, and resveratrol. So, in my mind, one of the more common drugs these days is a vitamin B12. So, do you really think that it could also help in rejuvenating and replenishing and longevity? It's quite commonly used these
Yeah,
days, and we know
yeah,
that
yeah.
it's very beneficial.
I think that's another important aspect that you brought out, that vitamin B12 deficiency is seen to be quite common in many of our patients, and we find that all these tiredness and some of the neuropathic symptoms are improved with vitamin B12 supplementation, and it has a effect on improving the neuronal function. So that is again one important aspect. Maintaining the neuronal plasticity is very important to sort of prevent aging. And I think from that angle, this is another aspect that has to be studied. Yeah, I think these are all exciting areas that need to be further studied, and we need more and more information on these areas.
One more very important concept, sir, you pointed out about the hypocaloric mimetics, that is the metformin and SGLT2 inhibitors. So, how do you think the future perspective of these two drugs, if we look at using them as a anti-aging or whatever you say, the weight reducing agents, because whenever we prescribe them, it is for sure that patients come back and they definitely say that yes, we are really feeling good since last 3-4 months when we are taking these drugs.
Yeah.
Glucose, definitely blood sugar improves, weight loss is there, and definitely the thing you pointed out as mimetics is looking good for a future perspective.
Yeah. So when we are actually doing calorie restriction, we are reducing the total calorie intake by about 3 to 400 calories every day, and that is what is done by the SGLT2 inhibitors. They cause loss of glucose in the urine, and there is a loss of about 300 to 400 calories in the through that, and that again provides this same benefit that you're looking at, like a calorie restriction mimetic. So that's how we could put them in that category. And as you rightly mentioned, that we see all these benefits in terms of weight loss. We feel that patients do really feel better, and they tend to do much better. They feel much better when they are using the SGLT2 inhibitors.
Yeah. So, Dr. Malay, any more questions?
Yes. There is one question. There is a role of various factors of NFLD which may affect the polyneuropathy.
Various factors of NAFLD. Yeah, I think basically in NAFLD, what's happening is that there is more of oxidative damage and more of free radical generation through the lipid oxidation, and that ultimately leads to also has an impact on the nervous system. As you're speaking about the peripheral nerves, and you're speaking about the damage, the oxidative damage that is happening there.
Okay, sir. So there is another question. Would metformin and SGLT to benefit the non-diabetic?
Yeah, I mean, we already have proof of this from the SGLT2 studies, which have clearly shown the when you look at DAPA CKD study, DAPA heart failure study, they're showing these benefits. I mean, we are not looking at it from the anti-aging perspective right now, but when you're looking at the other biological functions that they provide, the benefits that they provide in patients with diabetes, we are seeing those benefits even in patients without diabetes. So when you're looking at these from a different perspective on aging, probably you could see those benefits there also. But that's still a long way off. We need to study that in greater detail to understand all these aspects. But I think there is some evidence of this from these studies, like the DAPA CKD and the DAPA heart failure study.
So thank you so much once again,
sir.
sir.
Sorry. I have a question. I have a question.
Yes, Bharat, sir.
Yeah, Dr.
Yes.
Bharat.
Sir, thank you for this wonderful talk. Actually, this is a talk of the town these days, anti-aging and all those, so many fads around it, so many diets we are having. And actually, You showed us 3 ways: increase exercise, reduce calories, and the micronutrient and hormonal balance to be restored. What do you think, in your view, would be most appropriate from our patient's point of view out of these three? Because many times vigorous exercise is not possible, being a cardio-diabetic nexus and all those things. A hypocaloric diet is very difficult in Indian settings. So what's your take on this? What would be the
Yeah, so
most?
I think it has to be individualized and has to depend on the age at which you're starting off this. When you're starting off at a younger age, I think the diet and exercise part of it is the most the major emphasis should be on that, and you're able to alter that even to some extent. If you're able to bring about a change, that has a cumulative benefit over the years. And when you're starting off at a older age, when a person has already developed diabetes and all that, and there your role of SGLT2 inhibitors and metformin and all that comes in. I mean, there as you rightly said, they can't be doing too much of exercise and all that. They can't be doing that the amount of exercise that you're recommending. So I think that way it has to be greatly individualized, and it depends on the age at which you're doing it, and also the comorbidities and several factors as we do it.
And so just one
Dr.
quick
Bharat, I
comment.
would just like to add one point here. Like as I also showed, and some studies have shown that resistance exercises, they increase muscle protein synthesis. Okay. So parallel, muscle protein synthesis and muscle protein breakdown is going on. Okay. So even with the same amount of good quality protein adult and an old person takes, there is less protein synthesis in an older person. So what I want to convey that exercise take a dominant seat or more important seat than the protein intake. Try to understand. So because unless until we do exercise, rest everything will not, suppose, somebody take only hypocaloric diet. So there would be loss of muscle mass also. There would be loss of fat also. So whenever there is a dietary intervention, there's loss of muscle as well as fat. So that fat mass, if you have to regenerate or kind of preserve that, the exercise is more important.
Absolutely. What Dr. Mittal says is very spot on, and his talk was very good. I mean, very illustrative about these aspects. And I think that was, I mean, when you gel it along with what I was saying, I think both of them complement each other to understand, give a proper perspective about
Exactly. So your talk actually is complement. Our talk is very, very, important. Both the talks and they complemented each other. Thank you. Really.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And we will look up to you in our upcoming conferences also, both of you, for this exciting session and topic. And I request now my co-chair, Dr. Sadashiv Rao, sir, to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashutosh. And so now I invite Rajiv Koval to be talking on redefining management of type 2 diabetes. Though he does not need any introduction, a very young man, very resonating to see him talk in most of the conferences. The medical director and consultant diabetologist, Dr. Koval's Diabetes Care Center in Mumbai. And he's also working at Nanavati Super Specialty Hospital, SFIG Hospital, KLS Hospital. Oh, a lot of all these things, BSCS, and he's invited faculty for Diabetes Fellowship Program at D.Y. Patil Medical College, founder, member, and secretary of United Diabetes Forum, where I used to go regularly, speaker for many international national forums, faculty for teaching postgraduate students for diploma in diabetology. He's also principal investigator for many clinical trials, multiple articles published in international and journal, PubMed journals, and also achieved a gold medal at Mumbai University. Over to Rajiv Koval for his talk on redefining management of type 2 diabetes.
Hello, everyone across India. Thank you so much, Dr. Sabu and the whole team of DiaCare to invite me here. I'm going to speak about a very important topic on how we can make changes, effective changes in a patient with diabetes. I'm going to start with a case scenario, and I'm going to look at how we can make changes in our diabetic based on
I think he's lost contact.
kidney, because kidney seems to be the driver of metabolic issues. And we know there are a lot of metabolic issues in people with diabetes, which drives the global pandemic or epidemic of cardiovascular disease and chronic kidney disease. Now, we have this middle-aged businessman who's on SU plus MET, HbA1c is 8.4, he's a hypertensive. In physical examination, his overweight, his ECG is normal. We have an option of adding on um, increasing its metformin, or we have or we could add an SGLT2 DPP4 SU or a low dose pioglitazone. So you have a lot of things. It's a buffet cafeteria approach. We'll see what we should add on and how over the last few years we have actually changed from being a glucose centric to something with there's a paradigm shift in us that we need to control based on the comorbidity of patients. Now, if you look at the glycemic reduction with canagliflozin, it has the highest reduction of 24.1% as compared to many other in terms of its postprandial control. If you look at weight and glycemic effects of an SGLT or canagliflozin as an add-on to metformin, you can see it's probably the best in class when it comes to an A1C and body weight reduction. We all know that there are a lot of fat stores, fat depots in our system, whether it's in the liver, kidney, pancreas, and they crosstalk and they finally cause us to explode into cardiovascular chronic kidney disease. So anything which removes or reduces the visceral fat is associated with significant improvement in cardiovascular risk factors at 1 year. And data this presented almost in 2017 suggests that canagliflozin does reduce visceral adipose tissue more as compared to subcutaneous adipose tissue. And you see a 2 to 6 kilogram weight loss is seen in clinical practice. Again, how it causes blood pressure reduction. We all know that there is a hemodynamic effect, natriuresis effect, diuretic effect, weight loss, uric acid reduction, and probably inhibition of the sympathetic nervous system. So a lot of pathways are involved in the reduction of blood pressure as well. If you look at the data from the Canvas program, which had 1/3 of the patients with prior CV event or established cardiovascular disease, and 1/3 of patients who are risk factors, and canagliflozin for primary and secondary prevention of cardiovascular events. If you look at its endpoints which are related to the kidney, you will see that as secondary endpoints on the Canvas study, you had a good all the endpoints of the kidney favoring canagliflozin, whether it was progression of albuminuria, 40% reduction in EGFR, 40% reduction in EGFR in patients who had established cardiovascular disease. So renoprotection with canagliflozin is because of the induced sustained lowering of albuminuria, preventing the progression in albuminuria, regression in albuminuria, and also causing a reduced renal function loss. We all know that the EGFR reduces with albuminuria as well as the duration of diabetes increases. If you look at reduction in progression and induced regression of albuminuria from the Canvas study, there's a 27% reduction in progression of albuminuria and 1.7 times regression of albuminuria. If you look at CV risk reduction, there's a 36% reduction in the risk of HHF or hospitalization due to heart failure in this particular population, and a 21% reduction in all-cause mortality. This is the reason that that canagliflozin got the 3-point MACE indication from the US FDA. If you look at of our case where we started with an HbA1c of 8.4, just with the addition of canagliflozin, we not only reduces HbA1c, but we also cause a reduction in his BMI, his blood pressure, ensure renal production. We gave a drug which will prevent him from progressing into heart failure and also a mortality risk reduction. Now, we all know that diabetic nephropathy or diabetic kidney disease is very prevalent. It is prevalent in almost 30 to 40% of our patients with type 2 diabetes. CKD reduces lifespan by almost 16 years, and this is something that we need to establish, that many of our patients with chronic kidney disease may not progress to the end stage renal disease, but would have a cardiovascular event prematurely and take them away from us. So here we have a patient who's 58 years of age by metformin 1.5, hypothyroid on statins and levothyroxine. Adherence is questionable. BMI is 25, HbA1c is 8.2. She's in stage 3A chronic kidney disease with a creat of 1.6 and EGFR of 47. Lipids seems to be okay. Blood pressure borderline. Should we continue metformin? HbA1c is higher, or should we put her on either it could be an SGLT2, GLP-1, DPP-4 insulin. So we have a lot of drugs that we can actually use, but we know that this patient is in stage 3B chronic kidney disease. We have two fantastic data. One is credence from canagliflozin, and then we have the DAPA-CKD from dapagliflozin, which clearly tells us that patients who are in stage 3 chronic kidney disease are at very high risk for cardiovascular and chronic kidney events. And it's imperative on our part and ethically right on our part to intervene with SGLT2 inhibitors, either a CANA or a DAPA, to make sure we prevent progression of chronic kidney disease and also treat chronic kidney disease. Data from the canagliflozin's credence study, which came in Australian Association of Nephrology meeting, looked at 4,400 patients with a USCR more than 300, 62 years, eGFR was 57, ACR average was approximately 1,000. They were put on ACE and they were put on canagliflozin versus placebo. 90 to 95% of patients were on dosage which prevent progression of chronic kidney disease in terms of ACE or ARB, which are stabilized based on blood pressure control. Primary outcome was doubling of creatinine, death due to cardiovascular or kidney disease or end-stage renal failure. As you can see that there was a 30% reduction in the primary outcome. There was, if you look at only renal outcome in terms of a harder endpoint of end-stage kidney disease, 32% reduction. The number needed to treat for the primary outcome was 21, which is very significant. And for the renal outcome on a hard end is 42. We didn't find any features of amputation and fractures. So in patients with type 2 diabetes and kidney disease, canagliflozin reduces the risk of kidney failure and cardiovascular events. So if you look at the milestone of credence, it has from a 1-year milestone, the DCGI was also approved it for the indication in March 2020. So it's a big win for diabetic kidney disease, where today, apart from ACE and ARB, you can add an SGLT2, canagliflozin or dapagliflozin as of today, and make sure we can prevent the progression of chronic kidney disease in these patients. If you look at credence in terms of primary outcome, as I said, a 30% reduction in primary outcome. If you look at the reduction in eGFR, it prevents the eGFR reduction, which normally would have gone at almost 5 ml per hour to 1.85 ml per hour. That's a 60% reduction in the eGFR decline. If you look at the projected effects on eGFR, if you take a typical credence patient who is at 63 years and eGFR of 56, and we intervene with an SGLT2 canagliflozin, we are going to prevent the primary event and the eGFR decline, the need for dialysis by at least 15 years. That's a 15 years dialysis-free life gain for that patient. Multiple mechanism of renal protection, reduction in intraglomerular pressure, reduction of BP and arterial stiffness, increased natriuresis, reduces inflammation, increased efficiency of substrate, reduces albuminuria, increased renal oxygenation, approved by the US FDA to reduce the risk of end-stage kidney disease, doubling of creatinine, CV death and HHF in adults with type 2 diabetes and diabetic nephropathy with albuminuria more than 300. Again, DCG has also approved it for the same indication in March 2020. Again, if you look at the number needed to treat for renal outcome over 2.5 years, primary composite outcome just 28. If you look at renal outcome 28, primary outcome was 22, renal outcome 28. If hardest endpoint of a renal outcome, which is end-stage kidney disease, 43, all impressive. So this lady who's 58-year-old would go on canagliflozin over a period of time. Why we chose canagliflozin? Because we would prevent progression of diabetic kidney disease. We would help her in a weight control. We would help her in a cardiovascular disease, prevent 3-point MACE, and also prevent hospitalization due to heart failure, which is a very common adverse events in patients with chronic kidney disease. Thank you all for a patient hearing, and I hope I've added some value to your practice and you can extrapolate it to your clinical strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raju, for the nice talk. Ashutosh, my coach, please take over.
Hello. Myself, Dr. Padmanabh, and now after completing the session of basic science, now we forward to the insulin symposium, and for that I request Dr. Shailesh Trivedi from Vadodara and Dr. Rajesh Parikh from Jaipur to chair the session. Sir,
Yeah,
please.
just before that, Dr. Padmanabh, I would like to conclude the session, the previous session, and I would like to sincerely thank Dr. Bansi Sabu sir for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank Dr. Sadashiv Rao, my co-chairperson, and Dr. Malay Rapporteur for giving all this cooperation in this session. All the speakers, Dr. Rakesh Sai sir, Dr. Vinod Mittal sir, Dr. Rajiv Kovil sir, and Dr. Herman from. So thank you so much all for this enlightening session in this daycare. Thank you so much. Yeah, over to you, Dr. Padmanabh.
Thank you, sir, for your inputs. And I request Dr. Shailesh sir and Dr. Rakesh sir for chairing the session for Insulin Symposium. Sir, please.
First of all, I am honestly honored, and it's my privilege to be associated with Dr. Saab's conference for a pretty long time. He has been a great success, and as Dr. Shashank Joshi said, that unless he does a conference, his genome or whatever, he can never lie idle. So all credits to him and his team. And today's topic, as you said, right from the morning after Dr. A.K. Das, a wonderful oral lecture, we are going to have Dr. Navneet Bhai on Insulin Symposium. Well, he is a well-known, distinguished personality across the country. He has a lot many laurels to him. He was an ex-department head, endocrinology, BS General Hospital and NHL Municipal Medical College, Ahmedabad. He was a director as well in the same place. He is an honorary diabetologist to Excellency of our Governor of Gujarat, and he was president of PX member. So many, laurels to him. And he delivered a wonderful Vishwanath Oration lecture in 2017 at Bhubaneswar. And right now, sir has been practicing diabetes and endocrinology since 1985. Dr. Navneet Bhai is personally known to us, everybody rather, but then he has a neck of the subject. He is very popular, to the point, and sir, we will be honored by your talk. Stage is all yours, Dr. Navneet Bhai, sir. And topic is, as you know, you are going to highlight, you are going to enlighten us about the insulin concept, particularly in reference to the basal insulin, newer basal insulins. Sir, Navneet Bhai, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shailesh Bhai, for your kind words. And as you rightly said that this conference is once again feather in crown of Bansi, and it is brainchild. And as Dr. Shashank Joshi in the morning rightly said, that he thrives on the conferences, he grows on the conferences, and he's a very dynamic personality. And he has changed the scenario of diabetes management, and diabetes CME all across India and also across the world. So can you upload my slides, or shall I share the screen? Oh, thank you very much. So let all of us pay homage to Mahatma Gandhi, whose values are beyond comprehension. And if we can follow some of his values, then also we'll be a great person in this society. Next, please. Next one. So we know that the journey of insulin from Banting and base to now, we have Degludec, and then degludec degludec 100, and then we have Iglar 300, and now beyond that we have degludec 200 also. So it's a long journey, and let us see what has actually happened, why this new development has happened all across the years for management of type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes. Next, please. So we know that NPH was effective for A1C reduction. Then glargine was introduced in 2000, and that was U100, which was also effective in A1C reduction, but in comparison to NPH, low risk of hypo, once daily dosing and lower variability. Followed by that, we have Detamir, and then all of you know about the degludec, and now we have insulin glargine 300 also in 2015. Next, please. So this is the overview of my agenda. Titration, a challenge, second generation basal insulins, differentiating between second generation basal insulin and glargine 300, the recent evidences. Next, please. So you must understand that what are the second generation of basal insulin. Then we can say that if I have to tell you that second generation of basal insulin would be degludec and Iglar 300, and then followed by that degludec 200. The Iglar 100 is also not considered as a second generation basal insulin, and of course NPH is out of question. But what are the unmet needs for the first generation of basal insulin? That they were not truly once daily, higher variability, fixed timing dosing was required, not truly peakless, and higher nocturnal hypoglycemia was associated with this first generation basal insulin. Next, please. Next one. So after 100 years of insulin discovery, we have understood some part of the journey, that majority of the titration usually occurs during the first 12 weeks. Effective and safe titration of insulin is the key for short and long-term outcomes. Hypoglycemia during first 3 months of basal insulin therapy is a predictor for long-term hypoglycemic risk, very important. And treatment discontinuation is often occurs soon after insulin initiation, and even it happens after hypoglycemic episode. And titration, we must carry out titration which should be safe and easy. Next one, please. So when we look at the major limiting factor in effective titration, then there is a balance between the glycemic control and hypoglycemia. If you have a tight glycemic control, you are benefited in complications, you are better with quality of life, and your healthcare cost goes down. But if it's not optimum, then you have an increased risk of hypoglycemia, fear of hypoglycemia, the quality of life decreases, the productivity decreases, and healthcare cost goes up. Then there is a poor compliance to medical adherence, and then there are increase in complications. So insulin treatment involves a balance between the glycemic control and hypoglycemia. Next, please. The most important thing, what are the advantages of basal analogs in challenging time? So very important, it is simple and convenient to initiate. You have to give one prick a day, and you have to target one blood sugar. It is easy and safer to titrate because you don't have to see multiple times blood sugar values. There is a smooth maintenance period followed by active titration phase. It is effective in real world, less glycemic variability, more time in range, less hypoglycemia, less weight gain. Along with that, the training is easy, monitoring is less, flexibility of using oral antidiabetics there, improved quality of life and patient satisfaction, and ease of remote management, which you can contact them on telephonically or video consultation, and you can guide them. And there is an improved adherence, and there is a less exposure to the hypoglycemia. Next, please. So second generation basal insulin addressing the unmet needs. Next, please. Now we have seen, as I mentioned earlier, that when we talk about second generation basal insulin, then it is glargine 300 versus IDEC. So if you look at glargine 300, the pH is 4. But when you inject, the subcutaneous injection makes a depot at a normal pH, pH 7. And from where the gradually insulin is dissociated and in circulation for 24 hours or so. And while IDEC is degludec, which binds strongly but reversibly with the albumin via its fatty acid chain, side chain, resulting in plasma protein binding of more than 99%. And then there is a gradual release of a monomer from the hexamer, and that controls the diabetes. Next, please. Next, please. And when we look at the euglycemic clamp study showed there is a lower variability of glargine 300 versus IDEC 100. When IGLAR 100 or the glargine 100 was there, when insulin degludec came, it showed that the variability was less with degludec in comparison to glargine 100. But when we look at the glargine 300 and IDEC 100, then there is a 20% lesser within day variability with glargine 300 in comparison to IDEC 100. And within day variability, you can see here at the dose of 0.4 units per kilogram per dose in euglycemic clamp study. Next, please. And when we look at the comparison between the glucose lowering effect of IDEC 200 versus 300, then IDEC 200 was better than glargine 300 as far as the glucose variability was concerned. And there was a lower day-to-day variability in glucose with IDEC 200 or the concentrated degludec. Next, please. And if you really look at the comparison between the glargine 300 and IDEC 100, then there was a 22% greater insulin peak with IDEC 100 in comparison to glargine 300. And there was 23% lesser within a day variability with glargine 300 in comparison to IDEC 100. So in nutshell, I can tell you that IDEC 100 was better than IGLAR 100, but glargine 300 is shade better than IDEC 100. And when you look at the IDEC 200 and glargine 300, then there was some numerical difference between the effect. Next, please. And there are studies. Now, the second generation basal insulin demonstrate lesser hypoglycemia with first generation basal insulin. And you can see here, addition trials, you can look at the nocturnal and anytime hypoglycemia. You can look at the IDEC versus glargine 100 begin trial and nocturnal. In short, we can say that lower rate of anytime and nocturnal hypoglycemia was seen with glargine 300, and low rate of nocturnal hypoglycemia was seen in comparison to glargine 100 versus IDEC. In IDEC, that was the crux of the result of these trials. Next, please. There was similar glycemic improvement between the glargine 300 and IDEC, which you can see here. And I don't have to say anything. The results are obvious. Achievement of A1C goal, reduction of A1C was seen, and which were at par in both the arms of the insulin. Next, please. That was the real world evidence. Next, please. And one more thing which I would just mention about the IDEC or the degludec is that in special situations like, next please, elderly patients, in next please, in renal function patients and in hepatic function dysfunction, the safety was beyond doubt with insulin degludec. Next please. So this chart tells you that this insulin is safe for elderly, for renal impaired patient, and for hepatic dysfunction patient equally. Next one. So comparing the second generation basal insulin, one of the important trial which I'll just highlight, next please, is the BRIGHT study, which I'm going to just tell you later. But if you look at the clinical pharmacology, then it is seen here, glargine 300 versus IDEC 100, and then IDEC 200 versus glargine 300. Lower within a day-to-day variability was seen in IDEC 200. Next, please. When we look at the trial level meta-analysis, which is begin versus addition, then also glargine 300 versus glargine, similar A1C reduction, but hypoglycemic benefit was seen in glargine 300. And if you compare IDEC 100 versus glargine 100, then as I mentioned earlier, that less improvement in HbA1c with glargine 100, but glargine 100 was associated with nocturnal hypoglycemic benefit. Next, please. And real-world head-to-head evidence in delivered studies and confirmed studies showed that glargine 300 and IDEC glargine 300 was little better in healthcare utilization and cost of the therapy, and in confirmed better A1C and hypo reduction with lower risk of treatment discontinuation was demonstrated with degludec in comparison to glargine 300. Next, please. So next, please. Next one. So head-to-head trials like BRIGHT and CONCLUDE, these are the two trials which I'll just mention briefly. Next, please. BRIGHT study was the next one. Showed it was between the glargine 300 with the starting dose of 0.2 unit per kilogram body weight and IDEC, which was the starting dose of 10 units per day labeling, and then up titration was done. And the stratification was done with the help of HbA1 screening and use of sulfonylurea or metaglenite screening, yes or no. Next, please. And after the study end, there was non-inferiority between the A1C reduction between glargine 300 and IDEC 100, and which was seen in the cartoon in maintenance period also, and it is in the tabular form also. So we can see that, we can say that there was almost efficacy-wise, both the insulins were similar. Next one. So clinical implication of BRIGHT study, that glargine 300 and IDEC 100 provide similar glycemic control accompanied by comparable hypoglycemia. Active and adequate titration can help the patient to achieve glycemic goals. Dose increases are associated with improvement in A1C level. Early hypoglycemic events during titrations are associated with increased rate of treatment discontinuation as well as long-term risk of hypoglycemia. And glargine 300 may offer an advantage in hypoglycemic risk versus IDEC 100 during the titration period in insulin-naive patients with type 2 diabetes. Next, please. And when we look at the CONCLUDE study, this was a study between glargine 300 once a day and IDEC 200, and it showed, next please, that these are the demographic mentioning of this 16 weeks titration period followed by 36 weeks transition period and then 36 weeks of maintenance second phase, and it showed that, next please, that primary endpoint was not met in this trial. So according to EMA and FDA guidance, the secondary confirmatory endpoints cannot be evaluated for statistical significance based on testing the structure plan for this study. So what I would say that if you look at the comparison between IDEC 200 and glargine 300, then probably summarizing the safety analysis and set point, both were almost equal. Next, please. So what are the recent evidences for glargine 300? Next one. There are various studies which are difficult to enumerate in this time period. So you can see these recent evidences. And next, please. When we look at the real world ethos with glargine 300 in insulin naive participants, then you can see that after 12 months of therapy, there was an A1C reduction of 1.88%. There was fasting blood sugar reduction, which was 71.8. SMPG reduction was minus 65.2. But there was slight increase in glargine dose per kilogram after the 1 month therapy. So improvement in glycemic control, reduction in A1C, fasting blood sugar and SMPG, despite of suboptimal insulin titration with low frequency of hypoglycemia, was seen in real world ethos studies. Next, please. And not only that, BRIGHT renal study showed that it was more efficacious when the GFR was less than 60, and which you can see on the right side of the table, that difference was very obvious when the renal dysfunction was there in BRIGHT study. Next one. So now, small thing about time in range. So everybody knows about time in range, and from where 2012 we have come to 2021, that CGM is an important tool for hypoglycemic prevention. Next, please. And this, all of you know what is level 2 hyperglycemia, 1 hyperglycemia, time in range, level 1 hypoglycemia, and level 2 hypoglycemia. So time in range has got some association with the diabetic complication. Next, please. And which shows, next one, that glargine 300 is associated with significantly lower mean percentage of time of nocturnal hypoglycemia than IDEC 100. Next one. And time in range, if you look at the DCCT trial, or where you need 1% reduction of A1C and you have benefit in microvascular complication, here, if you have time in range which is decreased by 10%, then there is a retinopathy risk which goes up by 64%, nephropathy risk goes by 40%, and neuropathy risk goes by 25%. So this is the important part of the evaluation, where we have to also incorporate time in range in the management of diabetes, and especially when patients are on basal insulin. So initial evidences also show increase in surrogate markers of macrovascular complication in form of carotid intima media thickness. Next one. This is another study which also between the glargine 300 and IDEC 100. Next one case study which also showed the similar results. Next one, please. That similar time in range, time above range and time below range profiles between both the insulins, but differences were that the glargine 300 for time in range between 70 to 140 and 70 to 180 ranges, and time above range was better when you have the blood sugar values more than 180 milligram per deciliter. Next, please. So ongoing study again showed the similar results from head-to-head comparison between the glargine 300 and IDEC 100 in a large sample size using CGM for 20 consecutive days. Next one. And lastly, the effectiveness of IDEC also is seen in RCTs like Begin, Switch, Devote, Conclude, and in real-world evidence with U-Treat, Confirm, and Reflect, where IDEC was better than the comparator in form of glargine U100 or glargine U300, except for in Devote trial, the dose was little less with the degludec than glargine U100. Next, please. So in summary, I would say that second generation basal insulins effectively achieve the goals of glycemic exert with effective glycemic control of the parameters of glycemic control, reduced glycemic variability, and lower incidence of nocturnal hypoglycemia. And you can see on the right side the exact structure which can tell us that the safety and efficacy and glycemic variability all are better in next generation basal insulin. Next, please. So here, I think I would end here. There are studies which I have already mentioned here, critical phase insulin journey, BRIGHT study which showed, and then other studies also I have mentioned. So in short, I would say that the second generation basal insulin in form of IDEC 100, IDEC 200, and iGLAR 300 are safe, efficacious, less variability, less hypoglycemia are seen with this insulin. Next, please. Thank you for patient listening, and I will end here. Thank you very much.
Do we take a question right now, sir?
I think we have to take Shailesh Bhai because Sudhir Bandari still had not joined.
We will not take, sir.
May I the question now? You take the question now. We can have discussion. He is joining in 5 minutes, so we can have the question with Dr. Nandit.
Dr. Navneet Bhai, first of all, I sincerely thank you for giving a lucid, seamless, wonderful presentation with carry-on messages for usage of basal insulin. In the third or fourth slide, sir, you had mentioned about the incidence of hypoglycemia in first 3 months can determine the subsequent course. Do you wanted to convey the same thing, that it could be leading to the patient's adherence to the insulin therapy, or it's severe psychosis, and they might leave the insulin therapy? Do you wanted to convey the same as Mehul Dalal and others they have cited in 2017 in the journal Diabetes? So will you please elaborate?
Yeah, I think Dr. Shailesh Bhai, if you develop hypoglycemia in earlier course of the initiation, then there are a lot of problems in the patient's and relatives' mind. And any single incidence of hypoglycemia will take away the confidence in the treatment and in the doctor. So what is important that when you initiate the insulin, be careful, be judicious, use small dose, let them be comfortable for some period of time. There is no need to have glycemic control in a day or 2 or 3 days. Take time. So that gives us the confidence. And when patient uses the device, newer devices are good. The pen, the 32 gauge needle, 4 mm or 5 mm needle virtually, which is painless. And when they are comfortable with the injections, then you think of titrating and explain them. And remember, we have to mark the patient who are vulnerable to hypoglycemia, like elderly patient, autonomic neuropathy patient, good glycemic control patients who have a good glycemic control for a longer period of time. All those things are very important. And most important, as I mentioned earlier in the slide, that if you develop hypoglycemia earlier in the course of treatment, whether you name it like 3 months or 3 weeks or whatever it is, then it is counterproductive and it is associated with the patient's problem, psyche, and poor compliance.
So I think it's a perfect, as even in fact, it was for me to understand that I did not mean for the audience. Well answered, sir. I sincerely thank you, sir. And if there are no questions, may I ask another question?
Yes,
sir?
one question, sir.
Please, please.
So, in your clinical practice, what is your practical experience, the difference between Glargine and IDEC?
IDEC is more, less variability. That is very important, because if you look at the Glargine 100 and Degludec 100, then some days you may not have a easy control or a smooth control with Glargine, but if you have IDEC or the Degludec, you may have a better smooth without much intraday and interday variation in the glycemic control, provided the meals are almost same. So that is what is the important thing. And when we think about the hypoglycemia, really, in our clinical practice, it is very difficult to find out hypoglycemia comparison between Glargine and IDEC 100. But as the literature tells you that when you use IDEC 100, you have a less chance of hypoglycemia anytime, but the nocturnal hypoglycemia probably might be less than Glargine. But these are all really, in clinical practice, the things are different. In real RCTs are different because there is a controlled environment where they will look at many things. But in clinical practice, patients are having so many drugs going on, other comorbid conditions, and their drugs are going on. And from that, you may not have a patient one-to-one equally comparable, the one who is on Glargine and the one who is on IDEC. So issue is that what you select, whether you select Degludec, whether you select Glargine, depends upon so many things regarding the cost, availability in your things, and your own experience of using the drug. Because still, IDEC is better pharmacokinetics, but the use of Glargine is also not less. There is a huge follower of people who use Glargine. And so I think in clinical scenario, it is very difficult to really pinpoint the differences.
So you have introduced Degludec 200. Is it any clinical experience about it?
No, it is still not available here in India.
Yeah.
IDEC 200 is not available.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It was an excellent presentation, and the utility of second generation Bessel analogs was very well explained by you, and it is very convincing that these second generation Bessel analogs definitely fulfill the unmet needs that were there with the earlier Bessel analogs. My question is regarding the special population. Knowing that second generation Bessel insulins solve most of our problems, how much is the acceptability of these newer insulins in pregnancy, in children who are type 1 patients, or in elderly population above 70? And what are the recommendations or the approvals?
The IDEC is approved beyond 6 years. It can be used in children. For off-label recommendation of glargine for pregnancy, I am not aware of the glargine 300 recommendation, but glargine is used extensively in pregnancy, off-label recommendation. And the glargine recommendation is about 12 years of age.
Yeah. So specifically in pregnancy, because glargine had a different
we use
now.
glargine, pregnancy we use glargine, pregnancy we use aspart, we use lisprop in pregnancy. But you know, what my teacher told me that these are the drugs which are not teratogenic. First thing, they are not scheduled drug. And the trials, any trial like randomized control trials, RCTs, will not be done in pregnant women. So we have to gather our own experience for using these drugs.
Right.
I think if Dr. Sabu sir, can we go to the Dr. Bhandari sir?
I'm calling him Dr. Sudhir Bhandari. Yes, sir, joined. Dr. Sudhir Bhandari joined. Sir.
Oh.
So please introduce Dr. Sudhir Bhandari.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll leave the, yeah, thank you.
I request my co-chair, Dr. Rakesh Bhai, to take over and please introduce her and his achievements, please.
It's a proud privilege for me to introduce Dr. Sudhir Bhandari. He actually doesn't require any introduction because he has delivered over 200 talks in such conferences and has been repeatedly introduced by all of us. He has even been a faculty on around 30 international conferences. He is the fellow of Royal College of Physicians, fellow of American College of Endocrinology, fellow of American College of Physicians, Indian College of Physicians, fellow of RSSDI. He has also been a member of the State Advisory Board of Government for COVID-19. He is a head of cold treatment group of government for COVID-19. He is the head of COVID-19 containment program of SNS College and the group of hospitals. He is a senior professor of medicine, consultant internist, diabetologist, and a metabolic physician. He is the head and controller of SMS Medical College and the attached hospitals. He is an academician with over 80 original articles published in various journals, as well as chapters in the textbooks. He has been a principal investigator on several trials. He has received so many awards. To name a few: Dr. P.J. Mehta Young Scientist Award, Dr. Chenna Reddy Gold Medal, State Merit Award by Honorable CM Rajasthan, Rajasthan Gaurav Award by His Excellency the Governor, Times of India Health Award, and another award that he just received yesterday, which is not listed here. He was awarded with the most distinguished member of EPI just yesterday. We are very much fortunate to have you, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Over to you, sir.
Sir will share the screen or we have to share the screen, Hardik?
Sir,
Okay. Sudhir bhai, you will share the screen. Namaste,
Yeah.
sir. Namaste.
So nice. Sorry, my apologies.
No issues, sir.
No.
Issue.
Actually, what happened? Shashank ji is here. We and Shashank ji and were having chit chat with CM sir. So I'm at CM house. So okay,
No
Shashank ji is there. Thank you. My apologies for being.
No, sir. No issue.
You're on time, sir.
You will be sharing the screen, sir.
Yeah. I'm sharing the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. And please let me know when to start.
Already, sir, you are introduced.
Okay.
You please start now.
Okay.
Sir, namaskar.
At the onset, I extend my profuse thanks and gratitude to Dr. Bansi Sabu for having invited me. Probably he's a role model. And first of all, heartiest congratulations, Bansi Bhai, for Defeat Diabetes program. It has become so super hit. In fact, because of you, we are getting compliments about the proactive Indian approach, and definitely you are the pillar of this wonderful program you conducted. So I thank Daikon and Bansi Sabu for having invited me. I'm going to talk about basal insulin in type 2 diabetes, redefining the insulin therapy landscape over 2 decades in India. You know, it is a very interesting thing that India is a home to the second largest number of adults living with diabetes. We have 1 in 18 diabetic, that is 17 million people. 57% people. Sir, the slides are not visible yet. Slides are not visible. Sorry, I'll just replay. I'll just redo it, please. 1 second. Yes. Full screen कर देना इसको. Yes. Now it's visible, sir. Bhandari sir, it's visible now. Sir, you're muted. Dr. Bhandari, you're muted. Can you hear, sir? Yes, sir. Now it's visible and audible also. Okay, thank you very much. So after my thanks to Bansi Sabur, I must share with you that India is a home of second largest number of adults living with diabetes. 1 in 18 are diabetic. 17 million people are diabetics. More than 57% people with diabetes are undiagnosed, and people die from diabetes related causes, almost 3,000 deaths per day. Now, the issue is that management of diabetes is an art. We need to have a wonderful treatment protocol, which drug, when to give, which drug is more effective, when to introduce insulin. It is very important. And relatively, India has a unique thing. We has a relatively earlier type 2 diabetes onset, higher insulin resistance Indians have, and greater insulin secretory defect we come across compared to their Western counterparts. Just 1 sec. Now, the issue is that people with type 2 diabetes, which are able to control and have very well controlled HbA1c is very low, less than 7%, only 19.7% people achieve this. And in real world data also is very low, almost 1/4 or 1/5 percentage of diabetic population have HbA1c well controlled. And this is the big challenge we need to meet out. Now, this is one of the very interesting slide. You must know, we have a plethora of drugs available for management of diabetes. You look at this, that which is the most effective drug to bring about the HbA1c. You see the oral drugs, especially like starting from DPP-4 to AGI to the thiazolidinidones, sulfonylurea, glenides, metformin, all have capability of reducing HbA1c ranging from 0.8 to 1.2. The GLP-1 agonists 1.12. But if you look at this slide, the premix insulin as well as the basal insulins are very effective in bringing down the HbA1c, and they are highly effective. So the insulin takes away the cake. It leads the ability to bring down the HbA1c. This is one of the important aspects in selection of anti-diabetic drug, especially in the later part of the type 2 diabetic patients. There are some key realities of managing diabetes in India. We are a little different than rest of the world because we have high carb diet, we have high postprandial glucose levels, patient uncontrolled on multiple OADs, and need for a safety and convenience are there. In fact, all type 2 diabetic patients over the period of time, they become insulinopenic and insulin secreting ability goes down, and patient need to be adequately supplemented to have the better glycemic control. The high carbohydrate diet is a common in Indian reality. Look at this, irrespective of the zone you take, whether north, south, east, west, 61 to 70% energy intake in India is through carbohydrate present in diet. So I think that is an important challenge we have. Unlike Western population, postprandial glucose should be controlled at all levels of HbA1c in Asians. Higher contribution of postprandial glucose at lower HbA1c levels, similar to Caucasian data from it has been shown by Monnier and et al. And second, significant contribution for postprandial glucose even at a higher HbA1c level in Asian, unlike Caucasian, has been also shown by the Monnier's study. So postprandial glucose is one of the very important aspects causing higher HbA1c. Does initiating the basal insulin serve the purpose for total control? Yes, it is very important and we need to be very careful about it. Here, I'm trying to share a classical clinical picture that how important the basal insulins are important. Look at, there's a gentleman, Mr. Ashok, who is a 45-year-old. He's diabetic for 3 years and there is no history of hypertension and heart problem, but the issues are his BMI is 27.4, little higher, normotensive, pulse is fine, weight is 78 kg, little higher, eGFR is 69%, and ophthalmic examination, even with a shorter history, shows mild non-proliferative retinopathy, and HbA1c is 8.8, need to be brought down. Fasting glucose is 200 and postprandial glucose is 240. He is been on metformin 1 gram BD, glimepiride 2 gram BD, sitagliptin 100 milligram BD. Now, another lady, Ramaya, who is 57-year-old lady who is diabetic for 10 years and he has got a peripheral neuritis also with burning feet and numbness of the feet and no history of hypertension or heart problem. BMI is marginally high, 25.8%, eGFR is 74, and again mild NPDR is there. The HbA1c is 9.2, fasting and P sugars are high, 220 and 290. She is on sitagliptin metformin 50 plus 1000 and glimepiride 2 milligram per day. What should be the next line of therapy? Fourth, OAD or insulin. So this is a very important situation which all of us has been coming across in day-to-day life. The patient who has a secondary failure, it means in spite of 3 anti-diabetic drugs, having fasting sugar more than 200, constantly losing weight, it is a sign of insulinopenia. Now, what should be our strategy? We need to be very prudent and wise, whether we should add a fourth oral anti-diabetic drug or insulin, which is very important. When to consider insulin in type 2 diabetic patient, there is evidence from real world setting. No further glycemic benefit with addition of 4 oral anti-diabetic drug as seen in real world Indian setting, and hence we need to be very careful that what should be our choice. Even if you add the 4 drug, there has been no improvement in patient's diabetic control. Why to consider insulin in type 2 diabetic patient? Evidence of decreasing oral anti-diabetic efficacy within 1 to 2 years from initiation is well established. In meta-analysis by Ovogero et al., DPP-4 inhibitors showed an apparent accepted mean increase in HbA1c of 0.22% after 52 weeks of uses. Loss of glucose lowering efficacy after 2 years of treatment was observed with dapagliflozin also. A declining efficacy for SGLT2 inhibitors was also observed in meta-analysis by Monami et al. Over 104 weeks, and decreasing efficiency of oral anti-diabetic drug makes us ponder that why not to add a drug which will bring down the good glycemic control maybe or injectable. And here that's we think of insulin. There's a very interesting question. Why to consider insulin in type 2 diabetic patient? Evidence from real world data shows greater glycemic improvement in insulin receiving versus insulin naive patients. That is shown by landmark study. And hence, adding the insulin will bring down the HbA1c better in people who are already receiving the other drugs to the tune of 0.6%. Next question comes to our mind. Once you've decided that you should add on insulin to have the better glycemic control, which insulin to initiate with in type 2 diabetic patient? Premix insulin, the predominantly used insulin in our country at the turn of decade, there is a DICARB study. Proportion of insulin receiving patient is very high with premix insulin to the tune of 52 to 53% comparing basal insulins. And now what happens? The perceived reason behind the greater premix insulin utilization at the turn of decade is it is perceived that premix insulin has a better glycemic response compared to basal insulin. This is partly attributed to dietary pattern among Indians. The high carbohydrate intake, as I already told you in beginning, among Indians result in high postprandial glucose excursion, presumably requiring early use of prandial insulin in addition to basal insulin. However, it is common misconception that premix insulin offer better PPG and fasting glucose control and the safety profile and compensates for the functioning of the basal insulin. That's the reason we need to think in a newer direction. Shift in Indian insulin prescription practices in the last decade has been, look at this, 2011 DICARB study, almost 53% are on premix insulin, and look at the landmark outcome ongoing trial that now presently almost 54% people are on insulin, basal insulin, while premix percentage has gone to 44%. This is a wonderful change, a better change, bringing about the good glycemic control. As you know, all of us stay in a percentage state of hyperglycemia or postprandial hyperglycemia for 16 to 17 hours a day, which is very important. A steady increase in basal insulin adoption rates since the turn of present decade is very important. The reasons for paradigm shift in insulin prescription practices is the accumulating evidence from Glargine 100 pertaining to the following points: fix fasting first, holistic glycemic control, and better efficacy and safety data over the premixed configuration. Three reasons for the paradigm shift. Again, it goes in favor as I talk to you. Higher the HbA1c, greater the fasting plasma glucose contribution data from Asian population. So higher the HbA1c and greater the fasting plasma glucose. Look at this 6 to 6.9. There has been fasting glucose is 51% higher. And look at the HbA1c more than 10%, the fasting glucose is 61%, which is higher. Fasting blood glucose is an independent risk factor of mortality in patients with COVID-19. Recently, all of us faced a big COVID-19. You know, the first COVID-19 wave was progressive, but second wave was very aggressive, led to the sudden surge in the diabetic state of the patient with hyperglycemia, and many of people were naive hyperglycemic or diabetic. Fasting dysglycemia, 2 to 3-fold higher mortality rates in COVID-19 patient was seen. Mortality rate with fasting glucose more than 7 millimoles, or that is more than 120 in non-diabetic hospitalized COVID-19 positive patient was higher. And fasting blood glucose higher positions were associated with greater incidence of COVID-associated morbidity and mortality. Hence, it was also proved beyond doubt that uncontrolled fasting glucose, whether COVID or post-COVID or even in non-COVID patient, need to be addressed because it contributes significantly to the higher HbA1c, which is directly linked to the micro and macrovascular morbidity and mortality. There's been relationship between fasting blood glucose and risk of being admitted to ICU with COVID-19. And it has been found that people who had a fasting blood glucose more had 1.59 times higher odds of being admitted to ICU, and it definitely led to more morbid and mortality conditions. A small increase within the normal range of fasting blood glucose may be associated with substantial increase in risk of ICU admission of patient with COVID-19. So one of the most important thing is that people with COVID-19 also suffered more diabetic complication by the rise in fasting blood glucose, and that time also people needed more and more basal insulins, those who are already on oral drugs or those who are first time naive diagnosed to be diabetic. Glycemic target achieved with the Glargine 100 despite of high baseline HbA1c, 2 decades of efficacy evidence has confirmed that this is very good in bringing down the HbA1c. A string of studies that showed that insulin glargine by targeting attainment of fasting normoglycemia alone lowered the high HbA1c ranging from 8.5 to 9.1% to even below 7%. So that is the beauty, that there was a persistent higher HbA1c and which had a significant contribution for fasting glucose. When coupled up with the basal insulin, it brought down the HbA1c less than 7%. And you know, in India, only 1/5, 20% people have HbA1c less than 7%. Hence, it could bring down the complications in Indian population. Accumulating evidence with Glargine 100 pertaining to the following points, and this has proved that significantly better efficacy and safety data over premixed, which has been confirmed beyond doubt. Fix fasting first. Lowering fasting plasma glucose helps lower the postprandial glucose as well. Normal fasting glucose is bringing down the better complications, and it is taken care by basal insulins much beautifully and better. I'll again show you this slide, which is elevated fasting glucose. It is very well taken care by basal insulins. All the basal levels comes down and patient has a normal fasting plasma glucose. Hence, fix fasting first. I think this triple F is a very important statement. Basal insulin is one which can fix the fasting first, and it can bring down the HbA1c with lesser complication. Basal insulin provides holistic glycemic control in real world scenario data from Indian real world setting. And this has proved in most of our real world data, and Landmark has been one of the very effective studies to promulgate this. Targeting fasting normoglycemia with Glargine 100 lowers the postprandial glucose. Every 2 out of 3 poorly controlled type 2 diabetic patients, pre-mixed insulin achieves target postprandial glucose levels with a switch to Glargine 100. Mean 2 hours postprandial glucose levels decrease from 12 to almost 8.94 millimoles, and at the end of 24 weeks. So on significantly, almost a sugar of 190 to 200 came down to the level of almost 140 to 150 milligram %. And that's the usefulness of this basal insulin in managing the type 2 diabetes. Better efficacy with Glargine 100 versus premix has also been almost established now. This Glargine 100, significantly greater patients on target with Glargine 100 versus premix, almost 44% patients are on this, comparing the 12 to 13% on premix, and this has proven the good results. 20% plus greater HbA1c reduction with Glargine 100 compared to premix insulin has also been promulgated. Lower hypoglycemia risk with Glargine 100 versus premix is also very important. 50% less risk of overall and nocturnal hypoglycemia with Glargine 100 versus human prescription. So one of the very important thing which is patient friendly, and one of the reasons of high acceptance of basal insulin is 4.5% times lower risk of hypoglycemia with Glargine 100 versus premix, and that is a phenomenal difference, and we need to take advantage of this. Significantly lesser weight gain with Glargine 100 versus premix has also been proven beyond doubt. And both have comparable HbA1c reduction, and greater fasting control with glargine 100 has been documented. 36% lesser weight gain with glargine 100 at 52 weeks, and 86% greater overall hypoglycemia has also been seen with degludec with aspart combination versus glargine 100. Initiating glargine 100 was associated with increased treatment persistence than premix analog, which is also a very important fact to share. Premix insulin is less adaptable method of glycemic control because you have fixed doses, you cannot alter that. And that flexibility we get with the basal insulin. Latest 2001 ADA guidelines do not endorse the use of premix insulin in the management of algorithm. I think that's a very important, and I think it is more dependable uses of basal insulin because you can manage it well. ADA 2001 guidelines recommended basal insulin as the most convenient initial insulin regime in patients with type 2 diabetes, and probably it really need to reckon with. If you look at this, IDF, RSSDI, ACE and ADA all have gone for basal insulins, while IDF, ACE and ADA have not gone in favor of premix very early. Recommended for use during COVID-19 pandemic by Indian experts panel, basal insulin analogs are the simplest and most convenient option, preferably to initiate person on basal insulin during in-person consultation. For remote initiation, video consultations are recommended to ease the person into insulin journey. The starting doses of basal insulin analog is 10 units per day or 0.1 to 0.2 kilogram per kilogram per day, and that is the great advantage. So if you look at the merits of basal insulin, or what you call it to be the glargine 100, it is more physiological, established glucose lowering efficacy over 2 decades, fasting plasma glucose is brought down below 126, associated with better outcome. More so, it has been useful in COVID-19 also. Convenient treatment regime, greater therapy persistence. Fasting plasma glucose is a major contributor to HbA1c levels. Lowering fasting plasma glucose mitigates postprandial glucose excursions. Preferred for insulin initiation during COVID-19 pandemic and supported by global and local guidelines. So truly speaking, basal insulin addition to the later part or even early in a type 2 diabetic patient has been phenomenally useful in bringing down the HbA1c, and hence probably the uses of basal insulin in a therapeutic armamentarium is shifting more early in the management of type 2 diabetes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me congratulate you on behalf of all of us for the latest feather in your cap, the most distinguished member award of API.
Thank you.
Instead of on you yesterday only.
Thank you.
And it was an excellent presentation, sir, as always. So I think we have 10-15 minutes for discussion, sir. Dr. Bansi.
We're slightly late, but if anyone has some question, we can have one or two. Otherwise, we are slightly late by 10 minutes.
If there are any questions, then maybe we can take up the questions.
Okay, Sudhir, my question to you is, when you will decide the patient should be on glargine 100 IU versus glargine 300 IU? We know that this is a second generation, but how you decide if I am initiating the patient on a glargine, the basal insulin, can I decide at that point of time by some markers where I can use the second generation? I'm talking of glargine 300 or degludec both.
Basically, Bansi, the real world data goes not in favor of glargine 300, and basically realizing that most of the time we need to build up the doses. We start with the doses of 10 units or 0.1 to 0.2 units per kilogram per day, but building up of the doses as the efficacy and the usefulness has been established in most of the real data trials. But I think most of the people will derive the building up of the doses, and it becomes much better and I think well accepted with the second generation or the newer generation basal insulins.
Thank you, sir. One last question before we end the session. do you recommend stopping sulfonylureas when you start a patient on basal insulin, or do you continue basal sulfonylureas along with insulin?
Truly speaking, it is prudent to either reduce sulfonylurea. It has to be reduced. Once you add on to insulin, sulfonylurea has to be reduced, because most of the time, by the time we have been starting insulin little late, but now we have switched over to early starting, the beta cell apoptosis has taken place, beta cell mass has really gone down, and sulfonylurea act through the beta cell mass. So obviously, by the time we start insulin, sulfonylurea most of the time required to be reduced. And many times there has been a situation as the sense of well-being comes, better glycemic control, and many times in few patients we have seen that taking patient off the sulfonylurea, adding on to other newer OADs with basal insulin are able to continue well. But definitely most of the patient would require reduction, and it is safe also to reduce sulfonylurea once you start building up the basal insulin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for taking up time for this session, despite being busy at a very important meeting. We all are thankful to you. And now maybe we can move to the next session. I'll hand over the session to the organizers.
Thank you, Rakesh. Now over to Padmanabh.
Sir, thank you for both the speaker delivering the nice speech and excellent control over the topic. And I also thankful to both the chairperson, Dr. Shailesh and Rakesh Parikh sir, for handling the session. And now I request Dr. Sachin Mishra from Kanpur to take over the next session.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good evening to every seniors and every doctor, every diabetologist and every endocrinologist seniors present here. I, Dr. Sachin Mishra from Kanpur, I'm going to just discuss, I'm just going to express my views for the speaker of this today's session, who is the eminent speaker and the pioneer in the field of endocrinology. He is Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir. And to chair the session, today we have Dr. V.K. Chandani, sir. Dr. V.K. Abhichandani, sir, and Dr. Rajesh Deshmane, sir. Dr. V.K. Abhichandani, sir, is from Ahmedabad, and Dr. Rajesh Deshmane, sir, is from Kolhapur. I request to both the eminent chairpersons to kindly continue this wonderful and evolving session by Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir.
So thank you very much, and a very good evening to my co-chair, Dr. Rajesh, and to Honorable Dr. Shashank, sir. The keynote address by the Honorable Chair, Southeast Asia, IDF, Padma Shri awardee and President of the Indian Academy of Diabetes, Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, is going to focus on whole body twin technology that is based on artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, and how this can help HCPs systematically reverse various chronic metabolic disorders, especially type 2 diabetes. So, Dr. Rajesh, you would like to finish the rest of the introduction of the honorable speaker?
Yes, sir. I think Dr. Shashank sir
no introduction. He has been
sure. He's my teacher. He's
yes,
my teacher during my PG days. So
it's
welcome,
a
sir.
torch bearer for all of us with around 800 research articles in peer-reviewed journal and more than 100 textbook chapters. The Mammoth, knowledge bank, and we look forward to your lecture, sir. Over to you. Thank you.
Dr. Abhichandani, sir, he's just now in CM office and he sent his talk recorded. So we are just getting his talk and it is getting downloaded. So for next 2 minutes, please bear with me. It could be a biological break or it could be a tea break, whatever you want to tell. It's fine with us, but we can have a discussion.
Yeah.
I will just request my elder brother, my kaka, my dear friend, Dr. Vinod Abhichandani. I missed him today in the morning in inauguration session.
I was there for more than 1.5 hours.
Committee member in welcome address, but you joined at later time, sir. And we are missing your background also, as well as the Koti also. So I am missing both the things. Till you do all these things, till you get all these things, Shashank talk will be there. So we were discussing about the second generation insulin, and immediately after the talk of second generation insulin and insulin symposia, we are talking on a reversal of diabetes. So something, which is very paradox. One side you are talking when patient is to be started on insulin with a 3 drug or 4 drugs, is already on OAD failure. And other side, we are thinking of reversal of diabetes. The point is, the patients who are started with insulin therapy, normally they always try or they look for a diabetologist, somebody who can reverse their diabetes or somebody who can stop their insulin. This is what I had seen. Even I am the part of that twin technology and advisory board and many of such type of and reversal program in India. But the point is, in early and aggressive control, nobody wants. So first 10 years, they are just on 1 tablet, 2 tablets, 3 tablets. They continue to increase and they never think of something called reversal or something which they can really do. I always tell them, if you can start with early and aggressive control and simultaneously very good lifestyle, probably many of them may not require medication more than 1 or 2, or some of them may be continued with 1 or 2 tablets, maybe pretty long period of time. Once they are put on the insulin, as rightly said, now it has to be basal insulin, but still in India, many of our colleagues starting the patients on a pre-mix insulin or even analog mix, which does not fit with their lifestyle. But then we get these patients coming to us that, sir, abhi diabetes ko reverse karna hai. Now we are listening something called reversal of diabetes, which is really difficult, but still we would like to listen from Shashank. Shashank recorded his talk on and this is a continuous monitoring of a patient with a different variable, not only continuous glucose monitoring, but other aspects also, and giving a diet. And many of these patients, we put them from different oral hypoglycemic agent or insulin to straightway on a gliptin and metformin therapy, which is a choice of therapy which we use for these patients.
And Dr.
Neelam, you could download the talk. I mean, we can have his recorded talk.
Yeah.
Please share it. Thank you.
Diabetes reversal, and we know diabetes reversal is a possibility, particularly in type 2 diabetes. And I'm going to talk on twin cycles, and then of course my good friend Maluk is going to talk on twin health and how we can use artificial intelligence to reverse diabetes, particularly type 2 diabetes, in the early years of a diabetic's life. So that is what we are going to discuss. And we know that type 2 diabetes is exploding, and we know that Asia and India is a global epicenter of type 2 diabetes. We know one of the reasons that there is type 2 diabetes is because of rapid economic development and urbanization. And we have changed our lifestyle very fast. Our diet has become very fast, and 80% of the diabetes across the world now lives in China and India. So why are we getting diabetic? Because we are thin fat Indians. We have more fat, less muscle, probably it is genetic, and probably there is abdominal obesity. But the main reason we are having this thin fat Indians is there is something called as sarcopenia. Sarcos means muscle, penia means less muscle, and when we have less muscle and more fat, we get sarcopenia or sarcopenic obesity. Is it genetic? Possibly yes. It is familial. Is it environmental? Of course yes, because we have become slower and sedentary, and we have become more and more affluent, and we're eating the wrong food. So for the same BMI, our body composition can differ in patient A, patient B, and patient C. You can see very clearly that patient A has a lot of fat mass and less lean mass, while patient C, there's a lot of lean mass and less fat mass. So typically, the white Caucasian is on the patient C side, while the typical Asian Indian is patient A side. That's what we see very often. So Indians are more sarcopenic, they are more fat, less muscle mass, and probably it's linked to the mitochondrial defects. We also look at the food pattern, and we did this starch study almost 6-7 years back, where we found across India, whether it's East India, where you all are, or whether it is Western India, Southern India, Central India, or South India, clearly we see that we can ensure that there is a carbohydrate and fat preponderance in our diet, whether you are a diabetic or non-diabetic, and very little proteins. So our Indian diet is predominantly fat or carbs, too much of carbs, too much of fat, and too less of proteins. That's something which we know very clearly. So obviously, what is it that we need to do to reverse diabetic trends? So the first thing which we need to do is that this was a twin cycle hypothesis, which Professor Roy Taylor put out. When there is a positive caloric balance, there is excessive liver fat, and there is a pre-existing muscle insulin resistance which activates the liver cycle. And obviously that we get hyperglycemia, which pours out a lot of fatty liver and the VLDL and triglyceride, which go into the pancreatic beta cell islets, and we get a fatty pancreas. So there is an activation of twin cycles, the liver cycle and the pancreas cycle, which simultaneously gets activated. which we see very clearly, and this activation causes a lot of cycle. The first signs of reversal of type 2 diabetes, that diabetes is a fully reversible syndrome, came from bariatric surgeons. And almost 30 years back, Pori et al. Showed that when they cut out the stomach, you could get 90% free from diabetes for 10 years later. Professor Roy Taylor's group in United Kingdom showed that if you do a severe caloric restriction, similar effect is seen that of bariatric surgery in curing and controlling diabetes. Within a week's time, with either intervention of liver fat is greatly reduced, liver insulin sensitivity returns, fasting blood glucose returns, and during the first 8 weeks of the intervention, pancreatic content falls and is associated with a steadily increasing rates of insulin secretion and pancreatic beta cells. So clearly the body weight falls, the glucose falls, and the liver action of fat and insulin on the liver improves. So what did they do? They did it in a primary general practitioner setup. In United Kingdom, they took a low caloric meal and they published a direct study way back in December 2013. They randomly assigned 2 groups, a weight management group, which was an intervention group, and a control group, which is a best practice group. And the patient profile was between 20 to 65, diabetes not more than 6 years, BMI between 27 and 45, not receiving insulin. And clearly we can see that in the intervention in the control group, you can see that a remission of diabetes was possible in primary care in at least half the subjects who had gone through, and most of the subjects were off the anti-diabetic drugs. Who responded better? People who had shorter duration of diabetes, people who were younger, they responded better, while people who had longer duration of diabetes or people who were older did not. So this clearly showed us one simple concept, that in the natural history of type 2 diabetes, if you, in the first decade of a diabetic's life, if you are able to do a proper appropriate lifestyle modification, you can reverse type 2 diabetes. Now, can we use artificial intelligence? Because these diets are very difficult to follow. To follow a very severe caloric restriction of 800 calories is very, very difficult. And that's what Dr. Maluk is going to tell us. He's a technology expert, and he with his team in the US have developed this digital twin technology. What it does is basically captures a lot of parameters in our body and ensures that our body can adapt to a new way of life. So basically what the technology does is it tries to give us an insight in a very simplified way on metabolism. So for different individual and for each individual at different times, there are different changes which occur. So this whole body twin technology, which we will learn about today, is a new technique or an invention which helps doctors to reverse chronic diseases, including diabetes. So what it does is it basically learns from a human being. So suppose it is me, then it will learn my state of metabolism, try to look at if I eat a idli, how much my glucose will go up. If I have a dosa, if I have a bisibili rice, how much it will go out. If I eat fish, how much it will go up. So it self-learns the individual state of metabolism, deciphers cause and effects, predicts outcomes, and offers precision treatment to reverse chronic disease. So it picks up health signals, it picks up various signals, including medication signals, and those inputs are taken, and then it is allowing us through various applications, which Dr. Maluk will explain, precision nutrition, sleep, activity for each member. And this is not just a technique or an app. There is a coach, which is a physical coach as a human being, and a doctor. So under a doctor's supervision, which gives insights for which medicine to take, how to downregulate a medicine, under a coach's supervision on lifestyle in general, and precision nutrition, which is given by an app for sleep, nutrition, as well as activity, we are able to get some. Is there other systems in the world which also can lower chronic diseases and diabetes? Yes. There is Livongo, which drops the A1C by 0.8. There is Verta keto reversal diet, which reverses it to 1.5. And of course, we have this new novel twin technology, which will show that various parameters, whether it's diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, to some extent, a lot of that can be, reversed in a RCT fashion. So obviously, we need evidence. So what does it do? Basically, this twin technology, we have the AGP technique. We all know that we can measure sugar by using a CGM, which is the AGP, which is ambulatory glucose profile, using a Libre probe or a Libre. And then from the CGM, we can actually predict what is happening and how it is happening. And obviously, we can generate a virtual CGM and get into a decipher. Similarly, we can measure blood pressure, and watching the pattern, we can have a virtual blood pressure monitoring tool. So whatever we eat, the food we eat is very different. So obviously, suppose I have a particular food like fish, which has protein, or if I have rice, which is carbs, then some people will respond and their glucose will go up, they'll be red. Some people will respond and they'll be green. And then the machine learning allows us to understand the food habit and allows the app to do mix and match so that everything gets greened out. And this is something Dr. Maluk will explain to you. So what food, what meal, what combination. So for example, if the glucose is going up after idli, then they will say reduce the idli from 3 idlis to 2 and increase the quantity of sambar. So the right portion of carbs and proteins is adjusted. That's what the app tells you to do. And then it can reasonably predict and accurately tell us various signals to predict and reverse chronic diseases. So this is an evidence-based way in which we are using technology of continuous machine learning, where we are having a sensor of CGM, blood pressure, a ketone sensor, a body weight scale, and a Fitbit. And it is integrated to all the blood parameters which are measured with an energy log, a mood log, a sleep log, symptom log, and these members then input it through the computer for signals of causality, of health and happiness. And they also look at the deep dive of macronutrient compositions, micronutrient composition, as well as the microbiota. And using that, using continuous machine learning, we can precisely predict nutrition, medicine, and insights. And that's something which we know very, very clearly. So obviously, you don't get addicted to these gadgets. Once our machines learn it, then the body is able to predict it using technology, and we can have less of this technology. And we need to study the outcome. These outcomes Dr. Maluk will explain to you later. But we have got some very robust results on all the parameters, from glucose to lipids to organ health to happiness. And this is robust results. So the health outcomes have been presented last year in the European Congress of Endocrinology, and it's a RCT. So currently there are two ongoing RCTs. One is an RCT which is undergoing in India, and one is which is undergoing in 4 centers. And there's also an RCT undergoing in the US. And it's an ongoing RCT to study reversal. And with the help of reversal and with the help of a CGM, blood pressure monitor, ketone monitor, scale, Fitbit, Apple Watch, and a twin app, sensor inputs, blood work, and member logs for nutrition, energy, mood can actually lead to a very precise sensor reading and inputting, and using machine learning, artificial intelligence, medicine database, and nutrition database, we can actually individually curate. We can individually curate and actually make a solution so that we can attempt to reverse diabetes. And such a diabetes reversal is doable, feasible, possible, and practical. So it's not something which is impossible. As I told you, this is a new era. We are in an era where we need adherence. You know, the most difficult thing in human life today is adherence. So though we are born in the times of plenty, our body engines are still running in a famine mode, and we need to be active. We need to build strong muscles and mitochondria. So obviously prevention is the best. We need to eat less, we need to eat on time, we need to eat in the morning, we eat the right food, we need to walk more, we need to sleep well and smile. So that will always remain, but we can use artificial intelligence in a very, very mindful way, and we can use this to attempt to type 2 reversal of diabetes. Remember, type 1 diabetes cannot be reversed because we know that very clearly. We know diabetes which does not have beta cells like secondary diabetes cannot be reversed. And we know that in gestational diabetes or diabetes in pregnancy, we can do nutritional modulation, but the reversal term is not used. So reversal term is applicable for early type 2 diabetes in the first decade of a diabetic's life. We can extend that term if we do more research. This is an exciting area, and we are trying to marry medicine and technology. And that's what my good friend Dr. Maluk, who has taught us a lot of technology, is going to tell us. So I hope that what you have listened to me, you will learn. What you are learning from me, you will adapt. And I wish you that you can sleep well and sleep on time. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Shashank told me that he will be joining physically after his talk. If he is there, we can have some question or some comments from him. Otherwise, we have Dr. Abhichandani sir, our chairperson, and Dr. Rajesh, if they want to make any comment. Dr. Abhichandani sir.
Dr. Bansi, you had been a co-author of an elegant paper published last year in Diabetes Therapeutics, right?
Yes.
So that looked on using digital twin technology enabled precision nutrition. And it had outstanding results, all evidence based. And I think very important paper where you had contributed, Dr. Damodaran.
So we have done some of the patients in our country and where the data we have published. And Dr. Bharat wants to make some comment, I think.
Yes.
Sir, I just want to ask something. There were a dropout of around 25 patients, if I can remember, in that study. It was a patient who were involved were around 90, and at the end, the data
64.
was 64.
Yeah.
So, what was the reason for this?
Bharat, one of the reason is, as you know, that it's a low calorie diet and compliance is always a challenge for those number of patients. Even if you take in advance, I mean, I always tell that whatever the Roy Taylor had done, I don't think it can be repeated because I don't know the British patients, how they were there for first 3 months. They were on a liquid based, formula based diet for first 3 months, and that too only 700 kilocalorie. I mean, it is really surprising to read his paper of reversal of diabetes, in which he has also done, not in his clinic. It was done in primary care physician setup in Scotland and in England. So, I mean, it's really very difficult, you know, that low calorie diet. And all of us, we know the importance of low calorie diet, intermittent fasting. Now, time restrictive eating, which is a new term rather than intermittent fasting, or all those points. We know the benefits of all these things, but still, it is really very difficult. This is my view.
I think that explains the reduction in HOMA-IR.
Yes, naturally. I mean, once you are on a low calorie diet with a low carbs, particularly low carb is a major challenge in India rather than a calorie content. So total calorie to reduce, but only to reduce the carbs. Yes, Shashank is there now. Shashank, the question was that there was 25% of the patients who were dropped out in that Indian paper where your and my name was there in that twin study. So what was the reason? So one maybe the diet, maybe the
primary reason of the dropout. The primary reason of the dropout was economic, and sometimes, you know, the vegetarian diet sometimes find it tough. But right now the dropout rate is less than 10% in the commercial arm, and in the RCT arm, the dropout rate is less than 5%. So we are doing, see, the proof of the pudding is a randomized control trial. And in the randomized control trial, the dropout rate is around 5%. In the commercial arm, the dropout rate is anywhere between 10 to 12%. So as the technology evolves, you know, there has been a betterment on overall quality of care. And it takes time to adopt technology. See, what happens is people have to be very adaptive to the smartphone. People have to be used to getting an expert calling you every day and doing your day-to-day management. So that is one of the major reasons. And third thing is that it's a lifetime program because we are trying to do a lifetime change. And that is why there are some degree of dropouts. Otherwise, there is no reason for people to drop out. Vansi, I'm sure you also have experience with twins.
Yes. So I was just telling her that when you joined, I thought you should also answer that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As it is a Dr. Shashank Joshi address, he is a IDF Southeast Asia chairman address. So we have just asked only comment of him. We will not have any questions in this particular session.
Should he
now
call it
we can close this session and we can have
somebody had to ask a question. I can answer.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Shashank is there, so you can answer. Yes, Rajesh, you are asking?
Sir, should we call it as a reversal or remission? That is a big question.
So now that's a very good question. Remission has been recently defined for 3 months. So if you look at remission, then almost all our patients go into remission very fast. Reversal is a more difficult definition which we are trying to adopt.
Very true, sir.
And therefore, our definition is 1 year. You know, so the remission definition also includes EA1C, which is measured by CGM now. So if you are talking about the new definition, when our trials were done, the remission paper was not out. Remission just paper is out 2 weeks back. But if we apply that data, we have some very robust data on remission also.
Yes, Dr. Bichandani, your final comment and then we can close.
I think that was a very lucid, rapid and elegant coverage of a complex subject. And it has instilled a lot of interest in all of us. We look forward to being a part of this journey selectively for some of our patients. And Dr. Bharat Sabu is there, so I'm so happy to see him in person. We go on interacting on the Twitter, but it's a great pleasure to And it was an honor listening to Dr. Dasang sir. As always, very, very lucid and penetrative in his talk.
Thank you.
Rapporteur
Thank you for the
will-
opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Abhichandani sir and Dr. Deshmane sir for chairing this session. And thank you, Dr. Shashank Joshi sir for giving so enlightened talk on this very new topic. And thank you, Bansi Sabu sir, for giving me this opportunity to hold this session so nicely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good evening to all. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this wonderful conference as usual. And after the completion of a wonderful talk by Dr. Shashank Joshi sir, the reversal of diabetes, now we move on the gliptin symposia. As you're aware, the gliptins now take a part as a initial therapy after the metformin in majority of the patients. So for these discussions on gliptins, I would like to request or invite our chairperson, Dr. Mahadev Desai sir from Ahmedabad and Dr. Sachin Gupta sir from Bhopal. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Hope I am audible. First
Yes,
of all, congratulations
audible.
to Dr. Bansi Sabu for one more feather in his cap, overloaded cap, I would say. And thank you very much for involving me in the important symposium on gliptin. We know gliptin and SGLT2 are now the most important drugs and the talk of the town for any small or big gathering. And we have with us the galaxy of speakers talking about the 4 different molecules. First is Dr. Rajiv Kovil. Everybody knows him, right? But still the formality demands, courtesy demands that he is a medical director and consultant diabetologist of the Dr. Kovil Diabetes Care Center. He is a Nanavati Super Specialty Hospital attachment and the SL Rahelja Hospital attachment. He is invited faculty for diabetes fellowship program at DY Medical, Patil Medical College. And he has so many laurels to be, but we would spare more time for the discussion. So over to you, Dr. Rajiv Kovil, for the discussion of a new gliptin, that is evogliptin. Over to you, Dr. Sir.
Across India, I would like to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu and the whole team of DICARE for having me here in this prestigious event. Today, I'm going to talk about a newer gliptin by the name of evogliptin and what is the evidence it has in comparison to other gliptins. So as you know that DPP-4 has in the last 1.5 decades has actually captured our mind space, especially in oral anti-diabetic therapy because of very minimal drug-to-drug interactions, insunotropic, low risk of hypoglycemia, weight neutrality, and backed by extensive scientific evidence. And why this has occurred is because paradoxical high glucagon has been a pathophysiological defect. And today we know that alpha cells plays a huge role in the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. And we all know that how much one glucose lowering medications actually cause in randomized controlled trials. But DPP-4 are considered as placebos in the Western world, but today we know that they can cause an easily 1 to 1.5% reduction in HbA1c. Now, evogliptin is a very selective, potent, reversible inhibitor. It has been extensively studied for its efficacy and safety. It's been approved in Azerbaijan, Russia, South Korea, Bolivia for the treatment of type 2 diabetes as an adjunct to diet and exercise to improve glycemic control. Dosage is 5 milligrams OD. If you look at the DPP-4 enzyme with its binding site, this makes the difference between various DPP-4 inhibitors, and that sets them apart. S1, S2 is considered as fundamental binding and required to produce DPP-4 inhibition. X2 extensive as well as S1 and S2 binding to this produce more inhibition of DPP-4. Vilda and Saxa bind exclusively to S1 and S2. Allo and Lina, in addition to S1 and S2. Sita, Tenli, and Evo bind also to X2 extensive, and this is a non-covalent binding. If you look at the IC50, which actually talks about potency when we talk about IC50, is very, if you see, it's only 0.98 nanomoles is required. If you look at off-target actions of this particular gliptin, which is evogliptin as compared to other gliptins, is off-target actions on DPP8 and DPP9, which causes immunological and skin-related reactions, is very, very limited. Hence, we are using a very safe gliptin. Look at the pharmacokinetics. Bioavailability is good, peaks at 3 to 5 hours. 80% DPP4 inhibition, half-life is 32 hours, and no dosage adjustment is required because urinary excretion is not the major pathway for elimination. Dosage and administration dosage is not needed in patients with mild to moderate hepatic impairment. If you look at the favorable pharmacokinetics, it is once a day dosing, thus improving compliance. Excretion mainly hepatic and lesser by renal, so hence we can use it in patients with chronic kidney disease. It reduces the ppGLP1 by 1.5, sorry, increases by 1.5 to 2.5 fold. It reduces ppg levels by 20 to 35%. DPP4 inhibition is increased in a dose-dependent manner and remain for more than 80% over 24 hours. If you look at the landscape of evogliptin, it's one of the gliptins which doesn't come has the support of a big MNC, but it has amassed a lot of scientific evidence, and most importantly, various kind of indications, and importantly also which are the standard of care as far as DPP. First you look at a placebo controlled study, then we look at head-on studies, and then we look at the double-blind double dummy study as well. So here you look at the placebo control study of evogliptin versus placebo with the 60 patients. You had a reduction of 0.3%, which was considered statistically significant. So monotherapy, obviously the first proof of concept of the proof of the pudding lies in monotherapy, and as you can see, it is found to be good. Brazilian study, again, you have an active comparator. As you can see 3 doses of evogliptin versus sitagliptin patients followed up over 12 weeks, almost 150 patients. And you can see that once a day evo was safe and well tolerated. Adverse events were similar. HbA1c was very similar between sita and evogliptin in monotherapy. Evergreen study presented at the ADA in 2019 looked at CGM. Two gliptins, and then again it was also to find out the measuring CGMS at 0 and after 12 weeks. You can see HbA1c reduction numerically better with evogliptin as compared to linagliptin. HbA1c reduction, more patients reaching a goal with evo as compared to lina, whether it's 7% or 6.5%. Mean amplitude of glycemic excursion and standard deviation of the coefficient of variation better with evogliptin as compared to linagliptin. So glycemic of 24 weeks, more patients had a much better control and more durable control with evogliptin as compared to linagliptin. Again, as the response rate is higher with evo as compared to linagliptin. If you look at the glycemic profile and you look at the variability, which today is a very important marker, and TIR, we can see that evogliptin had more patients in the TIR as compared to linagliptin. So conclusion was that evogliptin in this particular study is safe and effective, improved glycemic variability, and was non-inferior to linagliptin. Again, it has a study done in mild to moderate renal dysfunction. The number of patients is very low, 30 only, but still it's a proof of concept that you can use it in patients with chronic kidney disease as well as in patients with hepatic impairment, and there's no extra exposure of the drug which will have any kind of deleterious side effects. If you look at this nation-based cohort study in South Korea. Again, it is a retrospective study, but the whole idea was we cannot have a CVOT on this particular molecule, but the whole idea was to evaluate the association between the use of DPP-4, evogliptin, and other DPP-4, and the risk of cardiovascular disease when compared to other second-line anti-diabetic drugs. I will go fast to it. It's a large study with 23,000 patients comparing evogliptin and other gliptins. As you can see, evogliptin, there were almost 3,000 patients in this arm, and there were effective SGLT2 users, and you had almost 100,000 patients who on sitagliptin. If you look at the end of the longitudinal database of South Korea, it clearly showed that DPP-4 inhibitors were associated with a decreased risk of cardiovascular disease when compared to glimepiride, quite contrasting to the Carolina. But SGLT2 and DPP-4 had a null association, so seems to be similar. This is data from Korea. Again, you can conclude that compared to glimepiride users, DPP-4 users were associated with a decreased risk of cardiovascular disease. Evogliptin users were also associated with a decreased risk of cardiovascular disease. There were approximately 3,000 patients in this particular group. If you look at data of evogliptin plus metformin, it has been approved, as you can see, in 7 countries of the world, with India being the last. We're going to look at a few studies, a few head-on studies, few Indian studies to actually put forward the concept of evogliptin plus metformin as such. This is an international study which looked at the efficacy of adding evogliptin versus sitagliptin on the background of metformin. It's a 24 weeks randomized control trial with an open label extension. You can see the mean change in HbA1c is similar between evogliptin or sitagliptin when added to a background of metformin therapy. If you look at study in the Indian population, you can see that evogliptin versus sitagliptin had a similar safety and efficacy in Indian patients with type 2 diabetes. If you look at phase 3 study, which looked at the efficacy and safety of evogliptin when added to ongoing metformin therapy in patients with type 2 diabetes, you can see this is a double blind kind of a dummy study where you have evogliptin placebo and you have a sitagliptin placebo. So you are having a placebo controlled arm as well, and evogliptin is directly compared to sitagliptin on the background of metformin. If you look at the primary endpoint, both of them very similar reduction in HbA1c, whether you look at Korea plus Russian patient or just the Russian patients. If you look at combined population or just the Russian population, Evo demonstrated non-inferior to sitagliptin in terms of HbA1c reduction. Again, study of evogliptin from 6 studies was analyzed, and there were no reports of pancreatitis, which is a huge concern in our minds when we look at any incretin-based therapy. Again, if you look at an other side effect of any therapy, hypoglycemia, again, there are no increased risk of symptomatic or asymptomatic hypoglycemia. If you look at some data which has come from India, this is presented by Abhijit Tralokia in RSSDI 2020 retrospective study. Again, overall 20 patients, but does show the safety and efficacy of evogliptin in the Indian context. If you look at Indian data from a CGM data, as an observational study to see the effectiveness of CGM in type 2 diabetes, and again presented at RSSDI 2020. Again, a real world setting, it shows that more percentage time was spent in range using an evogliptin as compared to other therapy as such. So as you can see, this is the efficacy and safety of metformin added to insulin therapy and evogliptin presented at the ADN 2021. Smaller number of patients, but you can see an effective reduction in HbA1c at the end of 24 weeks as such. So again, elderly is a area where we are always concerned about the side effects of drug, and DPP-4 inhibitors really comes in there because of its placebo-like side effects. And again, evogliptin has been tried in with insulin therapy in elderly patients with type 2 diabetes. And again, the conclusion was that the administration of evogliptin plus metformin could safely improve glycemic control and body weight in elderly patients with type 2 undergoing insulin therapy. Again, if you look at effects of evogliptin as add-on in inadequately controlled patients with metformin and glimepiride combination, again presented at the ADA. If you look at 185 patients, and when we add on evogliptin as a third drug, again you see a significant reduction in 24 weeks, whether it's fasting blood glucose or HbA1c at the end of 6 months of treatment. This PMS study of evogliptin plus metformin sustained release bilayer study conducted at 6 centers across India again shows there's an effective and durable reduction in HbA1c with a 1% drop at the end of 24 weeks. So all in all, if you look at this is the data on file of the FDC of evogliptin plus metformin, a significant reduction in HbA1c, in fasting plasma glucose, and postprandial at the end of 6 months. So in summary, it's truly once a day due to its long half-life, has safety in kidney, heart, and liver, which is the triangle we are looking at. Evergreen evogliptin shows the highest reduction in glycemic variability. HbA1c was non-inferior to Lina as well as sitagliptin, which is an Indian study. The FDC provides better compliance with convenient administration, a strong OD dosage rational compared to an immediate release. Thank you all for a patient hearing, and thank you so much to the whole organizing committee, including Dr. Sabu, to invite me. I hope you all have a fantastic time at the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Covil, for a wonderful overall profile of the new gliptin. I think because there is a gliptin symposium, we'll have the question answer after all the 4 gliptins are discussed. So our next speaker is Dr. Vijay Negalur. Everybody knows him, sir, and he's going to talk about vildagliptin. But first, let us introduce Dr. Vijay Negalur. Everybody knows him. He's a medical director at Negalur Diabetes and Thyroid Specialty Center, Thane. He has a fellowship in diabetes from UK. He's an honorary associate professor of medicine of Rajiv Gandhi Medical College and has served as an MBBS examiner and convener for the MEHS. He currently teaches on a variety of subjects: diabetes management, thyroid management, pregnancy and diabetes in cardiology, and diabetes by PHFI. He is also on the advisory board of various Indian and international pharmaceutical companies. He has earned the title Syndrome Man and Gentle Grant in diabetes by his students and colleagues. Sir, over to you for discussion about the veracity of vildagliptin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for kind words of introduction. Thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu, for the kind invitation. And my job is to speak on vildagliptin, the legacy of vildagliptin. And the legacy actually describes the long-term health benefit that results from the intensive control of diabetes and compared to standard care of diabetes. And the glucose legacy effect, actually the term, was identified by Wikipedia's trial from the follow-up of 10 years observational study. So let's look at the legacy effect of vildagliptin. So this is the flow of my thought. We'll discuss about the evolution of DPP-4 inhibitors, landmark trials with vildagliptin, EDGE, INITIO, and VERIFY, these 3 trials. So evolution of DPP-4 inhibitors, vildagliptin, let's dwell deep into history. So it was in 1930, for the first time, the term incretin was coined by Labere. And this incretin had 3 words. It's insulin secretion of insulin, intestine secretion of insulin. And from that, the word was derived, which is called as an incretin. And it took almost 60 years for the GLP to be discovered as the most potent incretin known to man. And 2 years later, it was Michael Nock who first infused the GLP-1 to normalize the blood glucose in patients of type 2 diabetes. And he had to infuse twice or thrice the dose of GLP infusion because of its short half-life and to normalize the blood glucose level. And it was a little later than 1992 that DPP-4 responsible for destruction of the GLP was identified. And little later, it was the first report of GLP degradation by DPP-4 by Caroline Dicken from Netherlands, and she was responsible for identification of GLP-1 degradation by DPP-4. And 2 weeks later, Novartis identified the first DPP-4, which was DPP-7 to 8, and eventually in 1998, the vildagliptin was invented by Edwin Villor, whose picture you can see at the left hand of the slide. Then you see that vildagliptin clinical trials began in 2000. So this is a landscape of the development of various DPP-4, predominantly the vildagliptin. Now again, you can see the picture of Edwin Villor here and how the word vildagliptin originates. Of course, the will come from Villor, the Edwin Villor, the scientist from the Novartis, he got the Best Scholar Award, and his name is given to this molecule with word will. When we know that this is the enzyme dipeptidyl amino dipeptidase, therefore DAP has come from this first letter of these three words, dipeptidyl amino peptidase. Then the GLI comes from the WHO's original work, which said this is the entire area of glucagon insulin axis. So therefore the GLI word has come in. So that's why GLI, and TIN is actually in for inhibitor of T stands for enzyme. So it's an enzyme inhibitor. So therefore we have this word vildagliptin, and credit should be given to Edwin Villor, who identified and discovered this particular enzyme inhibitor. Now here you can see the blockade, the catalytic site vildagliptin blocks, and the catalytic site is serine 3,630, which is the spot where it blocks. And this blocking has the most important effect on this red dot. And this red dot is oxygen. And here the inhibition by this oxygen is permanent, because oxygen is the one which is responsible for destruction of GLP. So what vildagliptin does is it goes and gets attached to this oxygen moiety, and therefore brings about inhibition, which is called as a covalent binding, which is 20 times stronger than the inhibition done by sitagliptin. So that's the beauty of this molecule, which has a covalent binding. The sitagliptin, for example, is the H bond binding, but this is the covalent binding, and especially to serine 630. So that brings us to these various molecules. Are all DPP-4 inhibitors are similar or they're different? Here we can see here the first DPP-4 produced by Novartis. Eventually it was vildagliptin, which I said as this set oxygen, and this is the most important stem of the molecule, and all the companies have made their molecules from this particular stem of double bond oxygen. And then we have saxagliptin, sitagliptin, linagliptin. If you look at the substrate blocking, these are the three drugs which have the blocking effect on this substrate enzyme, and therefore the inhibition is covalent, and that's why it's permanent. As I said, it is 20 times stronger than the other competitive inhibitor that we see here, sitagliptin and linagliptin, that comes and attaches to the enzyme site and releases. So therefore, the inhibition is not too long. It's few seconds, the inhibition. And again, as the substrate concentration goes up, the inhibition comes in again. And therefore, these are the drugs which require adjustment of the dose, like saxagliptin and linagliptin, sitagliptin. And there is a significant P450 metabolism. Therefore, we must remember drug-drug interaction when sitagliptin is on the board. So this is the patent priority date, establishes the fact that Novartis was the pioneer of gliptin. We have three studies, as I mentioned earlier, the EDGE trial, the initial trial, and verified trial. I'll quickly run through these trials. So the EDGE was the 12 months observational multi-center, around 3,000 centers, 27 countries, and more than 45,000 patients, which was a prospective cohort study where it looked at the patients of type 2 diabetes more than 18 years of age on an oral anti-diabetic monotherapy were prescribed as the additional drug, either the vildagliptin or vildagliptin metformin fixed dose combination, or any other drug which was given to control the patient's failing hyperglycemia. And at the beginning of the trial, they did the demographic studies, the A1C, the weight, and the type 2 diabetes medications. And at the end, at 12 months, again, they repeated the same test, the A1C, the weight, the type 2 medications, adverse events, and of course, serious adverse events were also studied. This was the data collection opportunities. This is the observational study, which was the multi-centric. And what did we find? That those patients, this is the Indian subgroup of the EDGE trial, which had 472 centers in India, more than 11,000 patients, which is the highest number of patients. And they had a higher baseline A1C and the low mean age of the Indian patients. But if we look at the efficacy of vildagliptin in the Indian subpopulation, we have a reduction of A1C of 1.44 versus 1.1 other drugs which are tried globally. In other words, is a much more potent effect on reduction of A1C in vildagliptin, especially for the Indian subgroup population. Let's look at the one more trial, which is the initial trial, which is the initial combination of vildagliptin metformin in the drug-naive patient. This is again a real-world study from Asian countries, which looked at 532 patients in Asia in a real-world setting with 200 from India, 160 from Bangladesh, 128 from Philippines, and about 44 patients from South Korea. And what was the trial design, which was the initial drug-naive patients, were given the drug combination of vildagliptin metformin initial combination in a 502 patients. They were evaluated at 12 weeks with A1C, fasting sugar, prandial sugar, body weight, and medications. And at 24 weeks, again, they looked at the adverse events. They looked at the A1C, fasting, prandial, and of course, the body weight. And they looked at the adverse reaction to these patients like hypoglycemic events or serious adverse events. What's important to note here that 200 patients, which contribute to the bulk of the patients in this study, are from India. And they had documented type 2 diabetes with the A1C of more than 8%. So these are the patients who have a higher hyperglycemia or higher A1C, and they were also at a younger age group. And if you look at the results of this particular trial at 12 weeks and 24 weeks, you can see here with the baseline A1C of 9.3%, at 12 weeks, the reduction was 1.6%. And at 24 weeks, we get reduction of 1.9, close to 2% A1C reduction, which is a very significant reduction. And if we look at the distribution by age, below 65 and above 65, at the baseline 9.3, you get close to 1.92% reduction, whether you are below 65 or above 65, which means the drug is effective even in the elderly population. And therefore, it's an important drug even at that age group. Now, it's interesting that elderly population, the beta cell mass is also less. Even in these patients, the drug has effect because this drug has the capacity to synthesize insulin from the beta cells with the help of EPAC mechanism under the enzyme protein kinase A activity, which is produced by the ATP produced by the activation of the glucose reduction to ATP. So therefore, we have this phenomenal effect of synthesizing insulin from the existing beta cells, not only secreting, but also synthesizing. And one more point, which is very important, we say it's a glucose-dependent action. And to take the glucose inside, the activation of GLUT2 is also heightened or improved when you use vildagliptin to these patients. If you look at the achievement of the glycemic target, below 7%, the ADA requirement, 40% could achieve at the end of 24 weeks and about 27% at the end of 12 weeks. And if you look at the serious adverse events or deaths during the complete trial at 12 weeks and 24 weeks, it was 0. So relevant benefit in the population, the Asian population with type 2 diabetes, who are associated with poor glycemic control and presence of multiple cardiovascular risk factor, they could get best benefit in this. If we look at reduction in terms of glycemia, you see the fasting glucose reduced by 41.4% at 12 weeks and 50% by 50 milligram percent at the end of 24 weeks. And if you look at prandial sugar, it was 68.4 at 12 weeks and 81 milligram percent at 24 weeks, suggesting that not only reduces the fasting sugar, but it also reduces the prandial sugar. What is the important highlight of this particular trial? This is a real world analysis. And we have almost 70% as the Indian population, and 100% were drug naive, and about 10% of the patients were above 65 years, and majority of the patients were below 65 years. That means the younger population with a poor glycemic control, with a high CV risk. 65% of the patient had a high CV risk factors, and there was equal distribution of men and women. That means the drug works for both the sexes. So there's no gender bias. Both men and women are very, very effectively acted upon by this drug and have a good glycemic reduction. Now let's turn to the last trial, is the VERIFY trial. And the VERIFY trial is truly a multinational, multi-ethnic. You can see on your screen across the globe, which has Latin America, the European countries, the South America, Southeast Asia, which includes India, Philippines, Malaysia, and the East Asian country like Hong Kong, Korea, and Taiwan. So it's interesting to say that about 19% of the population may belong to Southeast Asian region amongst the 2,000 people who were included in the trial from 34 countries and 254 centers, truly a global trial. And the VERIFY trial, the primary outcome was to find out those patients with type 2 diabetes benefit from having combined therapy at the beginning of the pharmacological treatment. Now, what do you mean by a drug failure? Now, the failure is defined as the A1C above 7% on two consecutive occasions, which is 3 months apart. That means after 6 months, if the A1C climbs beyond 7% or 7%, then that is called a time to failure. Now, this is the simple randomization of metformin with vildagliptin, the beginning of the combination from word go, versus metformin to begin with placebo. And when the A1C climbs beyond 7%, they were used the combination of vildagliptin and metformin. So to begin with combination, to begin with monotherapy, and eventually using combination. So this was the first question, whether the combination addresses whether pharmacological treatment has any beneficial effect in these patients. Now, if you look at the Indian data, this is again Indian subpopulation study, where you look at the early combination treatment. Here in blue, you see the early combination monotherapy, and the red bar looks at the combination therapy. So therefore, you can see the failure rate was almost 60% in patients who used the monotherapy versus 43% in patients who began with the combination therapy. If you look at the hazard ratio was 0.47, which means the 53% reduction of the failure when you use the combination from the word go, which is very important, that more than half of the patients do not fail when you use a combination therapy from the word go. And mind you, this is the study where the A1C was between 6.5 to 7.5. And if you look at the time which it took for the failure, if you look at the initial combination or initial monotherapy, the time required was 1.5 years, which roughly about 78 weeks. And combination required almost 4.75 years, which is interesting because if you look at the global data, it took 3 years for the initial combination to fail. In other words, the Indian population or people from India tend to fail early. In other words, the disease progression is very rapid in Indians. Therefore, you have a failure rate pretty fast when you look at the monotherapy failure in this patient. Now, if you look at the secondary outcome in this patient, it addressed the question, do those with type 2 diabetes benefit more from having combined therapy at the beginning of the pharmacological treatment compared to sequential addition? What it means is those patients who did not fail on a monotherapy will continue. Those who failed had the combination of the vildagliptin and metformin. And here, those who not failed continued, and those who failed stayed on. And the phase 3 was the insulin phase. In other words, what we're trying to see, how quickly require insulin therapy in those patients who used combination subsequently versus those who began combination much early. So that's what we're going to see. You can see here that the incidence of second failure, it was 37% in patients who used monotherapy, eventually went on to combination therapy, which was just 20% in patients who had early combination, and the hazard ratio was 0.42, which means it was 58% less failure if you use the combination therapy from day one. In other words, 58% patients did not require insulin therapy in patients who used combination therapy from word go, versus those who used monotherapy to begin with and subsequently went on combination. So it's very important to begin with the combination therapy from word go or from the beginning of the treatment, which again gives you this legacy effect that you have, that we are talking about. Legacy effect here is very obvious, that it is only 19.80% who fail versus 37.20% who failed earlier. In other words, 58% was less failure in this group, and those are the patients who did not require insulin early in the game. So therefore, to summarize the key findings of this study, that the early combination treatment halved the risk of the time to initial treatment failure versus monotherapy strategy. Median time to initial failure was 1.5 years in the initial monotherapy strategy compared to almost 5 years in the early combination, which was, mind you, almost 3 years in the global population, which is just 1.5 in Indian patients. When all the patients were receiving combination therapy, the risk for the time to second treatment failure reduced by 58%, which is a huge difference. And both approaches were safe and well tolerated. And this figure is also quite less in the global population. In other words, the requirement of insulin was pretty high when you use monotherapy to begin with. So the Novartis vildagliptin is the first gliptin to be discovered by Edwin Villor, the experience and trust of more than 11 years, 34.06 million patient year exposure, only imported vildagliptin in the Indian market, more than 200 clinical studies done, and more than 1.5 million patients annually in this country. So that's why this talks about the greatness of this molecule. With those words, I thank you very much and stop my presentation here, and back to the chairpersons for conducting the meeting further. Thank you very much.
Sir, you are on mute.
Thank you very much, sir, for covering all the important trials in the limited time. And I'm sure there are many questions. I request the delegates and the audience to put their questions in the chat box. And may I request Dr. Sachin Gupta to take over for the introduction of the next two speakers and the topics. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Next speaker is Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar, a good friend of mine from Mumbai. And we know that it's a renowned diabetologist, gold medalist, and honorary general secretary to National API, ICP, and PRE. And he's on editorial board for so many JAPI medicine updates, and is governing body West Zone representative. And he has delivered more than 1,000 lectures. And that last thing that are most important is his MRCP examination for Royal College of Physicians of UK. And he would be examining gliptin, that is allogliptin. So with honor, I would invite Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar from Mumbai. Dr. Mangesh.
Sir, there is Dr. Pratap Jetwani's talk.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So let me introduce Dr. Pratap Jetwani from Rajkot. He has PG diploma in diabetes and is fellow RSSDI, fellow Diabetes India, executive members of most of the bodies RSSDI, and he's right now he's chairman-elect Gujarat State Chapter of RSSDI, organizing secretary for RSSDI 2018, and he's also past president of Association of Physicians of Rajkot. And he has more than 10 publications and presented posters and participated at various states and national conferences. So with that introduction, I would invite Dr. Pradeep Jethia to speak on time-tested tunnel gliptin. We know that we were using gliptins, but since when the tunnel gliptin came, it became generalized for all because it was cheaper gliptin. So let us hear something about tunnel gliptin from Dr. Pradeep Jethwani from Rajkot.
Sir, Dr. Pratap Jethwani sir has some network issue. Sir takes another 5 minutes. Can we discuss minutes?
Neelam, in that case, you can ask questions and release me if you have 5 minutes.
Sir. Chairperson.
Yes, sir. What about
the? Yes.
Good evening, sir. Dr. Mahadev Desai here. Yes, sir, would you throw some light about the extended preparations of the vildagliptin vis-a-vis the BID dose?
Yes, sir. See, the extended preparation has become now popular of late because it eases the convenience of the use of the drug, because the BID dose, the patient does not normally stick on to this kind of a BID therapy. So therefore, the compliance is a problem, adherence is a problem. So there are some studies elegantly which looked at the bioequivalence of the drug, which is very similar to 50 milligram twice a day. But there's a cause of concern about the QT prolongation. There is some data which has got the conflicting results, which says when you use the 100 milligram once a day extended release preparation, there is a chance of QT prolongation in these patients, which could mean that patients with established cardiovascular disease or those patients who have the prolongation of QT interval to begin with could have a problem. Now, it's interesting to tell you that the hyperglycemia itself is a cause of QT prolongation. Then when you get hypoglycemia, which also causes QT prolongation, patient with renal impairment can also have QT prolongation. So therefore, diabetes itself has a problem of QT prolongation. So therefore, those with established heart disease, those who have long duration of diabetes, those who have tendency for hypoglycemia, I think in these situations, it's better to avoid 100 milligram once a day, purely because of the safety concern of the QT prolongation. Otherwise, the bioequivalence has been shown to be as good as 50 milligram twice a day. It's very interesting and a very burning question. I really appreciate you raising that point very effectively here.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, we just want to know one thing, sir.
Yes.
After verified trial, we have learned that it should be from the very early stage, one should be very aggressive and control diabetes. Because we know that, sir, we get diabetes, we Indians get diabetes 1 to 2 decades earlier to Western counterparts.
Yes.
And since the life expectancy has gone beyond. So what do you suggest, sir? Most of the patient, and maybe this is the message that all should be given combination therapy from the very early stage in diabetes, sir?
Yeah, I think it makes sense because we know that the progression of the diabetes is very quick in India. There's a study done from South India by Dr. Mohan et al., who looked at the progression from pre-diabetes to diabetes, which is very fast compared to the other population that you see. So therefore, in our country, the progression is very rapid. As I showed you in many trials, the age trials, I showed you that we have a higher A1C, we tend to progress very faster. So therefore, I think wise and prudent, when you use two drugs together, you have the extended arm to act on the multiple aspects of ominous octet. So therefore, you definitely curtail the rate of progression of disease. If you look at the history, natural history of diabetes, the beta cell apoptosis is 4 to 6% per year in patients of diabetes, compared to 0.2% in a non-diabetic population, which is 200-fold faster in a patients of diabetes. So in that situation, you're treating a moving target. So you should be more aggressive and more comprehensive in treating so that you restrict the progression of disease and therefore get all the benefit, both cardiovascular and the microvascular complications of diabetes. So it's wise to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Jethwani is ready, so he can start his talk. Dr. Pratap Jethwani, you can start your talk.
Yes, sir, I am sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So good evening, friends. Let me start by thanking Dr. Bansi Sabu and the entire team of DiaCareCon for inviting me to speak on this gliptin symposium, and I will be speaking on teneligliptin. We all know that teneligliptin was launched in our country in 2015, and we have got a lot of clinical experience with this molecule. Globally, I think we are having a lot of experience of use of this molecule in clinical practice in type 2 diabetes. We all know that type 2 diabetes is a progressive disease and it has got a lot of pathophysiological defects, and incretin defect is one of the important contributors to hyperglycemia in type 2 diabetes. DPP-4 inhibitors, through their action on this incretin axis, they have got a glucose dependent mechanism of action, and by that they improve insulin secretion, they suppress glucagon, inappropriate glucagon secretion, and they improve hyperglycemia. At the same time, they do not increase the risk of hypoglycemia because of this glucose independent mechanism of action. We also know that in this era of patient-centered diabetes care, we need to prefer anti-diabetic agents that have got a low risk of hypoglycemia as well as weight gain, and which have shown cardiovascular safety, or at least they are not increasing the risk of cardiovascular events. That is what is required from an anti-diabetic agent in the current era of patient-centered diabetes care. As far as gliptins are concerned, they can be classified as per binding sites. And if we see here, then sitagliptin and teneligliptin, they belong to class 3, where they bind to S1, S2, and S2 extensive subunit. And this is because of that, the teneligliptin, it has got a J-shaped anchor lobe domain, and therefore it has got strongest binding among all DPP-4 inhibitors to that site, which is there on the DPP-4 receptor. And because of that, it has got high selectivity, stronger interaction, and prolonged inhibition of DPP-4 enzyme. And this translates into more than 90% DPP-4 inhibition within 2 hours. And this is sustained up to 24 hours, as evident from this graph, where GLP-1 levels, they are high even 24 hours after administration of teneligliptin 10 milligram and 20 milligram. So this gives you an idea that it has got a good 24-hour DPP-4 inhibition, which is required for clinical benefits. Definitely, it improves insulin secretion. It has got a prominent effect on beta cells, by which it improves insulin secretion, as evident from this graph. This is prandial, postprandial insulin secretion. In same way, postprandial glucagon suppression. That is the main advantage of gliptins, that they act in a glucose-dependent manner, and they increase insulin and suppress glucagon response to glucose, and that is evident with teneligliptin also. It has got a very good 24-hour glycemia control. Be it a 2 hour after breakfast, after lunch, or after dinner, there is a significant reduction, not only in fasting, but across the day. Post-meal glucose, they are reduced to a significant extent. And because of that, if you see this data, patients who are on insulin, the glycemic fluctuations will go down. And so these drugs, they will definitely improve time in range when they are being added on to insulin, and they flatten the glycemic fluctuations which are seen in type 2 diabetic patients on insulin therapy. We all know that teneligliptin is also potent. It provides 0.8 to 0.9% HbA1c reduction in monotherapy, and when it is used on top of other therapies as a combination therapy, then it provides additional 0.9 to 1% reduction. It has got some effect on beta cell function. That is data from HOMA beta cell function, and all these studies, they provide in vitro evidence of these drugs that they improve beta cell function, but no clinical data is available as far as effect on beta cell function of gliptins is concerned. And weight neutral, we all know that most All the gliptins, they are weight neutral and they are hypoglycemia friendly. That is also, we all know that. The advantage of teneligliptin is that it has got a dual mode of excretion. Because of that, it can be used very safely in chronic kidney disease patients without any dose modification. And that is the advantage of teneligliptin as compared to vildagliptin or sitagliptin or sexagliptin, where they require dose modification in CKD patients. Linagliptin is only other molecule which can be used very safely in patients with chronic kidney disease. And it has got minimal drug-to-drug interaction potential. The only gliptin having drug-to-drug interaction potential is sexagliptin. Because of its strong CYP3A4 inhibitors, it has got interaction with multiple drugs. Let's take a look at the clinical experience of teneligliptin. And I think the experience of teneligliptin is wide from our country, from Japan, from Korea, and now also from China. This is a study from China which was published in 2021, where they have tried to add teneligliptin to patients who were on metformin, at least 1 gram per day plus diet and exercise, baseline A1C of 7 to 10%, 51 sites in China, and this is 24-week treatment period, and HbA1c was reduced to the tune of 0.8 to 0.9% in this category of patients. And this is a poster which was presented from the organizers of this event, that is DiaCare itself, which was presented at ADA in 2018 as a poster. This was a fixed dose combination of teneligliptin with metformin 1000 milligram in drug-naive patients. Around 400 patients who were having baseline HbA1c of 7 to 9, they were given this fixed dose combination, and at the end of 12 weeks, there was a reduction in HbA1c to 1.2%, at 24 weeks, 1.6%, and at 48 weeks, 1%. And almost 66% of subjects, they achieved HbA1c less than 7% at 24th week. So this gives you an idea that you can add on metformin and you can straightway start with teneligliptin and metformin in drug-naive patients. It is going to provide a good glycemic potency. This is Treat India study, which is a real-world evidence with teneligliptin in our country. Across the country, all the doctors who were using teneligliptin, this is like a post-marketing surveillance study. And this is the way the teneligliptin was used, 4.32% monotherapy, otherwise it's what it was add-on, either add-on to metformin sulfonylurea or on a combination of metformin sulfonylurea, metformin AGI, or even on the top of triple drug, that is metformin sulfonylurea and AGI, and on the top of insulin with or without OADs. This is the way the teneligliptin was used in this study. Baseline HbA1c was more than 7.5% in almost 87% of patients in this study, and more than 9% in 21.25% of patients in this study. And if you see the HbA1c reduction, when it was used as a monotherapy, it was 0.98%. When it was used with metformin, 1.7%, 1.07%. And when it was used on the top of metformin sulfonylurea combination, then it was 1.46%. And corresponding decrease in fasting and postprandial plasma glucose was also evident from this real-world study with teneligliptin in our country. And so if you see across the spectrum, whether it was used on top of 2 drugs or 3 drugs or on top of insulin, there was a consistent reduction in HbA1c to the tune of 1 to 1.5%. And this real world retrospective data very well says that teneligliptin significantly improves glycemic parameters in type 2 diabetic patients in our country, either as monotherapy or as add-on to 1 or more anti-diabetic drugs, including insulin. This is the recently published Treat India 2 study, which has analyzed more than 10,000 patients, same retrospective data, patients who are on teneligliptin all over the country, more than 10,000 patients. They have used the retrospective analysis of all those patients. And this is the way the teneligliptin was used. Most of the time it is in addition to metformin or metformin sulfonylurea, or on top of triple drug, and also along with insulin in 1% of patients. And here if you see the HbA1c was less than 8.5% in 50% and more than 8.5% in almost 50%, and 10% were having HbA1c more than 10%. And there was a reduction in the HbA1c at the end of 12 weeks in this category of patients to the tune of 1%, fasting by 43, and postprandial by 87 milligram percentage. And when the HbA1c baseline was less than 8.5, the reduction in HbA1c was 0.87, and when it was more than 8.5, then the reduction was to the tune of 1.08 to 1.09%. This gives you a hint that 10-N-gliptin, it improves glycemic parameters in type 2 diabetic patients. Treat India was a first study which was published in 2018, and this is 2021, 10,000 patients on 10-N-gliptin, and it gives you a confidence that you can use this molecule for glycemic reduction, for glycemic efficacy in your type 2 diabetic patients. Let's take a look at one systemic review and meta-analysis of 10 randomized controlled trials. It concludes that 10-N-gliptin can reduce HbA1c to the tune of 0.82%. And they have done sub-analysis whether monotherapy or add-on to metformin or add-on to canagliflozin or add-on to insulin or pioglitazone or sulfonylurea, all the across of the spectrum. If you see, there was a reduction in the HbA1c to the tune of 0.5 to 0.9%. So this gives you a hint that meta-analysis of randomized control trials again gives you confidence that 10-N-gliptin is providing good glycemic efficacy equivalent to other gliptins as far as type 2 diabetes management is concerned. Can we compare this drug with other gliptins? This is a Korean study where they have tried to compare with sitagliptin in type 2 diabetic patients who were on sulfonylurea metformin, and then they were put on either 10-N-gliptin 20 milligram or sitagliptin 100 milligram for 24 weeks. And if you see, the HbA1c reduction is almost same whether you use 10-N-gliptin or sitagliptin, and they concluded that 10-N-gliptin is non-inferior to sitagliptin in the context of triple therapy for type 2 diabetes, and is an important option in this setting. And I think in our country, it is a very cost-effective option as a third-line agent on top of metformin and sulfonylurea. And this is the data from our own country. Professor V. Mohan and his group, they have done this insight study, 10-N-gliptin versus sitagliptin in patients who were either on metformin or sulfonylurea. 20 milligram was compared with sitagliptin 100 milligram over 12 weeks. And if you see, the HbA1c reduction, fasting and PPG almost equivalent, sitagliptin or 10-N-gliptin. However, more number of patients were able to reach less than 7% HbA1c at 12 weeks with 10-N-gliptin as compared to sitagliptin. And there was no QT interval prolongation at the end of 12 weeks in both the arms, thereby suggesting that both the drugs, they were not having any impact on QT prolongation, and at the same time, they were providing same glycemic efficacy. And the same, if we see the QT prolongation data, which is recently published by the organizer of this event, Dr. Bansi Sabu and his team. This is retrospective data of type 2 diabetes on 10-N-gliptin 20 milligram or 40 milligram once daily as monotherapy or add-on therapy, and patients who were having ECG records before and after initiation, those were collected and those were analyzed. And if you see the QTC interval prolongation over a period of 12 weeks, it was only 0.33, and at the end of 12 weeks, it was 419 milliseconds. So there was no evidence of QT prolongation with 10-N-gliptin 20 or 40 in real world practice when it was used either as monotherapy or as add-on to a variety of agents. And at the same time, it provides glycemic efficacy in the form of reduction in HbA1c to the tune of 1% over a period of 12 weeks. So this gives you more confidence that this drug is effective. At the same time, the doubt about this drug, its effect on QT prolongation, is not there in real world evidence, which is generated from our country in the form of this QSET study and INSIGHT study. There is some data to support that 10-N-gliptin, this is a very small trial which gives you an idea that 10-N-gliptin might have got a better outcome as far as LV function or adenopectin levels are concerned. There is no randomized or there is no cardiovascular outcome data with 10-N-gliptin till date, but this is a recently published real world analysis from the Korea where they have tried to find out the cardiovascular outcomes in people with type 2 diabetes when they were on 10-N-gliptin as compared to the people who were on sulfonylureas. And if you see this beautiful analysis, all-cause mortality, hospitalization for heart failure, both together, myocardial infarction, stroke, or a composite of myocardial infarction, stroke, or all-cause mortality, everything, the p-value is not significant. So this gives you an idea that teneligliptin did not increase cardiovascular events as compared to sulfonylureas in people who are having type 2 diabetes in a real world evidence from the Korean this data analysis. And there was almost 50 to 60% reduction in hypoglycemia as evident from this graph. The hazard ratio is 0.40, so 60% reduction in severe hypoglycemia as compared to sulfonylureas. So this gives you some confidence or reassurance that at least teneligliptin is not associated with any increase in cardiovascular outcomes in type 2 diabetic patients. And this is first ever real world data from Korean study, which gives you that teneligliptin does not increase cardiovascular outcomes. It can be used in CKD. This is some data related to hemodialysis, where the patients are on hemodialysis, either newly started or switch it from voglibose. There was a decrease in HbA1c and it is effective and it can be used. And there is some evidence to support that it improves endothelial function and reduces oxidative stress in patients with type 2 diabetes with CKD as compared to sitagliptin, as evident from this graphics. So if you see this RSSDI ESI therapeutic will, one of the important concerns in our country is finance or cost of therapies. As type 2 diabetes is a lifelong disease and people have to pay from their pockets, you have to give them cheaper options which are safe, at the same time which are effective and which are providing good glycemic control without increasing the risk of hypoglycemia, weight gain, or adverse impact on heart or kidney. And if we go through this therapeutic wheel, various POCs, then if we use teneli with metformin, with or without SGLT2, I think this combination will cover almost all the things which are highlighted in this RSSDI ESI therapeutic wheel. And this should be the combination of choice in our type 2 diabetic patients, whether you begin with teneli metformin or you begin with SGLT2 metformin and then you add with a teneligliptin. That is your choice, but this is going to be the combination which is to be used more frequently in type 2 diabetic patients so that we can give them a good glycemic control without increasing the risk of hypoglycemia, additional weight loss, additional blood pressure reduction, and additional cardio-renal protection. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Pratap Jethwani, for a wonderful lucid presentation. And we have learned that we were worried about QTC interval prolongation because of this. And now we have this real world data to support that. No, we should not worry about QTC prolongation. Can be used very late in the CKD patients also, that also you have proved by, that is also we have real world data about that. So I think we have discussed almost 3 gliptins, evogliptin, vildagliptin, teneligliptin. And the last is Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar would be speaking about allogliptin. So Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar, are you there? Yeah. So I'm again just reading out your CV, wonderful CV. You are gold medalist, we know, honorary general secretary from National API, ICP and PRF, and you are on editorial board for most of the journals and governing body West Zone representative, guest editor of Insulite Journal. You have delivered more than 1,000 lectures in national and international conferences. And the most important thing is that you are MRCP examiner for Royal College of Physicians, UK. So with honor, I'm inviting you, Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar, to speak about examining gliptin, that is allogliptin. Over to Dr. Mangesh.
Hello friends, I am Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar, and before I start my deliberation, let me thank first the entire DICARE team, including Vanchibai, for giving me this opportunity, and I bring greetings to you from Mumbai. I would also like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the entire Indico team for giving me an opportunity to speak on one of the favorite molecules that I have in the DPP-4 basket, that is allogliptin, and how about its role in the cardiovascular outcome safety, especially when it comes to an affordable gliptin in India. Friends, you all know that diabetes is a global burden, and nearly 134 million people are estimated to be diabetic, and India is one of the most affected of the three countries that you are seeing on the screen. If you really talk about the glycemic burden, the sugar burden of Indian people, you know that nearly 73 million people are currently diabetic in India and they are undergoing treatment. And what is the biggest challenge that the diabetes offers to you is its cardiovascular outcome and the related mortalities. No matter it could be atherosclerosis, it could be hypertension, it could be diabetic arrhythmia, it can be acute coronary syndrome, heart failure, everything contributes to the mortality. So we know that nearly 50% of the population loses life whenever diabetes is there as one of the comorbidities, whenever it comes to the cause of mortality. So gliptins have, picked up in last decade and a half as one of the primary therapeutic interventions in diabetes. Now, why gliptins? Because of their distinct advantage. First, they are very effective as monotherapy. And to add to it, there is very less chance of having hypoglycemia or weight gain. Along with that, there are very, very minimal or negligible side effects. It is one of the great add-on molecules as an add-on therapy. So not only you can add it on with any of the other OHS, but it can be also used as an add-on therapy on the basic insulin therapy the patient is on. So the only therapy which you cannot add on gliptin is the GLP-1 receptor agonist therapy. And we all know that after the outcome trials that we have witnessed, that it is a cardio-neutral DPP-4 inhibitor, especially when it comes to allogliptin. And it also has some pleiotropic benefits as endothelial protection, or it also have demonstrated anti-atherogenic properties and has proved now that it might be also having some blood pressure lowering abilities. And as far as the Indian or the Southeast Asian population is concerned, we all are aware that gliptins are the great molecules. So we look back the history of the gliptin invention. We know that sitagliptin is the first gliptin which was launched around 15 years ago. And then we in India have 8 different gliptins, and allogliptin is one such gliptin which was approved. It came to India a little late, but it was approved in Japan by Takeda Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, and it got their approval in January 2013 by Japanese PMDA. And it is special gliptin. Why? Because it is known for its very, very high DPP-4 specific inhibition and its choice over DPP-4 inhibition when it comes to the serine protease inhibition of DPP-8 and DPP-9, I would say receptors. And that's the reason why FDA also approved this molecule as one of the quickest approvals that any DPP-4 has won as a standalone therapy in combination with not only metformin, but interestingly with pioglitazone as well. And look at the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics of this molecule. You can clearly see as far as the DPP-4 selectivity is concerned, it is 14,000 times more selective to bind to DPP-4 receptor in comparison to all the other gliptins. And whenever it comes to the choice over the DPP-8 and DPP-9 selection over the DPP-4 specific enzyme inhibition, you can see that allogliptin scores with its near, I would say, friends, Saxa, Sita, and Wild. I will not call them rivals, they are their friends or the same molecules in the kitty. On the top of it, allogliptin has got a better safety profile with minimum side effects of nasopharyngitis or upper respiratory tract infection or pancreatitis or even to pancreatitis as well, which is known to be there with DPP-4 inhibitors. Now, if you compare the DPP-4 inhibition versus the DPP-4, I would say, trigger, you can see that allogliptin nearly 90% of the time. So it has got a true half-life of causing a good amount of persistent DPP-4 inhibition over nearly 24 hours. And as far as the glycemic ability is concerned, as a monotherapy or as on an add-on therapy, allogliptin is not inferior to the standard of comparison gliptin, sitagliptin, in any ways, and it has been documented to reduce HbA1c by nearly 0.6 to 1%. So the basic advantage of allogliptin is its safety profile, and not only that, the gliptins are weight neutral, and now with the studies which are published, they have been slowly proven to be cardio neutral. Now there were a few questions as far as the safety of, especially gliptins as a whole when the results of Sabarmati came, and hence an examine trial was published, a landmark cardiovascular trial of allogliptin in high risk patient pool. Remember that Sabarmati partially was in a high risk, pool. Probably, TCOS was the stable cardiovascular disease patients, but examine chose a very high risk patient pool. And they did what? They tried to determine the efficacy of allogliptin as far as the cardiovascular outcomes are concerned in all the type 2 diabetic patients, those who were very high risk for the cardiovascular event. And especially those who had the acute coronary event recently were evaluated. And there was I would say, equal distribution of the patient selection. And you can see that from Asia Pacific, nearly 1,000 patients were enrolled. And in India, around 400 patients were enrolled from 33 different sites. So India contributed nearly 18.5 or 19% of the patients. And then this was the recruitment which has happened. And here, allogliptin was used in the dose of 12.5 milligrams, 25 milligrams, and 6.25 milligrams as a running period of around a month's time. And then the follow-up visit continued, and the analysis continued over a period of 4.5 years. The inclusion criteria were standard, but then patient needed to have an acute coronary syndrome within 15 to 90 days before the randomization. And the glycosylation or the glycosylated hemoglobin hovered in between 6.5 to 11. So all the ranges of diabetes control patients were taken, with an exclusion of type 1 diabetic patients. Unstable cardiac, very highly unstable cardiac patients were not included. And the patients, those who were in the end stage renal disease undergoing dialysis, and those who have undergone dialysis within the first 14 days within or before the 14 days of randomization were excluded. So this was a data of nearly 5,500 patients, and it was compared, the allogliptin arm was compared to the standard placebo care arm, and the primary endpoints evaluated were cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI, and non-fatal stroke. There were secondary safety endpoints as well. As on the top of the cardiovascular event, they also looked at the endpoints with additional urgent need for any intervention or revascularization or development of an unstable angina, or which will require hospitalization for heart failure. There were a few exploratory endpoints, like the people, those who had not only the cardiovascular mortality, but all-cause mortality. And additional safety endpoints were assessed by assessing the risk of pancreatitis, malignancy, hypoglycemia, angioneuritic edema, which are known side effects of DPP-4 inhibitor kitty. And look at the criteria of allogliptin versus placebo. Look at the HbA1c, they were fairly well propensity matched. You can see that, adverse events reported in allogliptin arm versus placebo arm were comparable. So examine, if you really look at, and if you see the conclusion of the study, it was clearly shown that allogliptin was not found to be associated with any excessive cardiovascular event, even in those high risk, fresh from the coronary event patients. And in comparison to the placebo, it did not cause any worsening. It was absolutely not inferior. So if you put all the DPP-4 cardiovascular outcome trials together, you can see that probably the examine trial was the only trial which not only looked at 3-point MACE, but as well as 4-point MACE. They looked at exploratory endpoints, and they also looked at the secondary analysis, especially when it came to the pancreatitis and the other changes, and they looked at the safety endpoints as well. So the results are that allogliptin is not associated with excessive cardiovascular event, and there is no increase in the risk of pancreatitis or pancreatic cancer in the exploratory safety analysis of these patients. And allogliptin, most importantly, did not appear to increase the risk of even new heart failure patients in even those patients, those who are very high risk for the cardiovascular event. Now, people wanted to have a relook on hospitalization for heart failure. So a re-examination, a re-evaluation of this entire examining population was done. And they looked at what? They looked at the analysis of the hospitalization for heart failure. And these patients, as we all are aware, that they were fresh from the acute coronary syndrome. So they looked at not only the hospitalization with the clinical symptoms, but also they looked at the NT-proBNP, which was not done in any other trials of the cardiovascular outcomes talking about heart failure. And look at this. Allogliptin did not show any increase in the risk of hospitalization because of the heart failure. Now, if you talk about allogliptin as an add-on molecule to the insulin therapy, already the pre-existent insulin therapy is on, and they looked at the weight gain and the possibility of increase in the hypoglycemia. And this paper was analysis of a 26 weeks randomized double-blind placebo-controlled study of around 400 patients. And what they found out, that allogliptin was one of the great agents to be used as an add-on to the insulin therapy without causing weight gain or without increasing the risk of hypoglycemia. Now, most importantly, they also found out that this drug is being beautifully tolerated across the ages, but especially in the elderly and very elderly. And even in those patients, those who were renally compromised, hepatically compromised, and those who are high risk at the cardiovascular events. Understand, friends, that allogliptin is one of the most efficacious molecules in the DPP-4 kitty, not only in the other population, but especially when it comes to the Asian patients. You can easily say that allogliptin is one of the best molecules that can be used. Now, there was a very interesting study which was done to analyze even the antihypertensive property of the allogliptin. And they just did not look at the blood pressure measurement by the sphygmomanometer, but what they measured was the brachial axial pulse wave velocity, that is BAPWV. And we all know that the standard of BAPWV was around 1947. And in comparison, that was analyzed. It also represents a sort of a central aortic pressure measurement. And you can clearly see at the end of 12 months, the average brachial ankle pulse wave velocity reduced down from 1947 to 1756, which was a significant, I would say, benefit. So that concludes that even allogliptin as a DPP-4 inhibitor molecule has got some antihypertensive property as well. And the possibility of the mechanism mostly is that its effect on the NHE3 exchanger form in the glomerular, which also increases the sodium excretion and stops the sodium reabsorption. Now, there was a J-brand registry analysis which was done in the patients of type 2 diabetes, and which was not only done as a randomized analysis, but also for the long-term safety. And what they found out, that they evaluated the parameters like blood pressure, HbA1c, weight, total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, and the randomized blood sugar levels in these patients, and especially elderly. And it was found that allogliptin is extremely beautiful and safe drug to be used in all categories. And as far as the glycemic lowering abilities is concerned, it is not inferior to sitagliptin as a molecule. It did not cause too much of alteration in the lipid molecules, and it did not increase the risk of pancreatitis. Hence, ADA 2021 guidelines even currently suggest in the patients, those who are not at the high risk of the atherosclerotic cardiovascular event or a CKD or a heart failure, and whenever the aim is to reduce down the incidence of weight gain or hypoglycemia, or whenever there is a compelling indication for the risk reduction for hypoglycemia, I think DPP-4 inhibitors, especially allogliptin, forms a great choice of the therapeutic intervention. So overall cardiovascular safety you talk about, as far as the Indian patients are concerned, we all are aware that 55% diabetics, especially in India, they die of some cardiovascular complication. And as far as the use of gliptins or the glucose lowering therapies is concerned, we need to also understand that all the drugs need to be cost effective or the pocket friendly drugs, because Indian population uses the paying system of pay from the pocket. So diabetes in India is no longer a rich man's disease. It has reached all the peripheries, all the suburbs, all the small villages and townships. So if you have a look on the allogliptin in a glance, you can see that as far as renal dose adjustments is concerned, yes, of course, we do require a two-step dose adjustment especially when it comes to allogliptin. So it has little bit dose adjustment requiring gliptin, but as far as the hepatic safety is concerned, in child's class 1 and 2, in mild to moderate hepatic impairment, allogliptin is fairly safe in comparison to vildagliptin. As far as cardiovascular outcome safety is concerned, probably allogliptin is the only molecule which has been extensively evaluated in a very high risk cardiovascular patients, especially fresh from the acute coronary syndrome, and they have been found to be beneficial and also gave you a choice of possibly be using as a once in a day therapy. As far as the choice in the special population is concerned, pregnancy, it is not well studied, so please do not use it. It is a category B indication. As far as the US FDA indication is for the pregnancy is concerned, even though there are no, I would say signals which have been found, teratogenic signals which were found in the animal models, but in the human models, it is not adequately evaluated. So please avoid using any DPP4, including allogliptin, in the pregnancy. As far as lactation is concerned, we don't know what happens to the drug, whether it is excreted in the or secreted in the milk or not. I should not be using the term secreted in the milk or not. So probably, you need to be bit careful, especially when you are giving any DPP4 inhibitor in the pregnant nursing mothers, or the nursing mothers, not pregnant, nursing mothers. It is not approved for the pediatric use, and it is one of the great choices in the elderly group, with a little bit of caution that, especially when the patients have a reduced renal functions, be a little careful. So it has got all the 10 abilities that has been mentioned here, of a great oral bioavailability, highly specific DPP4 binding, optimum HbA1c reduction with the minimal risk of hypoglycemia, technically no weight gain or weight neutrality, cardiovascular safety is outstanding, can be used from mild to severe renal impairment, but of course requires a dose adjustments, and can be easily used in mild to moderate hepatic impairment, affordable gliptin, and also advised in the ADA guidelines. Thank you very much for patient listening. I'll stop here, and thank you once again, the entire Indoco team, for giving me this opportunity. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Mangesh, for nice deliberation. And you have justified with that allogliptin. And now we are rather confused that because all the speakers were superb. So which is the best gliptin? We have seen about vildagliptin, teneligliptin, evologliptin, and last allogliptin. So now the forum is open for questions. If you have any question with my co-chairperson, we can discuss about all these things.
I think all gliptins are the same. I think you can pick up anyone to which you're closest. I think which company to which you're closest.
Dr. Vijay, Dr. Neglur, but my question is the future of gliptin in the era of oral GLP-1. I mean, what will be there? Yes, the cost is a major challenge with the oral GLP-1, which will be there. Yes. But what you see if the cost is not an issue? I'm not saying that the cost will come like a gliptin therapy. So where will you push it? And the second question will, after that, will you push the gliptin still as a second choice? Or now with the SGLT2 and GLP-1, with all international guidelines is talking that first line should be the either of these drugs if comorbidity is there. But if with comorbidity, without comorbidity also, do you think the gliptin should be choice of therapy as a second line? So with these, I think we can have discussion amongst all, because we have our oration around 8:10. So I think it is 20 minutes before. So we can have discussion, because gliptin is a symposia is very important, because all of us, we can have discussion. Dr. Sanjeev also joined, and all four speakers are here. So first to Dr. Neglur, the future of gliptin in era of GLP-1, oral GLP-1, and whether in this era of SGLT2 and GLP-1 with the guideline as a first line, still will you consider the gliptin should be first choice?
Yes, a good question. You have pointed out rightly that once we get the oral GLP-1 analog by way of semaglutide, what will be the role of the DPP4 inhibitor? But I think this will not be affected by any molecule which will come in the market, whether it is GLP oral or GLP injectable, because DPP4s have been found to be safe across all age groups, whether it's elderly population or a young population. Elderly population, SGLT2 is not effective. As your GFR starts dropping down, the glycemic control would be definitely less when you give the SGLT inhibitor in the elderly population, where this drug is effective. And you have a lot of beneficial effects. For example, in elderly population where there's sarcopenia, where this drug will be, of course, definitely effective. There's also improvement in the cognitive function in the elderly population, where this drug is again effective. This drug can be combined with any drug, which is not true with other drugs which are going to be in market. So therefore, I personally believe that the GLP, whatever the progress it has made, it has its place reserved in those patients who have established cardiovascular disease and a renal disease. But the other large number of population who do not have the established cardiovascular disease or renal disease, this drug can step in as the drug number 2 or drug number 3 after sulfonylurea in our country. And since the cost and the availability of the drug is so rampant and been tested since 2000 and odd, this drug has been there in the market, I feel that these drugs have stood the test of time, and they will stay and they will continue to give their enough value in treatment of diabetes. One point I must highlight here, Sanjeev Pathak is also here. What's important aspect of the drug is that it has the action on the beta cell in 2 ways. One, it does increase the GLUT2 transport system on the beta cell. So therefore, large glucose amount comes in. That glucose-dependent action that we talk about this molecule is based on the upregulation of the GLUT2 molecules by the DPP-4 inhibitors. Therefore, large amount of glucose walks into the beta cells, and therefore the glucose-dependent action comes number 1. The second important point that I must highlight here, as I said, in patients who are above 65 years, the efficacy is identical in DPP-4 inhibitors. That is because the synthesis capacity of insulin through the EPAC mechanism, which is the second messenger along with protein kinase A, which acts as a transcription factor in the nucleus to bring about synthesis of insulin. So therefore, these are the peculiar actions which I have highlighted, will make the position, I think, unchangeable, no matter which molecule will come. Now, we know that we are going to get GLP, GIP analogs. These are past trials just presented at the ADA meeting. Then we have many other molecules are going to come as the GLP-1 analog once a week and whatever it is, but the position of DPP-4 will not change.
I think I totally agree with Dr. Vijay Neglur, sir, that they are time tested, and as far as safety is concerned, nobody can beat DPP-4 inhibitors. And I will further add that in patients with CKD or established cardiovascular disease, once you have given them metformin or SGLT2 inhibitors, and then if they require glucose lowering, I think these are the molecules which have shown safety as far as this category of population is concerned, having underlying cardiovascular disease or underlying chronic kidney disease. These drugs, they do not increase the risk of hypoglycemia. They are weight neutral, as well as they have got a neutral effect on renal outcomes as well as on cardiovascular outcomes. Rather, they have got some additional albuminuria lowering effect in CKD patients who are having albuminuria. So in those patients also, when you want to have a glucose lowering, because SGLT2 will not be that providing that much glycemic efficacy in CKD patients, these drugs can be used as an additional agent for that glycemic lowering.
I think, Pratap, I agree with you totally. I have to add one more point. Sanjeev, can I add that? Sanjeev?
Yes, sir.
Yes. See, there was a very interesting observation done by Ekel, who was actually bariatric surgeon from Los Angeles. He presented his paper about, I think, 3 or 4 years back. I don't remember exactly when was that. And that time, what he said was that he removed the fat from the bariatric surgery patient and tried to analyze histochemically what does it contain. And to his surprise, he found that of the 44 adipokines which were seen in this fat, which is removed from the bariatric surgery, it was large content of DPP-4. So DPP-4 also exists in 2 forms, which is a mobile kind, which is a soluble kind, which is in circulation, and the second one, which is fixed to the tissue. And we have a lot of central adiposity in our country. So therefore, the Indians respond better to DPP-4 compared to Westerners. If you look at the grade analysis this time, which was presented at the American Diabetic Association meeting, what they showed was the first to fail was sitagliptin. That's because the Westerners probably do not respond as well as the way in which the Indians respond because of the purely the fact of the central obesity, cost issue, and therefore I think we will respond extremely well to DPP-4 inhibitor. I think I have made my points clear.
Sir, can I just summarize that because the patients don't want any pricks or insulin or GLP-1,
right,
and because we don't want to give sulfonylurea, so we have choice remains between metformin, SGLT2, and gliptins, and standalone, all of them do not greatly reduce the HbA1c. So if we want to reduce the HbA1c to the desired levels, we'll need all three. It doesn't make many difference whether it is second or third, because everyone need 3 drugs. So practically, we'll need 3 drugs, including metformin, SGLT2, and gliptins.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You summarized it perfectly well. I think I agree with you totally. In fact, it's a good discussion. I think I'll hand over back to the chairperson for further proceeding.
I would like to ask one question to Neglur sir and Sanjeev Pathak and all the faculties which are there. The data suggested that the durability with gliptin is less as compared to sulfonylureas and other agents. And if we go through verified trial, then it suggests that if you start with a combination of metformin and gliptin, then it provides better durability as compared to metformin, and then you add on gliptin.
Right.
So why this contradictory results? Is it because of the subset of patients is different, or the timing of starting of gliptin that plays an important role as far as durability is concerned?
I think if you look at the GREAT trial, Dr. Pratap, if you look at the 5,000 patients who were randomized to receive the 4 kind of drugs, which was like one of them was sitagliptin, second was glimepiride, third was the SGLT2, and third was the pioglitazone was not there.
Sorry, GLP-1.
GLP, glargine was there, and the GLP analog was there. What they saw was the first to fail was the DPP-4 inhibitor in this particular study. It only tells us that the population is different. I told you we come from a different ethnicity. We are extremely insulin-resistant patient. And I mentioned to you earlier that the adiposity that we have in the central adiposity itself, it also harbors large amount of DPP-4, which is the enzyme, which is a fixed or tissue enzyme, DPP-4. That's why we have probably better response to DPP-4. The Asians respond better to DPP-4. And that's why we respond better. Now, when you mentioned about the verified trial, when they started the drug combination from day 1 versus when they add sequentially the second drug of vildagliptin as we went along, the difference in this is that the 15% of the patient failed in just 6 months. That means the rapidity with which the progression of diabetes occurs is pretty fast. And secondly, when you look at the 2 drugs together, we do not know what is the percentage of patients who really took the drug religiously, and therefore the compliance adherence becomes an issue. In fact, if we look at the trials of DPP-4 inhibitor along with SGLT2, when they were added sequentially versus when they were combined together, it showed that the combination worked better than the drugs sequentially added. Here, I think the adherence and the patient's sincerity in taking medication is very important, and that plays a role. So therefore, a fixed dose combination have been really more effective in controlling patients' diabetes compared to the same drug given either sequentially or differently, purely because of the compliance issue. Otherwise, I don't think there's any difference.
Dr. Pathak, sir, your viewpoint?
Yes. But before that, Pratap, I wanted to ask one more question to all the experts who are present here. What would be the fate of other gliptins when sitagliptin becomes off patent? And there are a lot of companies who are going to come out with fixed drug combination of sitagliptin with generic dapagliflozin.
Yes,
so
I think.
Your views on that?
Yeah, I think when sita becomes actually off patent, the cost will fall down. And the one which sells at the lowest cost will, of course, because we are cost sensitive market, but that will work well. To my mind, all the gliptins are similar, except for the change in terms of their inhibition of the enzyme and the method of inhibition, whether it's a covalent binding or whether it's a competitive inhibition, the 60%, 70%, that kind of inhibition, it's only different. Otherwise, all gliptins are similar. I think there's nothing much to choose. There's some off-target effects because if it is not truly a DPP4 specific, there's possible there can be some off-target problems the patient may have. Barring those effects, I think all are similar. I think Pratap mentioned about teneligliptin and he said everything good about teneligliptin. That means it works well, is it not? And therefore, I think all gliptins are similar.
I think provided good evidence based, the support for SITA will increase definitely. And if it will come in a combination with SGLT2 inhibitor, that is generic dapagliflozin and quite cost-effective way, then definitely it is going to be picked up very much in our clinical practice. I think that is the way forward. And I think we are looking forward to that triple combination, which is already available in USA. That is DAPA plus SGLT2, that is DPP4 SGLT2 plus
metformin. Yes,
going to be available soon with Remo.
Yes. The phase 3 trials are on in US, especially with Remo and then the sitagliptin. Yes.
I think we can conclude that, sir. This is all. This is all. Gliptins are the best to prevent complications of diabetes, sir. Because when patient gets some complication, they can take any drugs. But the initial stage, when patient they are going for all alternative therapies and other therapies, they are not sincere towards their even medicine compliance. In that stage, if I'm giving a fixed dose of gliptins, metformin, then the compliance would be better. No hypoglycemia, no weight gain. Just patient has to take twice daily. So anyway, that we can prevent complications in long way. So I think this is as you have mentioned, verify, we have learned so many things. And that is the best way to start gliptin from the very initial stage, sir.
Right.
Sir, can I ask one question, sir?
Yes, Vipul.
So there are so many combinations now coming. We are all agree that fixed dose combination will be the future of therapy in India. So now we are talking about SITA with DAPA. We are already having Empalina and Remo with Vilda. So which would be better combination and more effective for Indian population?
I think if you go by the studies, we don't have enough data enough good study with the remogliflozin, with the DP4 inhibitors. But there is a good data now available with the linagliptin and the Januvia or the empagliflozin. So therefore, we have enough data on that. So that's supposed to be the best combination. The combination of Saxa and Depa, I think, has got no future. So that's why I feel now today the best drug would be that it is the combination of linagliptin with empagliflozin. That is, I think, the best combination today. I think as we have more and more data available and more studies, everything is based on the study. We need to have a data to prove the efficacy and safety. If that data is available, that would be the good combination that will think the right one for your patient.
Dr. Bharat Sabu sir is here, and once we are talking that Remo, because of its BD dose, decrease the quality of life in terms of increased nocturia and disturbance in sleep. So twice daily SGLT2 inhibitor versus single dose, whether they affect the quality of life in real world, in your experience, sir?
Yes, Vipul bhai, we have data to support it that it do impact the quality of life in terms of sleep quality and other parameters, which we have not published yet, and we are still accumulating the data. But yes, there is that little bit of nag with SGLT2 inhibitor. But most of the effects, when we combine it with DPP4 inhibitors, they surprisingly go away. All the ill effects we see of SGLT2 inhibitor, they go away when we combine it with DPP4 inhibitor. But to take it, DPP4 inhibitor and SGLT2 inhibitor are future of diabetes, and especially in Indian perspectives. Being cost effective now, they are approachable and they are available to many. And that will, I think, solve our problem of the increased glycemic loads we are having in our country. Let us hope for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with the reduction in the price of DAPA, now generic DAPA is available, and every not only diabetologists and physician and general practitioners are using DAPA. So in our practice, we are seeing more UTI patient or genital tract infection patients coming to OPD, not for sugar control, but better reduction in the infection. So we have all the stalwarts of the country here. So what is your experience, sir? Bansi sir, your experience?
Answer it. I will request Dr. Fatak, because we see a lot of genital infection definitely with the increasing use of DAPA. But I'm sure those diabetologists and physicians who are writing, they are also knowing that it can increase the risk of UTI as well as genital tract infection. And if we explain the patient and reassure also properly, and at the same time, the genital hygiene, which is very important part of prescribing the medication, will definitely decrease the incidence and prevalence of infection, UTI, as well as genital tract infection. What I had seen, those patients who are started with very high sugar, suppose their already sugar is 300 or 350, and when they are started with SGLT2 inhibitor, what will happen? The urinary glucose excretion will be, amount of that urinary glucose excretion will be very high, and then the chances of infection will be high. And at the same time, their tissue is also having higher glucose level, because it is already, the patient is having 350 or 300 with a A1C of more than 10 or 12. So they are going to have more infection in compared to the patients who are relatively well controlled when they are started with it. But definitely we always have to explain the patient about the hygiene part, which is very important. But still, Dr. Sanjeev or anybody wants to make any comment?
So I think that's why we need to start with DPP4 and metformin first and bring sugars down, and then add on SGLT2.
So Pratap is saying that it should be always first choice should be the DPP4 because he is in gliptin symposia.
If sugars are very high, then gliptin and metformin, and if required,
but sugar are very high, then ideally they should be on insulin. We would like to have the glucotoxicity first should go away. Once they are relatively controlled, then you can think of. Like Dr. Mohan sir always tells that, I can write down that insulin, you take it, and after some time we will able to stop it also, because it's a glucotoxicity, which is a major challenge for them to have a further decrease in glucose insulin secretion. So you improve the glucotoxicity, and then you can always add, and you can tell the patient confidently that we will able to stop your insulin after some time.
Yeah, Dr. Banshi Sabu, that education is very important. If you just educate your patient, education is very important, sir. If you just educate about genital hygiene, then the problem is, most of the time, the problem is over. They talk to us.
Dr. Sachin Gupta, what happens, most of the primary care physicians and physicians who are loaded with patients must be seeing around more than 50, 60, 70 patients in a day. They don't have the subordinating staff. They don't have educated. They don't have dietitian. Those who are running dedicated diabetes clinic, they may afford all these things. But physician at physician level, it's really very difficult to have a dedicated dietitian, a diabetic educator. So I think that may be the reason. They may not give that much time to educate the patient.
Okay.
So if there is no further question, sir, can we close this session? So then we can have the next session.
Thank you,
Dr.
Bansi. Thank you very much, Dr. Bansi Sabu. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bansi.
Thank you.
So we are at right time. It is 8:10 to 8:40 p.m. We have our next session, Dr. O.P. Gupta oration. Just in 2 minutes, the Sabarmati Porbandar Hall will be closed down, and we will have Dr. V. Mohan, Dr. Asha Shah, and Dr. Vinod Kumar, all are there. First of all, I invite both the chairperson, Dr. Vinod Kumar, who is a senior consultant, diabetologist, physician, a eminent physician. He is currently the patron of RSSDI's Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. He is a founder secretary of RSSDI, and he was working very closely with Dr. O.P. Gupta, because Dr. O.P. Gupta was a founder president. So founder president and founder secretary, that's the reason we have with us Dr. Vinod Kumar, Professor Vinod Kumar, who will be introducing Dr. O.P. He'll be talking about Dr. O.P. Gupta. We have with us Professor Asha Shah, my teacher for my MD and she was my PG teacher for my PhD, and she will be introducing Professor V. Mohan, and she will be reading the citation for Dr. V. Mohan. And we are missing Dr. O.P. Gupta first year without him, and we decided that Diacon should have Dr. O.P. Gupta oration, and we are very happy that Dr. V. Mohan accepted this invitation to deliver the first Dr. O.P. Gupta oration. So over to first Dr. Vinod Kumar for Dr. O.P. Gupta, and then I will request Dr. Ashaben for introducing Dr. V. Mohan and to read the citation. Over to Dr. Vinod Kumar, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi. It is an honor for me to have a chairperson of this session, which happens to the first Dr. O.P. Gupta oration. And I think it is a double honor for me that I am chairing a session in which a very distinguished scientist, Dr. Mohan, is giving the oration. Dr. O.P. Gupta is known to me for the last 60 years or more. We both are the product of Medical College, Agra. And he was a very great well-wisher of me at a personal level. We had many exercises together. As Dr. Bansi has mentioned that he was the founder president, so therefore I had a very good opportunity of working with him for first year of inception of RSDI, after which he set the ball rolling, and I continued as founder secretary for next 6 to 7 years. We also had common thing at the ICMR. Dr. O.P. Gupta was the chairman of the expert committee of endocrinology for ICMR, and I happened to be the secretary. And we worked together for 3 years, and we were in close contact with the then Director General ICMR, who also happened to be from Agra. So we had very common things. And I think one of the very pleasant thing in my life, which is happening today, is that Dr. O.P. Gupta, myself, and Dr. Mohan, we were all trained in one institution in England called Royal Postgraduate Medical School, the Hammersmith Hospital. This was Mecca of research at that time. People used to dream how to get placement there. And the difference was that Dr. Gupta was there more than 60 years before. I was there more than 50 years before, and Dr. Mohan was more than 35 years before. So we had some common teachers, and when we used to talk to each other, we used to have a lot of nostalgia. And as a person, Dr. O.P. Gupta was a class. He had a wonderful personality, a very well-wisher, a helping kind of a nature. And of course, as we know, that he also had training at Boston. He had a lot of awards, and I knew his family so well. So I am really very honored to chair this session. Although the task of introducing Dr. Mohan is given to my esteemed co-person, Dr. Shah, but I would just like to say one thing, that Dr. Mohan is one of the Indians who has received some accolades which no other Indians have received. He is the first Indian to have received Rifton Award, Harold Rifton Award from ADF. But I would like to just particularly mention one thing, that he is probably the only clinical scientist from India who has been awarded the fellowship of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. And I find that he is in the company of very famous people like James Watt, who was the discoverer of steam engine for the world. And if you take fellow of the Royal Society of London, he is in the company of Dr. Painter, Dr. Gagandeep Kang, and Dr. Hargobind Khurana. Some of these people I knew directly or indirectly. So with this, I hand over the stage to Dr. Shah for introducing Dr. Mohan in detail. Thank you.
So I request AV team first for floral welcome to Dr. V. Mohan, and then I would request, yes, for that. So now Dr. Ashaben can read the citation.
Yes. Hello, friends. I am thankful to Dr. Bansi and the organizers to have given me this opportunity to chair this oration. And as Dr. O.P. Gupta was our sir also and a respected teacher, and he's a founder member of RSSDI. It also gives me great pleasure to introduce the doyen of diabetes care in India, Dr. V. Mohan. I mean, everyone in the field of diabetes care knows him, and his CV is as amazing as his work. So he is a chairman and chief of diabetology of Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center in South India, and he oversees a chain of 50 diabetes center across the country. He is also president and director of Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, and amazingly, I mean, he has 1400 papers in peer-reviewed journal, which includes 900 original articles, which I don't think anybody probably in the country or the world has it. He has trained a large number of physicians and diabetologists and received 190 awards, including the BC Ray Awards. And he is also conferred Harold Rifkin's Award from ADA. For extensive contribution, he also has received Padma Shri, and he has written an excellent, bestseller book also of his autobiography. So I can go on and on, but now we would like to listen to Dr. V. Mohan, and I welcome him for the oration.
Thank you very much, madam. I'll first share my screen and then I'll start.
Yes.
Okay. If the other one can be, yeah. Okay. Yes. I hope you can see the slide.
Yes,
is the slide visible?
Yes,
okay.
we can.
So first of all, let me thank Dr. Banshi Sabu for this unique honor. I never dreamt that one day I would be giving an oration in late Dr. O.P. Gupta's name. As Dr. Vinod Kumar said, I've not known Dr. O.P. Gupta for 60 years, but a little less than that maybe, because even as a medical student, I knew Professor Gupta because he's a very close friend of my father's. And we like the relationship he shared with Dr. Vinod Kumar. He had a very close relationship with me. He used to often call me and we used to speak. His erudition, his knowledge, the gentle nature, gentle but very firm nature, his commitment where he used to sit in the first row of every conference from the beginning of the conference till the end, which I don't see in medical students now. They only bunk. They only try to pretend that they attended a conference, and a complete transformation from what Professor O.P. Gupta represented is what we're seeing in present day medical students. I'm very sorry to say this, but across the country, across the world, I think that is the state of students, at least from India, I can talk. But he was a class apart. And as a researcher, even in the 1960s and 70s, the kind of work that he did was amazing. And of course, we have a lot of commonality, as Professor Vinod Kumar pointed out. So my pranams to this great soul and the great work. Has been a total inspiration to people like me who are much younger. Of course, a brilliant diabetologist teacher and a great mentor. It's very sad that we lost him. I've already thanked Dr. Banshi Sabu, but I have to thank both the chairpersons for the kind words of introduction, both Professor Vinod Kumar, with whom I'm having a lot of close interaction the last few years, and of course, Dr. Asha Shah, about whom I've heard a lot from Dr. Banshi, who often keeps talking about you, madam. We've not had a chance to meet, and next time we should catch up in person. And the entire organizing committee of DiaCare Con, I was there for the inauguration today, and I know what a fantastic conference this has been, as hearing the previous session as well. In the interest of time, let me go on to this presentation. So the topic of my presentation is precision diabetes care. How much of it has become a reality? Today, precision medicine and precision diabetes is a big subject. In fact, I represent India on the American Diabetes Association EASD Precision Diabetes Initiative, PMI we call it. And almost every week or every 2 weeks, we are part of a committee which is writing several papers on this. And precision diabetes now includes precision diagnosis, precision prevention, precision monitoring, precision treatment, precision prognosis. And we have separate subcommittees for type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, monogenic diabetes, and GDM. So you can imagine there are about 12 groups of people who are working on different aspects of this. It's impossible to talk all about precision diabetes care, even if you give me 2 hours. So what I'll do is I'll quickly try to tell you some clinical aspects of where precision diabetes is going and what it's all about. I have no conflict of interest to declare. So I'm just going to talk about 2 things. I'm not going to talk about type 1 diabetes or GDM, although this morning, Dr. Banshi Sabu and I have published a paper yesterday, actually, where we showed that people with type 1 diabetes can now live for 50, 60, 70 years. And in that paper, if you look at it, of course, the control of diabetes is better, HbA1c is better, and lipids were better. But if you see, not that they had their sugars under good control. So there is a group of people even within type 1 who will develop complications, others who will not. But we are studying all that. I'm not going to talk about that. Today, I'm just going to talk about some work which we have done on the clustering of type 2 diabetes, because that's a novel area for us and some new information has come. And then I'll talk about 2 monogenic forms of diabetes, MODY and neonatal diabetes. Both of these cannot be diagnosed today without doing genetic testing. And this is where it's really become part of our clinical practice. So let me first start with clustering. The field of diabetes clustering actually took off only 2-3 years ago. We all knew that type 2 diabetes is not one disease. You can get somebody with the onset. I've had onset of diabetes at 7 years of age, type 2 diabetic, fat child coming at 7 years with type 2 diabetes. You can get type 2 diabetes coming at 85 years of age or 90 years of age. Both are obviously not the same, genetic wise or anything. Similarly, obese diabetic, lean diabetic, and so many other different, mostly insulin resistant, so many differences come in respect to treatment. You give, just now we're discussing about genital infections or any other infection. You give metformin to somebody, they'll develop diarrhea. You give it to somebody else, 3 grams, nothing happens to them. There's a lot of pharmacogenomics and other things. But type 2 diabetes, till now what we've been doing is, we've been treating it now one size fits all. Okay, so everyone type 2 diabetes, first give metformin, doesn't work, then you give this, that doesn't give this. That is how we have been treating. We have not been asking the question, is type 2 diabetes one disease or one subtype, or is it several subtypes? This brilliant work from Leaf Group and colleagues who studied a Scandinavian population, and then using some, I won't go into the bioinformatics, K clustering they used, bioinformatics. Through that, they were able to, using 6 variables, they were able to divide the type 2 diabetes into 5 types. But out of that 5 types, one was really not type 2 diabetes. It was LADA or SAID, severe autoimmune diabetes, which is what Dr. Banshi Sabu worked on under Dr. Asha Shah. So that type is not really part of type 2 diabetes. So that if you remove, they had 4 types of subtypes of diabetes. So once this was announced all over the world, we wanted to see whether the subtypes that they have said applies to our population. Not because we want to do Me Too research, but because we believe that our diabetes is so different from the West. And this we have known right from my days at the Hammersmith Hospital, which Dr. Vinod Kumar mentioned. Right there, we showed insulin resistance is different, that is different, this is different. Last 35 years, we've been showing that. So how can the clusters be the same across different populations? So can the clusters described in Scandinavia be applied to the Asian Indian population? Now, here are 13 differences, and there are many more, which are different in Indians compared to the West. We have, first of all, the diabetes comes 10 to 15 years or 20 years earlier in our population compared to the West. Okay, so what they get at 50, 60, we get at 30s, 20s, and so on. The increased insulin resistance is what I described, my diabetology paper 1986. That was done at the Royal Postgraduate Medical School and Hammersmith Hospital. We also did clamp studies and showed that they're more insulin resistant when working there. But then more recently, some of these characteristics, I don't have time to go through all of them, but let me just harp on one of them. Number 5, if you see, this characteristic dyslipidemia. I would submit to you that I have not seen any other ethnic group in the world, including Chinese, Japanese, and every other group that I've studied, which has such a low HDL cholesterol. So we have the lowest HDL cholesterol in the whole world, period. Because I've collaborated with scientists across the world. Nobody, we've been able to see such low levels of HDL cholesterol and also high triglyceride. So this is one of the most characteristic features of the diabetes in Indians. And HDL and triglycerides are not included as criteria by Leaf Group. So let me now go to that and tell you that this is a collaborative study that we did with the University of Dundee, Scotland. The entire study, of course, is done in India, but they taught us this bioinformatics and this K clustering and so on. And this is part of a study which we call as the INSPIRED study, or the India-Scotland Partnership for Precision Medicine and Diabetes. In fact, we set up a department of precision diabetes some 5-6 years ago. This is one of the earliest departments in the world to be set up for precision diabetes. And all this funding comes from UK, from the National Institute of Health Research. This is a paper which we published. I'm going to talk about. It's published in BMJ Open, where the title of the paper is Novel Subgroups of Type 2 Diabetes and Their Association with Microvascular Outcomes in an Asian Indian Populations, a data-driven cluster analysis. Where did the patient population come from? As was mentioned, we have our clinics all over the country, and they're all linked by a common electronic records. And we have over 540,000 patients in those records now. So it is very easy to pick out these patients using the same criteria that Leaf Group had used. Short duration of diabetes and typical type 2 diabetes. We took out all the type 1s. In our case, we also took out those who are GAD positive, because we feel that's a separate group. And then we wanted to see whether the 4 groups that we got was the same as what they got. And these are the, so to cut a long story short, they had used the first 4, age, BMI, waist, and HbA1c. They had used HOMA beta and HOMA IR for assessing insulin resistance. We had HOMA beta and HOMA IR, but after seeing that their variables were not working in our population, the same paper we described everything, we said, okay, now we're going to switch it to ours. And the most important, I told you, was HDL. So we added HDL and triglyceride, which made a big difference into the entire analysis, because this is what brings out the typical nature of the Asian Indian. And of course, for further studies, we took C-peptide. It was much simpler than doing HOMA beta and HOMA IR. So fasting and stimulated C-peptide. These were the 8. Now, what are the results that we found? We found 4 types of type 2 diabetes, 2 of which were similar but not the same as the Scandinavian population. One was called as the severe insulin resistant diabetes, and that is what is shown here, SID. So we also had the SID, but this SID was very different from their SID. The other one, which is similar to the West, is what is called as mild age-related diabetes, or MARD. Now, their MARD, the mean age at diagnosis was 65 years plus, 67 or something. Our MARD is 52 years. What we call as old age related is 52 years. So again, this is completely different, but at least it fitted in with what they had said, the SID and the MARD. But then we found out 2 new types, which they had not described at all. One is called the insulin-resistant obese diabetic, and the other is called as a combined insulin-resistant and deficient variety. Now, this variety, which we called as CIRD, C-I-R-D-D, combined insulin-resistant deficient, was actually seen only in our population, and I'll come to that. Now, SID is young people, thin people, mostly insulin deficient. IROD is fat people, mostly insulin resistant. CIRD is a combination of both, which has not been reported among the Europeans. And guess what? They had the lowest HDL and the highest triglyceride. And that is why they did not see it in their population. And as I told you, the MARD also was much younger in our population. Now, if you look at the clinical characteristics of these 4 groups, you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Look at the mean age at onset of the 3 groups, 40, 40, 40. They didn't have anybody in their 40s. They had all 60s and above. One group, I think they had 50s. For us, our old age related one is only 50. That was just touching 50. So we are completely different as far as the age structure is concerned. Now, BMI and waist and so on is the highest in the resistant variety, lowest in the insulin deficient variety. The insulin deficient variety is the most severe type. You can see the HbA1c is 10.7. And the next most difficult to treat is the SIRD, because they also have insulin deficiency. But I'd like to point your attention to the HDL. Look at the HDL in this population, 40, 38, 42. You don't see this at all in the West. They'll have 55, 60, 70, 80, and so on. For us, 40, 30, 40 is what we get in all our patients. But look at the SIRD. It is 36. It is the lowest of all the 4 groups. Even more striking when you look at the triglycerides, 140, 150, you don't get these kind of triglycerides in the West. You'll get 100, 120. You don't get 150. Look at the SIRD variety. It is 350. It is more than double of the other two types. So this group is a unique group which is seen only in Indians. And I'm not going to go into this. These people have the lowest insulin secretion. They have the highest insulin secretion, the resistant variety, and so on and so forth. Now, despite this large number that we had in that study, we had almost 20,000. They had only 8,000 in the whole study by Leaf Group. We had 20,000. Even then, there's a small problem in our study. And that is, it's all taken from private centers. All our centers are private. So they're taken from a private center. So how representative is that of India? That's a very valid question. Luckily for us, we work on the ICMR India diabetes study or the ICMR INDIAB study. And there's a state of Gujarat where Dr. Banshi Sabu was the principal investigator for Gujarat. And Dr. Shashank Joshi was the principal investigator of Maharashtra along with Dr. Yajnik. Like that, we had, across India, we had PIs from all the states of India, and this study has been completed. It's the largest epidemiological study on diabetes ever done in the world. 124,000 people. Now, from this INDIAB study, which is totally representative of each state, urban, rural, following the National Family Health Survey guidelines for sampling, we had done that. So we had newly diagnosed diabetic patients following the same from 15 states at that time, which we had completed. Now all the 30 are completed. We had these samples. And so we said, let us try to replicate it, whether in the true Indian sample, representative of India, we are able to get the same 4 subtypes. Now what we did was, now it's very difficult to do C-peptide in the whole country in an epidemiological study. Government won't pay for it. So we took all the other characteristics, HDL, triglycerides, waste, and so on. We just left out C-peptide and said, let's see without C-peptide whether we can get the same clusters. And the good news was that we got exactly the same clusters. Just to remind you, which one was the one which had the lowest HDL? I told you it's a third variety. Look at it here. It's 31. In India, the HDL levels are even lower, because they belong to rural areas and so on. So when you come to that, but the same pattern, still the same lowest HDL in the third variety. Look at the triglyceride, 414. These triglycerides in the rest of the country is even higher because our patients are probably treated. So you can see 180, 180, 150, and 400. So we are able to exactly replicate what we got in India from the clinic sample. We are able to replicate it. More recently, again, when the collaboration with Dr. Banshi Sabu, Dr. Jyoti Dev and others, we have done a third replication in another paper, which has just got published in Diabetes Technology and Therapeutics. And for the third time, we have replicated it. So there's no doubt. And these are all from private clinics from all over India. Again, we were able to replicate it. Now, what is the clinical relevance of all this clustering? What has this to do with precision diabetes? Now, if you look at it, and this is what Leaf Group also showed, and we agree with them, that what they showed was the insulin deficient variety is more prone to retinopathy. And we've got the same results here, okay? And they said the insulin resistant variety is not more prone to retinopathy. We found that also. But we added something here. You know, the third variety where there is insulin deficiency also, they are more prone to retinopathy because they have insulin deficiency. So this is something new to the world literature that we added. Now, if you look at nephropathy and chronic kidney disease, they are more seen in the insulin resistant variety. And that's exactly what we found. In the SID variety, it is not significant, whereas in the IROD variety, it is more significant. So this group is more prone to nephropathy and CKD, okay? But again, the surprising thing was, because these people have insulin resistance, the third variety, they are more prone to nephropathy also. So what is the conclusion? The third variety is more prone to both retinopathy and nephropathy, whereas the thin insulin deficient ones are only more prone to retinopathy, and the fat ones, the IROD ones, are more prone to nephropathy. So this is a new finding that we found. One more thing that we saw was how much time did it take for the HbA1c to get under control. The easiest to get under control was the MARD variety. They had very mild diabetes, so they got easily under control. This is a percentage of people who got A1C below 7%. The most difficult, as you would imagine, is the SID variety, the insulin deficient variety. And guess what? Which is the next most difficult to treat? It's a third variety, because they have a combined defect plus they have insulin deficiency. So these two are the most difficult. Now we know why some patients easily get under control and others don't get under control. Till the studies were done, we were, oh, this fellow is lucky, his karma was like that, this was like that. Now it's not karma, we know it's based on the physiology that it happens. So we are able to get more such details. So I'm going to stop there. We have done much more work now. We are now looking at the response to drugs, and that is being published. Now we are doing an RCT, taking the 4 groups and then trying out different drugs, SGLT2 versus DPP4 versus insulin versus, so that's all a different thing. At the next meeting, maybe I'll come back and show you more data. I'm going to move on in the interest of time. It's still a work in progress, but we are definitely seeing a complete change in the way we are looking at type 2 diabetes now as compared to, say, even 2 or 3 years ago. Now, let me come to something more dramatic. This is monogenic forms of diabetes. Monogenic forms of diabetes is where there is a single gene mutation. In type 2 diabetes, it's a polygenic disease. There are so many genes affected. There is environmental factors. In monogenic, there's only one gene which is mutated, and that produces diabetes. Now, there are different types of monogenic diabetes. We have got about 8 to 10 types of monogenic. I'm not going to talk about all that. I'm going to talk about only 2 types. MODY, maturity onset diabetes of the young, and neonatal diabetes, which is onset below 6 months of age. MODY itself is of 14 types. Once you do the genetic typing, you have MODY 1, MODY 2, MODY 3, MODY 4. Each one is a different chromosome. Each one has a different clinical pattern, and each one responds differently to drugs. For example, MODY 2 doesn't need any drugs to treat. Just diet alone is enough. MODY 1 and 3 respond to sulfonylureas. MODY 4 and 6 don't respond to sulfonylureas. MODY 5 also, and so on and so forth. MODY 12 responds to sulfonylureas. So we are beginning to understand all of this. In many of these things, we have one of the largest experience now because we've been collecting large series of MODY. But why bother about all this as a clinician? Esoteric ivory tower research that we are doing to publish a paper? No. This is because it influences the lives of children with diabetes. Now, this is a 16-year-old girl. She was thin, presented with severe diabetes. HbA1c is 10.4. Because of the young age at onset, she was straight away diagnosed to have type 1 diabetes and said, take 3 times insulin per day for life. They came running to us, as many type 1s do, and said, is there anything else that you can do? Now, the first thing, we follow algorithms when we treat at our center. Everything is systematic. First thing we do is to draw a family history. When we do the family history, that's the girl there, the proband. We found a mother had diabetes. Several aunts had diabetes. One of the aunt's children, her cousin, had diabetes. And the grandmother and the grandfather and great-grandfather, they all had diabetes. Now, this type of inheritance is called as autosomal dominant inheritance. It is classical of MODY. You very rarely see this in type 1 diabetes. Okay? But we didn't stop with that. We then did the next step. We did C-peptide. In type 1, it will be absent. Here it was present, fairly good reserve. Then we went on to do the GAD antibodies and zinc transporter. Both were negative. So with this, we said, oh, with this 3-generation transmission, we need to do genetic testing. We don't do genetic testing in everyone. Only if the clinical algorithm suggests it, only in a small number of people, we do genetic testing. Incidentally, just yesterday, I rang up Dr. Banshi Sabu to tell him that one of his cases had MODY 3. And he was so excited because one of his cases turned out to be MODY 3. Now we're going to study the whole family. So that's exactly what we did, Banshi, with this family. After we detected that this girl had MODY, we took all the diabetic members in the family and tested them for MODY 3. And we found that not only she had MODY 3, but all the family, all the red shown here are diabetic people. By that time, she had a sister who was 1 or 2 years younger to her. She developed diabetes, and she also had the same MODY 3. Now, guess what? This MODY 3 is a type of diabetes, a response to sulfonylureas, an arginine histidine mutation. So what we did was we took the patient off insulin, started her on sulfonylurea, glibenclamide, the cheapest of sulfonylureas. She showed excellent response. A1C came down to 6.8%. Now it is about 15 years since she came to us, and she and her sister are still responding to sulfonylurea. If not, she had not come to us, she would have been still on insulin 3 times a day, saying that she has type 1 diabetes. So we were able to completely stop the insulin and change the course of this girl's life because of genetic testing. And this is a classical example of precision diabetes, because if you follow the precision diabetes formula, you will be able to, it's like mathematics, you'll be able to sort out your patients very well. We went on to publish on MODY 3 and MODY 1 and MODY 2 and MODY 5. And we have several more publications coming up on MODY. At least 10 to 12 papers have come on MODY. Let me now pass on. If you thought that was exciting, wait till you hear about an even more dramatic instance, and that is neonatal diabetes. These are newborn children just diagnosed to have diabetes. 1 month old, 10 days old, 3 months old, usually before 6 months of age. There are two types of neonatal diabetes. The first is called the transient variety, or TNDM, which disappears by the first birthday. By the time child becomes 1 year old, the diabetes goes away because that has a particular type of mutation. But the more common one is the permanent neonatal diabetes, which will persist. Now, the transient neonatal diabetes sometimes can come back in adolescence. I've seen that. But for next 10, 15 years, they may not have diabetes. Sometimes it will come back. Permanent neonatal diabetes will continue. Throughout, it will continue. And that is much more common in India. Let me again illustrate it with a case. Then it will make it interesting. A 72-day-old, 72 days old, that means just more than 2 months old. This baby from Calcutta was diagnosed to have diabetes, again diagnosed to have type 1 diabetes, started on insulin, but she's not coming down. 14 units the 72-day-old child is taking, and the blood sugars remaining between 300 to 400. So she was referred to a center. What is wrong with this child? Please look at the child. So when we, considering that she had, now it's mandatory, anybody below 6 months of age has to do genetic testing. So we sent the child for genetic testing. That's a sequencing machine which we use. And what we found was this mutation. Normally, the band will come like this. Electrophotogram will come like this. You have a GG there. This child had a GT. And instead of the CC, she had a CA. Both in the forward strand and the reverse strand, we were able to pick it up. So this is a classical mutation, which was found in the KCNJ11 gene. Now, this mutation responds to sulfonylurea. So what we did was, after finding this mutation, we started the child on glibenclamide, and slowly the dose of insulin was withdrawn in the hospital. You can see that what is shown here is the sulfonylurea dose. Slowly we stepped up the sulfonylurea dose. What is shown in red is the insulin dose, and you can see the insulin coming down, down, down. By day 4, it's come down to 0, no insulin. And now the blood sugars with insulin, no response. And after starting the sulfonylurea and increasing it, you can see the blood sugars settling down beautifully. Okay, so you may ask, in fact, just now I had another call desperately. I think it's from Ahmedabad only. One patient sent the blood yesterday, and now they're saying, tell us what to do, tell us what to do. I said, I can't tell you what to do until we get the genetic testing. Give us 2-3 weeks time. These things take time. We have to find out what it is. And the father is so desperate. Tell us, tell us, tell us. We want to start tablet for the child. I said, you have to wait. Or ask your physician. They still want to start sulfonylurea, you can start. But only 50% have the mutation. And if you start it in others, it is dangerous. The child can die. So be careful. Okay. So, but this is a classical example of that. So what happens is, oops, is that? Okay. So one more case before I stop. A 3-year-old female baby, again from West Bengal, born of non-consanguineous marriage. Now, although she was on insulin, they told us when we took the history that she got it when she was 6 months old. I said, oh, 6 months. Okay, maybe neonatal diabetes. Let us see. So this is her blood sugar. She was responding somewhat, not fully not responding. She was on small dose of pre-mixed insulin, 3 units and 2 units. Remember, she's only 3 years old. GAD antibody is negative. C-peptide was not very good. So we carried out the genetic testing. Now, in this case, we found that the mutation was in the ABCC8 gene. This is the sulfonylurea receptor gene. You can see that this is the mutation here, and that is the mutation there. So this particular mutation was found in the ABCC8 gene. And this is another gene. If you have the mutation, they respond to sulfonylurea. So what happened was, with insulin, her blood sugars was 138 and 180. After switching over to glibenclamide, after the first week, it became 86 and 154 and before lunch. And then after 6 months, it was 92 and 133. Her HbA1c also came down. And therefore, we completely switched over this child from insulin to sulfonylurea. The first report we published in 2012, that time we had only 33 cases of neonatal diabetes. The next report was published this year. We had 181 patients, of which in 39 we found the mutation. They come to us from all over the country. And this is just to show you that when you have this particular mutation, these are 7 patients with 7 different mutations in this particular gene. And you can see that they respond differently. You can see the blood sugars are different. In some, it goes to 1,000 milligrams. In some, it's only 250 milligrams. depending on the mutation. So now we know which mutation produces which blood sugar response. But you can see that they all responded to sulfonylureas, and you can see that first year, second year, third year, fourth year, they're still maintaining excellent control. They respond beautifully. If this is one gene, this is another gene. The other one is KCNJ. This is ABCC8. Again, 6 different patients showing 6 different responses of as far as blood sugar is concerned. At the moment we started the glibenclamide, you can see that they have responded beautifully. So whether it's KCNJ11 or ABCC8, they respond beautifully to sulfonylurea treatment. Today, we have 477 such patients, of which 274 are neonatal diabetics. 51 are genetic syndromes. Sometimes they come to us, we find that they have Walcott-Rollison syndrome or Didmode syndrome or thiamine-responsive megaloblastic anemia or different other types of syndromes. Each syndrome has its own prognosis, has its own clinical course. So today we can say this child will live up to so many years. This child, no problem, she will be okay or he'll be okay. All that we are able to say thanks to genetic testing. And also we have an equal number of cases now coming up with congenital hypoglycemia. Look at the genes, the same genes. KCNJ, ABCC8, ABCC8, insulin gene, same genes. Only thing is, one you have gain of function, one you have loss of function. If you have gain of function, you will develop hypoglycemia. If you have loss of function, you will develop neonatal diabetes. Now, these cases of hypoglycemia, some of them respond to diazoxide. We are able to say if they have this mutation, you will respond to diazoxide. If you have this mutation, you will not respond to diazoxide, octreotide. And if you have another mutation, both won't respond, you have to go for pancreatectomy. Or to that extent, today we are able to go after based on the mutation. With all humility, I'd like to add there are only 2-3 labs in the whole world which do this, and we are one of that lab. We are the only one in India which does it. And of course, it creates a lot of news because you're completely changing the life of a child when you treat like this. And that's what precision diabetes is all about. Today, we're getting samples from all over the country. We've become a nodal center for this, and therefore, from all over the country, regularly, every day, we'll get at least 1 or 2 samples coming in either for MODY or neonatal diabetes or hypoglycemia. We even started a registry. It's called Monogenic Diabetes Registry of India. We want to register every case in the country, and I take the help of Banshi and all of you all in your own state to collect all the cases of neonatal diabetes and MODY and bring them into one registry so that people can see them. So I'd like to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by saying that precision diabetes is slowly coming of age, and it can be applied to all forms of diabetes. With respect to type 2 diabetes, we have now made definite inroads to say that there are 4 different clusters, 2 of which are the same as a Scandinavian cluster, that's a SID and the MARD. 2 are unique, which we have described, the IROD variety and the SERD variety. Study of monogenic diabetes help many children with neonatal diabetes and youth with MODY to go off insulin completely and transform their whole life. And precision diagnosis can help to offer precision treatment and thereby improve the quality of life. These are only humble, small steps that we have made, and we have still a long way to go, but we believe that we are in the right direction, and we can definitely make a difference to hundreds, if not thousands of people's lives with diabetes. I'll now stop there. Of course, all children before the age of 6 months must undergo genetic testing. You've heard of any child in India. We'll do it free of cost for you. Don't worry, we're not 1 rupee we are interested in. It's purely a service to the nation, which I would like to offer on Gandhi Jayanti Day. I'm sure our father nation would have liked it. This is not commercial at all. So just send it to us. We'll do it free of cost for you. Many of them able to stop insulin. Novel mutation neonatal diabetes have been found. And if you find ABCC8 and KCNJ11 mutations, you can transfer them to sulfonylureas. And I would again humbly submit that it's a kind of miracle of sorts as far as the child and the family is concerned. This is my team at our Siriseri Research Center, a 40,000 square foot center, one of the largest in Asia, where we have a full genetic setup now. And Dr. Radha Venkateshan is a head, and all these people, 100 publications and 13 PhDs have come out of this work just on the genomics of diabetes. And with that, I'd like to once again thank Dr. Banshi Sabu, thank the chairpersons, Dr. Vinod Kumar and Dr. Asha Shah, and once again, pay my pranams to Professor O.P. Gupta. I'm sure if he was in the audience or from wherever in heaven he is listening, he'll be very happy because he is one man who used to walk up to every person once they finished their lecture. He did that to me when I was 20 years old, and he used to continue to do it. And he'll say, fantastic talk, keep it up, do this, do that. So I'm sure he would have been very happy. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mohan. I don't know what can I say to you, but a message goes to you from my heart that keep it up, penetrate the limit of the sky, and lighten all. India is waiting for you.
Dr. Ashavan, if you want to make any comment.
Yeah. It's Dr. Bansi. It was always, I mean, it is always amazing to hear Dr. V. Mohan and the work that they are doing. And it is, I mean, really great. And I hope and I'm sure that he will continue to do all the great services to humanity by doing all the free of cost genetic testing, which I know it is awesome work. So it was really a pleasure to hear him. And thank you, Bansi, for keeping me chairperson in this session.
Madam is joining from USA.
Oh, so, really? Okay. So much honored. It must be early morning for you. Yeah.
Yes. No, initially it was, my session was in the afternoon.
Okay.
So it was midnight here, but thank you, Bansi changed it.
No, it has to be, madam. I was not knowing. So, sir, thank you. First of all, thanks for accepting our oration and thank you very much. And I was really excited when yesterday you called me that Bansi, your patient had, the Modi.
I've been seeing so many negative results come for you.
Yes,
You've been sending no Modi, no Modi. When I got this, I immediately
but
said,
all the cases which I sent, I will send you the complete case history and everything I have written, and including the pedigree. So I still have doubt that they may have some other.
Maybe some new Modi, because we are only looking for 14 types and 80 types. There may be another 500 types which we don't know.
Two of these, person with diabetes, they were started treatment as insulin, but they were irregular. And their insulin was also not regular. They were not going in DK. They had never gone in DK. Then I stopped them, and now they are on oral hypoglycemic agent. Luckily, and they have very strong family history. And their genetic testing might be negative, but still now they are off the insulin.
So right now, Banshi, we have 80 different types which we are testing. These are all the types in the world known, which Andrew Hattersley will do, or anyway, you've gone there, got trained by Philip Frogel, got trained by, but there could be different, just like our type 2s are different, the Modi could be different. Now for that, you need to do whole genome sequencing. And for that, it's very expensive. It will cost, 10,000-20,000 rupees or more to do for one patient. So when you start doing it, become very cost. And then you need the next generation sequencer, NGS, which again costs 2-3 crores, which I'm trying to get somehow. ICMR has not given me. So I've got everything else. I've got Illumina, I've got everything else I've got, but this one I don't have. So that is my limitation. But we will get it with God's grace. We will get that also soon. And soon I'm sure we'll be able to find out. See, and there's another thing I can say it openly here. See, when we find something new, I actually found 2 new Modi genes, and then I sent it for publication. It was turned down with, ridiculous remarks saying this is not Modi, this, that, and all that. And 5 to 6 months later, I know who the reviewer is. That fellow publishes the same one,
But sir, this
kind of intellectual dishonesty is also there, you can't prevent it.
You remember that you told me long back that, when we were publishing the lean diabetic, they were not ready to,
They're not, how can lean cannot be type 2?
Clusters also. And now your new cluster, which is like CIDD, which is
SIDD
combined
is only lean,
deficiency and with insulin resistance, which is also something new which we have.
Correct.
Yeah, this time in ESD, there was a talk on whether now it's a time to cluster type 2 diabetes.
Okay.
Very nice talk.
I think it takes time. And see, we are at a disadvantage. We have all the disadvantage in India. See, they are sitting in pinnacle institutions where anything will go to them. They have the power to reject or to do anything. Anyway.
But sir, I don't think you are now much bigger for all these things. So I don't think so. So with this, can we close now this session?
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again. God bless all of you.
Fantastic
meeting. Keep up the great work, Banshi. And thank you again to all the listeners and to the chairpersons and everyone. Thanks, Dhruvi, Urban, I can see there.
Thank you, sir.
Now for the next You please invite both the chairperson for the next session.
Good evening, everybody. We've had a very, very igniting session by Dr. V. Mohan sir, an oration session for Dr. O.P. Gupta sir. Our next oration session, Dr. Suman Shah oration session. I am the reporter, and I would like to kindly request our chairpersons, Dr. Urman Dhruv sir. He's the chairman for RSSDI Gujarat chapter, and Dr. Dhiren Patel sir. He's been a very, very eminent physician from Surat. Can I request both our chairpersons to invite our next speaker for the Suman Shah oration?
Thank you, Dhruvi, and thank you, Dak Erkon. Before we invite the honorable speaker, a word about Dr. Suman Shah. We doctors at Gujarat, we all know him very well. But for those who are outside Gujarat, they may not be accustomed to this name. Dr. Suman Shah was a great cardiologist, and simultaneously he was a wonderful philanthropist. He belonged to city of Ahmedabad. He had a very good vision, and he founded the Heart Foundation and Research Institute with a view to serve the population at large by various health awareness and capacity building activities. Fortunately, Dr. Nitin Suman Shah, his son, has been carrying on these activities more vigorously and helping all of us. Dr. Nitin Suman Shah is also, fortunately, our patron. So with this brief introduction about Dr. Suman Shah oration, I would invite the speaker, today's speaker to whom the oration has been bestowed upon. He is none other than Professor and Head, Department of Endocrinology, AIIMS. He has already been bestowed upon Dr. B.C. Roy Award and Padma Shri, the second most important award from the Government of India. So, we are very, very happy and very, very feel privileged to welcome Dr. Nikhil Tandon. We all know him very well, lots of research activities, ex-president of, former president of ICBMR and Endocrine Society of India. But more importantly, a wonderful speaker, a very, very good researcher for epidemiology of diabetes. So not spending a lot of time, I'll request our team, I think Dr. Bansi is going to felicitate him with the award. So first we'll bestow the award upon him and then we'll welcome him to the dais. Dr. Nikhil Tandon.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Nikhil Tandon, for accepting Suman Shah oration. Dr. Suman Shah, as Dr. Urban Bhai described him, he was one of the leading physicians. Before 40-50 years, he was one of the leading physicians of the Gujarat and western part of India. Dr. Nikhil Tandon, as all we know, I'm sure in India, anybody practicing diabetes or endocrine, they all know Dr. Nikhil Tandon, and many of them are a student of Dr. Nikhil Tandon. So it's my great pleasure that we are having this year Dr. Nikhil Tandon digitally on Suman Shah oration. Would like to have him in person also, probably maybe next year or after 1 year till everything goes away. With this, I request Dr. Nikhil Tandon to start his oration. Thank you.
Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, Dr. Bansi. Do I have, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Let me try. Before I start, can you just confirm that the screen is visible?
It is visible. Yes, sir. Perfectly.
Thank you. I'd like to sort of convey the significant pleasure, but more importantly, the privilege that I feel that I'm being invited to speak again on an oration which is named after such an illustrious medical son of Gujarat. And it is my humble gratitude to the organizers for having considered me for this. It's always a little difficult to follow Dr. Mohan after his oration, which is invariably spectacular. So I will try my best to follow and fill in those very big shoes which have just been left for me. In keeping with the theme of this conference, I've tried to align the topic of my talk to discuss about vascular complications. And this is going to be a talk which is going to be restricted to youth onset diabetes, which is an area of a special interest for me. And again, I'll focus on an Indian perspective because we have enough of our own data. Dr. Mohan just showed you the amount of data India has generated. I think we have enough to run several conferences, and we don't need to quote international literature. And that has been the biggest gain in Indian research for the last 2 or 3 decades. With this, let me also say that most of my conversation today will be based on data which is generated through the ICMR Young Diabetes Registry. I've been fortunate to be associated with this registry, which is perhaps the largest national registry for youth onset diabetes in the world. This registry has till now recruited more than 21,500 patients with youth onset diabetes, which is a very, very large number. It operates through 11 regional collaborating centers, but the data are collected from 205 reporting centers from across India. And it's a very simple clinic-based registry, which is based on clinical parameters, and a database of 10 variants of diabetes is collected, but the dominant ones are type 1 diabetes, which constitutes about 2/3 of the patients, and type 2 diabetes, which constitute about 1/4 of the patients. And we also have follow-up data available for the past 20 years. However, today's talk will be largely restricted to baseline data. This particular slide gives you a sense that the registry gets information from the north and the south, from the west and the east. So it's a reasonably spread out data acquisition for this registry. I won't claim that it's nationally representative in its true sense, but there is a reasonable collection from different parts of the country, both public and private institutions. Just to give you a sense, I talked to you about the reporting centers, 205 of these. So essentially data is collected at these reporting centers, and that data then goes to what are called the regional collaborating centers. So I'll give you an example of Delhi. Delhi being, normally these are single collaborating centers in each city, but Delhi and Bombay being larger cities have 2 collaborating centers. So let's take AIIMS as an example. AIIMS New Delhi is a collaborating center, but AIIMS is also a place where I see patients. So I also provide data. So I'm a reporting center. The 25 reporting centers associated with the AIIMS collaborating center will send information to AIIMS. And similarly, other reporting centers will send their information to the corresponding collaborating center. These collaborating centers have the responsibility of collecting the data, cleaning the data, and doing quality checks. And then they send this information to the National Technical Coordinating Unit, which for this particular study is also housed at AIIMS New Delhi. We manage the data is analyzed, and then we send it to the national coordination at the Indian Council of Medical Research. So that's the flow. The 3 important things I want to tell you about the eligibility for a participant. Study was initiated in 2006. However, as a matter of policy, it was decided that we will take all cases who registered in one of the reporting centers as new patients on or after the 1st of January 2000. So there's a proportion of data which is retrospective, and then from 2006 onwards is prospective data. What was important was that at the time these patients were diagnosed to have diabetes, they should have been either 25 years or younger in age. And the third thing which is important is that they should belong to an assigned geographical area. So if the patient is coming to one of the collaborating centers in Delhi, they should belong to the National Capital Region. We know that, for example, patients coming to institutions in Delhi may come from faraway cities, but we don't include those patients for this particular. So we have a defined geographical area for recruitment, which is important when we want to look at denominators for various aspects. Again, just to give you a little sense, this study is now entered its 3rd phase. I will predominantly be talking to you about data collected in the 1st and the 2nd phase. As I mentioned, there was a portion of retrospective data which happened from 2000 to 2005. The first phase then went on from 2006 to 2011, and the next phase in 2011 to 2019. And for the retrospective data, we had medical records. For all prospective data, when the patient registers in a reporting center, a baseline proforma is filled. And this baseline proforma is a source of most of what I'll be presenting to you today. And then when these patients come on follow-up, every year when they come for their first visit in that calendar year, a follow-up pro forma is filled to see what has changed between the last year till now. As I mentioned, this is a clinical classification. We don't do blood work because this was a bloodless registry. We took the diagnosis made by the reporting center, but we gave clinical diagnostic criteria. So as you can make out, about 2/3 of the patients are type 1 diabetes and about 1/4 of the patients are type 2 diabetes. Now, that's the very first important thing I want to point out, that when we actually envisaged this registry, which happened in about 2001, 2002, we had assumed that 100% of our patients, or nearly 100% of our patients in this registry, will be people with type 1 diabetes. But the way type 2 diabetes has evolved in India, the younger ages in which it started coming, we find that about 1/4 of the patients in the registry are people with type 2 diabetes. And if you look at those who were diagnosed between 20 and 25 years of age, the number becomes about 45%. So type 2 diabetes is becoming younger and younger in its age of presentation. And I'm repeatedly saying this because it has relevance to the vascular complications, which I shall narrate to you in a moment. The second important thing, which is important for me to express, is the significant regional variation. Now, I've mentioned about 2/3 of people have type 1 diabetes, but if you look at both phase 1 and phase 2, in most places, about 75 to 85 or 90% of people have type 1 diabetes, but there are significant outliers. So if you look at phase 1, you'll find the data from Dr. Mohan's collaborating center, a large part of which is provided by patients attending his clinic. Nearly 40% of them had type 2, and therefore only about 40% had type 1. Similarly, patients coming from the Assam Medical College, Dibrugarh, the collaborating center from the Dibrugarh area in the Northeast, again, only 45% type 1. And a very similar number was also seen in phase 2 when we came to Manipur, and this is the Regional Institute of Medical Sciences in Imphal. So 3 sites or 3 collaborating centers very clearly had a disproportionately higher type 2. Now, whether that represents a background prevalence, that represents the referral patterns, the sort of institutions that they are being collected from, that's an important question, but just to show that there is a definite regional heterogeneity. Coming to the main part of this talk, which is the presence of vascular complications and risk factors. I'll talk predominantly of microvascular complications, and then for macrovascular disease, I'll predominantly talk of risk factors because these are younger patients and the number of events are fewer. Before I go ahead, I just wanted to clarify again that this was a study which depended on what was done at the reporting center. So there was a fair amount of flexibility in the method of assessment. So for example, for retinopathy, in most sites, a direct ophthalmoscopy was used to diagnose, but in some centers, for example, in Dr. Mohan's clinic, there was a retinal fundus photography which was used. For neuropathy, touch sensation using monofilament, a tuning fork for vibration, and a standard ankle reflex using a percussion hammer was used. For nephropathy, a standard criteria of either a 24-hour protein excretion or a 24-hour albumin excretion. For CAD and stroke, of course, you needed a documented history. This is the first slide on vascular complication results. And the first thing I'd like to point out is that this is based on information for more than 15,000 people. So the number is very, very important because with this number, we are in a good position to come up with very reliable and robust data. Now, let me take you through the 3 main microvascular complications to start with. And the first thing I'd like to point out, remember, this is baseline data. So this is when they came to those reporting centers, which could have been very soon after they were diagnosed with disease, could have been a few months or even a few years after they were diagnosed with disease, as long as they were coming as a new patient in that place. So for example, somebody living in another part of India moves to Delhi. They were diagnosed with diabetes less than 25 years of age, but they came to Delhi only in 2010. They came to AIIMS and showed for the first time in AIIMS in 2010. They will still be recruited in the study, though their duration of disease at baseline is already approximately 10 years. However, I'd also like to point out that nearly 50% of patients with type 1 diabetes in this registry came to one of the reporting centers within 6 months of diagnosis. So nearly incident disease for type 1 diabetes, but the duration for type 1 and type 2 in many centers could have been more. Point number one, if you look at the prevalence of complications at the time they register to the reporting center, the first thing which comes out is a significant difference between the complication burden in youth onset type 1 versus youth onset type 2. 4% retinopathy prevalence in type 1 diabetes, nearly twice as much in type 2 diabetes, 3% in nephropathy, about a 50% excess in type 2, 3% of neuropathy in type 1, and again about 2 to 2.5 fold increase in type 2. That data for stroke and CAD is not very different. As you can see, the numbers are very, very small because this is a relatively young population. So the first thing which came to our mind was, are we dealing with something bizarre in India? Why is there so much higher prevalence of complications in type 2 diabetes in the young or youth onset type 2 diabetes compared to youth onset type 1? And we immediately looked for data from elsewhere just for a comparison. And this is data from the search registry in the USA, which actually interestingly started in 2001, the same time when we started collecting patients, and had very similar collection criteria. And what you can see very clearly is that if you look at diabetic kidney disease, retinopathy, or peripheral neuropathy, the prevalence in type 2 diabetes is somewhere between 2 to 3-fold higher than patients with type 1 diabetes. And the adjusted odds ratio, as I showed for the Indian data, is very similar to what is reported in search, which was 2.2 to 2.5-fold higher. So the first message, and the most important message actually for my entire talk, is that youth onset type 2 diabetes is much more prone to vascular complications. We tend to ignore this disease because we feel that, a lot of effort goes into type 1, multiple injections, lot of monitoring. We'll just give a tablet or two to the patient with type 2 diabetes and they'll be all right. But it's a nasty, nasty disease with a very high risk of vascular complications. Was there regional variation in the prevalence of complications? Again, as you can see, for most complications in most places, the prevalence of nephropathy and retinopathy was between 3 and 6%, most places. So this is the Delhi center, nephropathy about 2.3, retinopathy about 3%, both the Delhi centers. This is Cuttack, again, about 2 to 3%. If you look at the other centers here, this is the Mumbai KEM center, again, 5 and 5%. So by and large, 3 to 6% burden of retinopathy and nephropathy, two places where the numbers are very, very different. If you look here, these are data from the Chennai Collaborating Center. This is their retinopathy burden, nearly 14% as opposed to between 3 and 6% everywhere else. And this is the nephropathy data from PGI Chandigarh, the collaborating center based out of there, nearly 10% nephropathy as opposed to a 3 to 6% everywhere else. Now, the first thing people will say is, has the utility of fundus photography in Madras Diabetes Research Foundation made a difference? Possibly, yes, to some extent. But actually, we actually looked at it in much more greater detail. And this difference, and this is for type 1 diabetes, and again, you'll see that in type 2 diabetes, the same sort of trend. Most places slightly higher than type 1 diabetes, it's from 3 to 6, it becomes 4 to 8%, but a very high retinopathy prevalence in the Madras Collaborating Center and a very high nephropathy prevalence in the Chandigarh Collaborating Center. So this is type 2 diabetes of young. We looked at the age diagnosis, the age registration, the duration of disease, and the diagnostic criteria used. And actually, there was not much difference. So very interesting. There are differences emerging in vascular complications, but clearly the gradient between type 2 and type 1 diabetes persists. Now, we all know that duration of disease has a very important part. And these are now data. Again, look at the numbers. About 11,000 plus people with type 1 diabetes, just under 4,000 people with youth onset type 2 diabetes, clearly very, very large numbers. The first thing you'll see for retinopathy, nothing much happening in the first 5 years. The numbers become a little bit more by the time they reach 10 years, about 10% approximately for whether it's type 1 or type 2 diabetes. But then look what happens after 10 years since diagnosis. A very sharp increase, a threefold increase here and a threefold increase here, and you can see the curves widening. So you can clearly see that the difference which was there to some extent from the very beginning between type 1 and type 2 became much, much more exaggerated as you went beyond 10 years of disease diagnosis. Now, whether it's only for retinopathy, well, that's not the case. You're seeing the same in neuropathy, the difference being already more obvious by the time it's 10 years, but a sharp gradient, and you can see the difference becoming much more marked by the time you're crossing 10 years. The nephropathy story seems to be different, though there is a very sharp increment happening after 10 years. The difference is not as apparent in this particular data set. But again, that means what happens, a lot of our patients whom we are seeing for the first 5-6 years of disease, we feel comfortable, oh, there's no complication, everything is fine. But look what happens after 10 years of disease. Very, very dramatic. I'm raising these points because remember, these are people who develop disease at the age of 15, 16, 17, 20 years of age. When you're saying 10 years of duration, they're still 30 years of age, right? So imagine getting nephropathy at 30 years of age. That means eventually there is a nearly 100% chance that a lot of them will go into chronic kidney disease requiring dialysis and renal replacement. That is very, very troublesome information as far as I can say. This is now data from our own type 1 diabetes at AIMS. Again, this was about 400 people with type 1 diabetes. You'll see that about 20% had some evidence of diabetic retinopathy. So about 78 or 80 people had. Out of these 80, mild disease in 60%, but 40% had either moderate to severe NPDR or proliferative diabetic retinopathy. And if you now look at the prevalence of diabetic macular edema, out of the 20% who had diabetic retinopathy, a quarter had diabetic macular edema. Remember, these are young people. And they're very, very young to acquire these problems. The likelihood of progression to vision-threatening disease, therefore, becomes very high. These are data from Dr. Mohan's clinic, again, looking at the prevalence of complications of youth onset type 2 diabetes based on duration. The previous slide from AIMS was type 1 diabetes. Very clear stepwise gradient. As you can see, less than 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 10 to 15 years, and more than 50 years. Look at the youth onset type 2 diabetes, more than 15 years, 80% of them having some retinopathy, right? Microalbuminuria and or nephropathy, 30% and 30%, so 1/3. Again, remember, if there were 20 years to start with and they had 1/3 of them having nephropathy by the time they were 35, the inevitability of chronic kidney disease becomes so much more. And that is a matter of huge concern. And again, this is the breakup from Dr. Mohan's clinic. Overall diabetic retinopathy in type 2 diabetes of the young, 1/3, of which about 10% had sight-threatening diabetic retinopathy. Please understand the burden which this country is likely to face with this problem. And what were the factors which are associated? This was the type, this was again from Dr. Mohan's clinic. We'll show you some data on incident disease in a moment, but duration of diabetes in the presence of microalbuminuria, so presence of another diabetic complication, and for type 1 and for type 2, in addition, there was also a relationship with diastolic pressure and poor beta cell reserve and worsening glucose control. Again, suggesting that a method trying to keep other complications in check and improving diabetes management would definitely retard the progression of disease. Now, this is another interesting study which possibly reflects on our management to some extent. So this was a comparison of type 1 diabetes microvascular complications in South Asians in India and their comparison with South Asians who had migrated from UK. This is work from Leicester in the UK, with a very high population of Gujarati South Asians and white Europeans in Leicester. And you can see Indians in India had and this is after adjustment for a range of things, including age at diagnosis, duration of disease, sex, height, BMI, systolic pressures, A1C, and total cholesterol. Despite this adjustment, Indians in India had a 3-fold higher likelihood of diabetic kidney disease as compared to their cousins who had gone to the UK, and 5-fold more than white Europeans, and a similar 2-fold excess of retinopathy in comparison to those populations. Interestingly, the neuropathy risk was not different at all. Let's move to cardiovascular disease risk factors. As I mentioned, we don't have so many events there, fortunately, but we have risk factors. And what we looked at was 5 or 6 risk factors: smoking, alcohol use, obesity, high blood pressure, abdominal obesity, and dyslipidemia. And this is a study which restricted to the Delhi and Chennai centers of the Young Diabetes Registry. And we did it because between Dr. Mohan's group and our group, we run a population-based cohort which also looks at, so this is called the CARS cohort, which has at the moment about 20,000 people under follow-up between Delhi and Chennai. So we looked at the type 1 diabetes in the registry in Chennai and Delhi and compared it to an age-matched set of controls from the population in Delhi and Chennai from the CARS cohort. And as you can see, there was actually not a huge difference in the clustering of cardiovascular disease risk factors in people with type 1 diabetes compared to control. Maybe, you know, in some instances, for a fewer number of risk factors, there was excess in type 1 diabetes, but overall, it looked not very, very different. Now, if you now look at youth onset type 2 diabetes and compare it with controls, you'll realize one thing, that the clustering of risk factors 3, 4 or more was more in people with youth onset type 2 diabetes compared to controls. And when you compared youth onset type 2 diabetes with youth onset type 1 diabetes, this difference again persisted. So clearly, youth onset type 2 diabetes not only have a higher prevalence of microvascular complications, but also have a larger clustering of cardiovascular disease risk factors, suggesting that in time to come, they will also have a higher likelihood of cardiovascular events, a matter of, again, significant concern. And now let me come to the last bit of my talk and give you a little insight into incidence of complications. Remember, what we've talked about all this while has been cross-sectional data on the prevalence or burden of complications. But let me give you a sense of what the natural history of complication in youth onset type 1 and type 2 diabetes in India is. Again, this data was from the registry, but we've done it predominantly from AIMS in Delhi and the MDRF site in Chennai. And what we really, in a study for incident complications, essentially you start with a bunch of human beings who do not have that complication of interest at the time they start entry into this cohort. So let's say we're interested in retinopathy. Everybody in AIMS Delhi and MDRF who were part of the registry who did not have documented retinopathy entered into this analysis and were followed up for a period of 5 years. Either they developed a complication or they became lost to follow-up, or we censored the data after 5 years. This was what we did for people with retinopathy. If they had at baseline no retinopathy, but they had any other microvascular complications, that was noted, but that did not cause their exclusion from this. So when we look at incident retinopathy, we had everybody at starting point who had no retinopathy. They could have had some other complication. For incident nephropathy, as long as they didn't have nephropathy at baseline, they could have had any other complication or no complication. And that's how this study was really conducted. Now, I just want to point out a couple of things before I proceed with the actual data. The numbers are actually pretty large. So 800 patients were evaluated for incident type 1 diabetes and about just under 400 patients for incident type 2 diabetes. And we looked at the Delhi and Chennai data to see whether there were any differences. There were no differences in their gender distribution, the age of diagnosis, the HbA1c, the BMIs, and blood pressures. The two different points were that the patients who were enrolled in Chennai were slightly older, Now, that could be a referral bias, with Dr. Mohan's clinic being predominantly perceived as a clinic for adults, whereas the Delhi data had younger people also, because people like me also see children with type 1 diabetes. And the second thing, as a result of that, the duration of diabetes was a little bit less in the Delhi data as compared to the Chennai data. But other than that, their basic characteristics were very much similar. This is a busy looking slide, but it's a very, very important slide. And let me explain it to you so that it becomes clearer. So this is what is going to tell you row by row the incidence of different microvascular complication: retinopathy, neuropathy, and nephropathy. 1 and 2 refer to type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. At risk means the people at start point who did not have retinopathy and they had type 1 diabetes. And this is the number of people with type 2 diabetes who did not have retinopathy at baseline. And similar numbers, you can see the numbers will vary for neuropathy and nephropathy, but these are the starting points of people who are then followed. These are number of events, and this is the incident rate. Now, without going into actual numbers, but it is saying that 2% of everybody with type 1 diabetes actually developed retinopathy annually. But again, the important message here is that the incidence of retinopathy in type 2 diabetes was 3-fold higher in people with type 2 diabetes, right? So not only was the prevalence higher, but clearly new or incident events were higher in retinopathy with type 2 diabetes, were nearly 5-fold higher for neuropathy, and were about 3-fold higher for nephropathy. So a matter of huge concern. This is a fairly largish population at risk. Events have been followed up, adequate duration, and this is the number. So 2% annual accrual of retinopathy in type 1, 6% in type 2, right? And that's a very, very large number, right? And so it's a matter of huge, huge concern as far as we're worried about. And therefore, if you look at any complication, you'll see that the likelihood of a person with youth onset type 2 diabetes getting a complication, a new complication, is 3-fold higher than type 1 diabetes. And this is just to show you a survival curve, which looks at diabetes type as a predictor of incidence, but restricting the analysis for people whose age was more than 10 years and duration was more than 5 years, which is when you really start expecting microvascular complications, especially in type 1 diabetes. And you can see this is in the blue is type 1, in the red is type 2. This is a survival curve. So it shows that over a period of follow-up, how many people with type 1 or type 2 diabetes do not have a complication. And you can see the difference is very clear. By the time you're about 10 to 12 years of follow-up, only 25% of people with type 2 diabetes are ending up without a complication of retinopathy. Again, a very significant difference here in neuropathy and in nephropathy. So any microvascular complication, incident disease, if you're more than 10 years of age and more than 5 years duration, the difference is marked, and the same 2 to 3-fold higher incidence becomes obvious in this analysis. So again, in this, we then decided to look at it in some more detail and decided to adjust the different characteristics so that we are sure that there are the differences which we are observing between type 1 and type 2 diabetes, incidence of complications, are not because of known variables. So we've adjusted for age of diagnosis, gender, duration of disease, duration of diabetes, the location, because as I said, Chennai seemed to have a different way of ascertaining the retinopathy, BMI, blood pressure, and any other microvascular complication at baseline. And what really comes through is even after adjustment, the incidence of any microvascular complication is about just under 2-fold higher in people with type 2 diabetes as compared to their compatriots with type 1 diabetes, and is about 2 to 4-fold depending on which particular complication you're looking at. So this is a fairly detailed, granular analysis which shows that the incidence of disease is very different. And by and large, the important predictors will remain duration of disease and any complication at baseline. And as you see, to some extent, there's a marginal influence of control. So let me stop here with some basic conclusions that I'm fortunate to have been part of the ICMR Young Diabetes Registry, and several people in the audience, I know Dr. Mohan has been a very, very strong contributor to this, have enabled us collation of data from different regions of India. There is a very interesting regional variation in proportion of type 1 and type 2 diabetes, but equally important for the purpose of this talk and for the purpose of the way I hope we will approach our patients with youth onset type 2 diabetes. There is a very, very high difference between both prevalence and incidence of microvascular complications and cardiovascular disease risk factors between youth onset type 2 diabetes and youth onset type 1 diabetes. I must emphasize that youth onset type 2 diabetes appears to be a more aggressive disease than the usual later onset type 2 diabetes, which we see in people who are 40, 50 or older. We must be very, very careful about how we manage them. We must be very aggressive in controlling the glucose and other risk factors, and we must be very careful in screening and monitoring for their complications. There are very interesting comparisons with other ethnic populations, which we are now in a position to do. But most importantly, I think we have our own data from India, which I hope will influence the way we manage our patients with youth onset diabetes. Let me stop here with this. One of my research fellows took this photograph. It's very difficult to believe, but this actually is a panoramic view of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences from the balcony outside my lab. And you can see it's a very nice and expansive thing. My office is from where the photograph was taken. This is the main hospital building. One part has been cut out. This is the Cardiothoracic Neurosciences Center. This is where the cancer hospital is. And this is where a whole new bunch of new buildings have come up, including my outpatient clinic. And actually, where this tower is visible is where I reside, which is a little far away from the place, but it's also visible from this panoramic photograph. Thank you so much once again for allowing me to present this data. Thank you so much for bestowing upon me the honor of speaking in an oration which is named after such a prominent and such a great physician from Gujarat. Thank you so much once again.
Dr. Urmandul.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Really, it was a very, very elaborate data. But more important was, generally we get a lot of data during such lectures, but its implication. So every data was implied upon, and that led to some clinical application of every data and made us aware and simultaneously warn us to look for the microvascular complications in young onset diabetics. So we have to be watchful, careful, and we should be on our toes and not to neglect the young onset diabetes. Thanks a lot, sir. Once again, we are highly obliged on behalf of Diacon Care. Over to Dr. Bansi.
Dr. Nikhil Bhai, I just want to make a request that, in YDR registry, can't we have more doctors who can be a sub-investigator, or they can send more data? I am sending some data, but still, the YDR registry, I think this is the time where we are seeing so many young patients, not only type 1, but type 2, as you had shown the data. So can't we have more in this registry particularly?
Absolutely. I mean, I personally feel that the more people who will participate, the more representative it becomes, right? And I think that is a very, very important part. And I am personally a big supporter of as many people. I think ICMR started with a small number and then they expand more and more. But let us talk offline and let us see how best we can get. And under your presidentship of the RSSDI, I'm sure, and your dynamism, I'm sure we can actually take this to a much larger and a broader base. I mean, I think it gives us a great sense of pride that we in India are now all contributing to such large data sets, which match very well the sort of work which has been done abroad. And we don't have to look abroad. We don't have to look at textbooks from abroad. We can look at our own data and come up with our own clinical implications and our own management. So I totally support what you're saying, and we must work towards it. And let's have a conversation on the side to see how best this can happen.
Great. Great. As this is the oration, we may not have any question. So over to Dhruvi, if we can close the session. Dr. Dhruvi.
Sure. Thank you, Nikhil sir. We've been, studying from the YDR registry, and Banshi sir has been telling us कि आप देखो ऐसे करना चाहिए हम लोगों को, and we've been trying to learn something on how to do. We have our own, ways of trying to implement what you are trying to teach us through this oration, and we are very, very grateful to have this opportunity to, listen to you once again. We heard you about the YDR registry during ISPAD in Hyderabad, where Banshi sir was. Yes, sir.
Chairman, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to our chairpersons, Dr. Dhiren sir and Dr. Orman Dhruv sir. And with that, we come to an end of a very, very eventful first day of DiaCareCon 2021. We've had very, very fantastic sessions, very interactive sessions where we've been able to interact with all the international as well as the national faculties. And thank you, Banshi sir, for putting it all together. And, we've been very, very exhilarated and overwhelmed at the same time to be, here at DiaCareCon 2021 virtually. And we look forward to being physically able to do the same soon.
But don't forget tomorrow to log in at 8:30 because we have 27 oral presentation from 8:30 to 9:30, and from 9:30 onwards we will be having our regular session with that.
Dr. Nikhil, I'm Dr. Meena Chhabda. I'm just asking you, not after the oration, but now we are trying reversal of diabetes in young youth onset, which we never tried when we were part of, I started giving data for YDR. So now we are actually, giving those low calorie diets and trying reversal. So have you seen any patient of reversal of type 2 diabetes in the young in our data from various centers?
So a short answer, I haven't, but also remember that we haven't critically looked at the follow-up data in full detail. But it'll be wonderful to see that sort of information, and I'm delighted to know that a lot of people are also working in that direction. After the direct study, this has been a very enthusiastic new way of looking at of youth onset type 2 diabetes, and I would sort of, and even if you've got data which you haven't yet shared with YDR, please do let us know.
Yeah, no, I've given it to Dr. Madhu. So I've had 2 patients, but how long they will remain in remission is a question mark. But they did remit with partial knee replacements. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Meena ma'am. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We close the session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you, Dr. Nikhil bhai, for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And whole team.
Bye, Dhiren bhai.
Excellent. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, Vipul.
Recording stopped.